And one of
Yeah,
Nadia hanging with for a while. Hey, Nadia.
yeah. Well, I don't have a life, so
How's it
there's
hanging?
plenty of room for whenever you want to arrange the conversations.
No, I'm not much of an
In
arranger.
fact,
It's 6 a.m. I don't have the brain power to arrange.
It's 8 a.m., not 6 a.m.
Okay. A little luckier on the West Coast.
Uh, I'm on the East Coast,
In
and
state,
Nadia's on the West Coast.
I'm not in the States. Yeah, Nick is like beat, eh?
Okay, so what other time zones are 2 hours behind me?
You can actually get to 3 hours if you go straight like Cali West, Vancouver West.
Vancouver. Okay, yeah. So okay, British Columbia, Canada. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not that far west. It's 6, not 5 here. I'm in Alberta.
Oh, Alberta. Okay. How's the wheat? Oh wait, it's winter. Never mind. It's snow.
Yeah, we got lots of that. Saskatchewan's the wheat.
How's the oil doing?
It's destroying our land, our environment.
Hey guys.
There's a big black spot if you look from
yeah,
space in Alberta.
Yuri, long time no see, my fellow Russian.
They are. Yeah, it's because you're across the world and I'm asleep when you're on.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, Yuri,
Yeah.
you took off before I was. Do I have you on Skype?
No, I don't Skype.
Okay.
I
See,
don't think
I
I never
rarely
use it.
talk on Skype. We pass Hangouts every night, like back and forth. It's just if people need to leave me a message, that lights up on my bar, and if I open it, it has a big orange number telling me how many missed things I had. Where for some reason it's hard for me to Google ones. So if I don't reply to you right away, please just give me a little time. I'll get to it. But if it's urgent, message someone like Art or someone that does have my Skype. I was trying to see, I was asking time-wise to see if you want to set up a conversation with Josh at some point where we're just a small room kind of thing. Like Josh, Nadia, Art, Yuri, me,
He's
and
pretty cool. I like how he's
I don't know the other guy's name.
bases his
But
belief in rational mindset. I'd like to hear more of that, but
no,
yeah.
we can discuss whatever. I thought with the smaller room, it's not attack Josh kind of thing, and he actually seems to be talking a little clearer, not getting flustered.
Yeah.
I was telling him we could talk 2 hours and disagree the whole time, but still leave on a friendly note. But if
Morning, everybody.
what are good times
Hey.
for you, Yuri, that you're around?
I only hang basically on a Friday or a Saturday, and it only at night. Basically, I'm busy like the entire rest of the week.
What time zone are you on?
I'm in like Mountain Time Zone,
Okay, so you're
so
just
it's like,
you're an hour off than me, I think. It's 7:03 right now for me.
yeah, just an hour out.
Okay.
I get pretty good hours coverage.
But even then, I only hang maybe 3, 4 times a month.
Right. Yeah, no, anytime I can. I invite you every time. Don't ever
I
feel
know.
pressured, but
Keep inviting me. I'll join eventually.
yeah, if it doesn't bug you, I'll keep doing it. Some people it bugs that they get them so many, but yeah, the door's always open.
Thanks.
Nadia's good at getting Europeans over here at the same time too.
I know,
I
right?
have
She's got her mind powers.
I have pretty decent hours coverage as far as like keeping things going around the clock.
There you go.
So
Yeah, it's
I'm
hard to
sorry.
get more than 24 hours in.
And when
What's that?
she's sleeping, her hangout's usually still going. So.
Yeah, I
And
usually
she'll
try to
wake
keep it
up and
going.
start hanging again.
Yeah.
Hey Nick,
try to.
I was asking Nadia when does she study because she's always in here, like eat or anything. I always see her.
I actually read while I'm in the hangout.
You know.
And memory.
And eat. Sweet.
Yeah, I've been doing whatever I do for 40 years, so. Or, well, close to 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
You have a bruise on your arm there, Nadia?
Yeah, they were too stupid to put it in a central line, so
It's like a trap.
they had to go. Sorry?
Is that a
I've
trap?
seen some nasty bruises that they can get.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. They suck at like finding a vein.
Yeah, I had one that tried. Oh, sorry, not to go.
I said I'm a hard sick, they say.
I get that way sometimes, and I had one sit there and try my vein probably 20 times, then moved to on the arm, and then moved down to my hand, then moved and flipped over and did it by my pinky. And when the doctor finally came in and was the one that put it in my pinky, the other time that they went through like 20 times in my arm, the guy couldn't get it. Called for another nurse to get someone to help him. The nurse walked right in, opened a new needle, put it in, hooked the line on, and walked away. She was like, I don't know what the deal was. I was like, I guess he had pierced my vein like twice.
I'll be going on about medical. We'll be here for 3 weeks on end. I think this.
Bruise like that is when they poke through the other side of the vein.
Mm-hmm.
They just go right through it, and then it bleeds on both sides, and it makes a bruise like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's also kind of a filter might help to put on to, I guess, get people that kind of are up to the level of research and such, and to be able to, help advance the discussion. And smaller ones can help arrange that too. What I tend to put on tends to be more of a free for all. So.
Hey man, those chips look good. I'm starving. Maybe I'm fixing to go make oatmeal or something.
Actually, might work for you to start them, Josh. If you're kind of the big variable in terms of scheduling and such, I mean, might be that starting up events yourself is the way to go. Yeah.
Right on. Yeah, Josh.
I don't know if you've considered it. Have you?
I haven't really considered. Maybe I should.
Hey, how old are you, Josh? I don't think you're...
I'm 76 years old.
You look good, 76.
That's a
You don't have
joke.
to tell her. If you a way to keep it from you even telling me your age, just you give me like 20s, mid-20s, 30s, mid-30s.
Yeah, I'm in my 30s.
All right on. I'm 34, so I just wasn't sure.
You look like you're in a college, what do you call it, a common room?
Yeah,
Yeah,
His wife.
commissary kitchen or something.
yeah, I'm a little older. Well, I'm 30, a little older than 34, but not much. So I'm sure it doesn't.
Right on, yeah. It's fun guessing.
It's not like I care or anything. I just wish I was younger.
All right. Yeah, no, I wouldn't judge you or base any of your knowledge even on age. I mean, you can tell when a 50-year-old man comes in here with bad, debunked Christian or atheist arguments that you're like, oh, not this again. This was hashed out 20 years ago, 200 years ago. Why are you bringing it?
I don't think much of the
Go ahead.
cases being outlined are modern. I think when it's been done before, it was done centuries ago, not just decades.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying it keeps getting rehashed, like kind of like that in the center. Even if they don't change the words to it, there's still someone that's just brand new to it, and that argument was convincing to them. Then they go around parroting it and you can tell that's all they're doing, because as soon as you ask them a question that wasn't in the video that they watched or whatever, that you get them stumped.
Good morning, Josh.
Hey, down.
Talking to my friend Josh. Good morning, Josh.
Did Frank take off? Oh no, there you go, Frank. My eyes aren't working this morning. Morning.
Got a little scene from The Shining going there. That's pretty cool.
I put it up for Josh.
Come on down. Josh has been great this morning.
Yeah,
Shining's one of my favorite movies.
that's it.
Speaking of wife beating, Down's got the ultimate wife beating icon going.
Hey, Nick, I guess
Never laid a hand on her. He just put an axe through the door.
I'm a little popular, huh?
Yeah, seems like it. Even on my videos, the two that you were in, the thumbnails show you on the Hangout video. Those ones have like some of the higher views on my channel. There's just those two videos.
I'm a wet blanket. Whenever I talk, the viewer count drops.
I hate it when Google snaps you and puts you on the thumbnail of the video.
Right. Yeah, I probably need to go and change those. I don't know how. Whatever's set has just been set by Google. But I know you can change it.
I do it. You just click the thumbnail when you're doing the YouTube, and you can put the picture there.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, just upload a custom thumbnail.
Yeah, that's what I
It
need
has
to do.
absolutely nothing to do with the people that were in there or anything like that.
Right. Yeah, I might take my Hello Kitty and put that evil grin from that Cheshire cat that I have from America McGee's Alice. See if I can mold those two together and leave that as my... I don't know. I'll come up with some kind of icon that's a rememberable, or avatar. But yeah, those two got great views.
I think I think the original Alice in Wonderland illustrations, I think they're public domain now.
Oh, right.
They should be.
Yeah, they definitely. I have an old leather-bound book here. I used to like any books that have to be hardcover leather-bound, or if they're not, I might read them and then pass them along to someone else.
We'll have to ask Adam if they are, they're still.
Yeah, they do keep extending copyright. What is it now? 150 years post-mortem of the author? It was like 75, then it became 100, then it became 1,000,000, and then...
Well, that's why like
they're
Star
using
Wars.
L. Ron Hubbard's billion
Break it.
contract.
Well, that's why Star Wars kept bringing out new editions of the same movie. It was to keep their rights to it.
Wow.
Well, it's very easy to predict. Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
Well, Disney got dirty there. Mickey Mouse is a trademark. So as long as Disney exists, Mickey Mouse is theirs.
Yeah, but they're keeping it's Disney copyrights, etc.
Yeah,
Driving the whole thing.
yeah, it drives that too. But I really got to blame Sonny Bono. I mean, his wife. I mean, Sonny Bono skis into a tree, dies, his wife takes over, and gets the Sonny Bono Copyright Extension Act passed.
Hey, that's unfair.
Josh, can you read that verse from Mark 140 to 45? Got a question for you about that.
Yeah.
Okay, what book?
Put the link on the right there in the chat. Do you see it?
Mm-hmm.
Just have a question about that verse for you, Josh.
Okay, can you read it?
Read it out loud. Or not the whole verse, but it's Mark chapter 1, verses 40 through 45. And the heading on it says, Jesus heals a man with leprosy.
Mm.
Here, I'll screen share it as well while you're reading it. Did you have a question about it now?
Yeah, but I want to give Josh a frame of reference first before I start asking him lots of questions.
I just didn't know if I was going to screen share it if you were going to do it. That way the audience could see exactly what you're asking or whatever. Or if that's a problem, let me know and I'll shut it off.
I'd ask more about the epistemology. But
Okay, what's your question?
When they say, when Jesus says, be clean, what's that mean?
It usually means be clean from sin, right?
So did Jesus clear the man of sin, or what happened?
I don't know. I'd have to look at it in detail.
I'd be happy to hear about the detail, Josh, because it says immediately the leprosy left him and he was cleansed. What's that mean, Josh?
Well,
um,
I think illness does come sometimes, or a lot of times, from the sin we do, from bad choices.
could I object to the tone? I mean, we can tell you're, I don't know, putting on some kind of accent or tone or something here.
Johnny May was doing a Mark Wilson tone, and so it made me do the
Right.
tone.
I'm going to ask politely that you use a normal voice here.
Okay, I won't do the Mark Wilson voice. I won't do Mark Wilson. I'll do my voice. Is that better, Nadia?
Don't do any funny voice at all.
It's the tone. It's not the whatchamacallit. Can't even think of the word. It's not the voices, the sound voices that you're using. It's just the tone of how you're asking him this thing. You're asking it. It almost seems like you're just asking him a gotcha to ask him a gotcha to say, ha ha, you're wrong.
Well, I'm asking a very legitimate question. I mean, everyone can say that the Christian is doing a gotcha when they say that a God exists. Okay, an atheist could say that.
An atheist would say what?
So an atheist could say that a Christian's pulling a gotcha on the atheist,
right,
by even stating that God exists.
They could, but what does that make you have to do it? You can't rise above that, or?
Can't rise above what? I believe in scientific rational thought and reasoning.
You do, but you're saying, well, they're doing gotcha questions, so I can do gotcha questions too.
Thing is that the Bible needs to be questioned, though. Regardless.
All right.
Don't address it. That's fine.
Let me raise maybe the question in a more respectful and material way. I mean, this kind of implication that illness follows from sin and such
You know,
seems to be pretty damaging.
Yeah, no, hold on a second, Josh. Let Nadia was talking. Nadia, go ahead.
Yeah, it seems to be damaging, particularly in the case of like type 2 diabetes, where the overproduction of insulin in the pancreas leads people to attempt to keep from fainting by consuming things that'll keep their blood glucose up, and then the whole world then blames the victim for getting it from being fat, which, granted, the body fat does contribute to insulin resistance, but at the same time, there was a cause they were trying to keep from fainting and so on.
So Nadia, are you basically stating though that you don't like how he's trying to blame the sinner for having the leprosy?
No,
in a very crude manner of speaking, I'm bringing up as kind of this model of sin, illness follows from sin. Where sin is kind of generally seen as like being morally defective and such, kind of has a kind of damaging kind of blame the victim thing for a number of reasons.
Josh, do you want to respond to that? Sorry, I mean, Nadia, I think you said it really well. Go ahead, Josh.
Well, first of all, let's be wise about our tone. Second of all, if you really have these concerns about a text, and I would say do your research. I mean, go look at these commentaries from from brilliant people, way smarter than I am, that have looked into these various things. So third, I would say, not sin came into the world because of a person's free choice. Now, it doesn't mean that person was sinful. It could be indirectly affecting him. So instead of just, trying to ask me, a Christian, why I have to justify every little thing Johnny Skeptic says, I would just simply say do your own research and then come up here.
And I do have an add real quick to that. At what point, even if the Bible is shown to be, we can't trust anything in it. Not saying that it's not true, but that we come to a point where it's not trustworthy. What does that do? Nothing. It does nothing to their faith. Does nothing to these essentials about God actually being in their life. And I'm not sure what pointing out all this stuff what would be the end game, the goal, even if you got them to throw out the Bible.
Well, the goal is that they believe that they have a God who's infallible. So if you found stuff in the Bible that has many fallacies, then they have to their God is no longer infallible, and they have to accept that.
That doesn't logically follow.
That does logically follow, because if they're making the claim that their God is infallible, he's omniscient, he's right. And so if you point out specific circumstances that contradict that, any rational human being is going to rethink their premise and outlook on their religion.
On the Bible, maybe, but not about God, because God didn't pin these things together.
That's their rationale, though, is that this is the word of God, though, in the Bible.
Right. But not pinned by God.
But their rationale, though, is that it's the word of God, though. I mean, there are.
God didn't write the King James. I mean.
No, go ahead. Sorry, I'm listening. Go ahead.
No, that was my only comment. God didn't write the King James.
But it's supposed to be God's word, though. I mean, that's their premise for their whole religion. That's the thing about it, though.
Do you think it's possible that you have a confused understanding of what it means to be God's word?
Oh, well, if you want to clarify, go right ahead. I'm willing to listen. Go ahead.
Well, as apart from the Quran about biblical dictation, the Bible is not biblical dictation. It's that the text itself, the end product, is inspired in some way, but that there is a human element. So God works through the human personalities and limitations to give a text that's inspired. Now, what does that mean? Christians are divided on, does it mean inerrant, or does it just mean, good for, salvation or what have you? But more to the point, the text that you did bring up, I think that has more to do with your own, proclivity to try to prove something wrong than it does really than it being so obvious to you, because I don't think it's obvious a fallacy or an error there, and I don't think anyone has ever shown that.
So, are you calling parts of the Bible fallible?
No, I think it is inspired.
Did you say valuable or fallible?
Fallible.
Okay, sorry. So I maybe you're saying, did you find the Bible valuable?
No, that's fine. No,
Okay.
I have a computer fan on here, so it's probably hard.
No, you can use valuable. I misunderstood you.
I think the Bible is inspired, is the inerrant word of God, but that my faith doesn't depend on that. So.
Right. That was kind of my question. If you threw out the Bible, his faith is with God. It's not actually on the Bible itself.
Well, here's the thing, though. He just said two things. So he said that it's inspired by God and written by man. And then he said that it is the inherent word of God. So, Josh, which one is it? I mean, I'm still waiting for a direct answer here.
Yeah, well, that's Christian theology. It's both inspired by God, working within the limitations and confines of humans. So it's both a human product and a divine product at the end product. So unless you take those two things seriously, then you're going to overemphasize one and then say, boom, gotcha. No, you're not taking both elements seriously.
Right. And that's what I was trying to say, that God did not pen the Bible. Even if it was inspired by him, it doesn't mean that they wrote exactly these things down.
Exactly. Well, yeah, and I can agree with that if you want to take that premise. And on that premise, then, you shouldn't be against homosexuality or other things in the Bible where it says to kill people over such things, because that could be something penned by man that man did not get right from God. I mean, is that an okay premise to make? I mean, because on one end you're saying that it is the inherent word of God, and on the other end you're saying that, well, man makes mistakes, and man could have made a mistake. So is it possible man could have made mistakes in the Bible, Josh?
Yeah, but you don't start by assuming that it's a mistake, kind of thing. That's where they do their research
You trust God to put a reliable way to know about Him and to learn about Him. That is what Christian theology is. It's trusting in God that He would make a path known to you. So instead of just revealing a text, more than the text itself, Christians focus on the person of Jesus. So it's not we have to believe the Bible to be saved. No.
Right.
We have to trust Jesus to be saved.
And so here's my take on this, okay? I'm going to shoot your whole argument down that any of the Bible is wrong. It's all the Word of God. Do you want to know how I know that? Because by your own rules, you say that God is omniscient. If God's omniscient, He should be able to find a man who can write down His Word directly as it's spoken, directly as it's inspired, without any errors whatsoever. God is omniscient. He's able to do that.
Can only do that by violating free will, and I don't think that they hold that
He's not violating free will by inspiring somebody. Okay.
Might not
By inspiring them, it's not, but to forcing them to write exactly what you want is.
He can find somebody who's willing to write exactly what he wants, and they're using their own free will to decide, hey, I want to write down exactly what God tells me. They're using their free will to decide.
I kind of see that. I kind of see what you're saying.
Let me try to undercut this. First, even if God could produce a perfect text or an inerrant text, which I certainly think He did through middle knowledge, and I trust that He did, but that's besides the point. The point is, mankind itself, we're not perfect, and we need a perfect sacrifice. That's the reason for Jesus, not because of what He said, but because of who He is. And I think that's your misunderstanding.
That's all fine and dandy if Christians actually followed that.
Yeah, lots don't. I agree with it, but I don't think lots ever look into it either.
Yeah.
I was a dumb lemming as well, like and I'm not saying Christians are dumb. I'm saying lemmings are dumb. I was just following what people told me to believe. I was around people that just believed it, or I assumed they did. And yeah, I've told you before. I said earlier, I'm on a journey now to try to find out what I actually believe.
See, what I've done though is I've used their own construct for what God is, and I've applied it the way it should be applied. Now, Josh is telling me that I can't do that, though. Okay, this is a common problem that I see, Josh. Goalposts are moved. Stuff is reinterpreted beyond your own original rules to fit whatever paradigm the individual Christian wants to fit it into, Josh. This is the problem that I'm seeing.
Down. I thought I replied to you in that it's not about a person or God revealing His inerrant word to one person. It's about God coming down Himself and we don't need to trust the text, that doesn't, our salvation doesn't depend on that. Our salvation depends on who Jesus is. And notice that you did not respond to that, Dal.
You're trying to bring up a non sequitur though to what I actually brought up. Sorry, go ahead, Yuri. So I'm not going to respond to it.
Well, maybe it's just.
Trust the text though to make the laws in the states.
Do you think
text as the leverage?
Well, hold on. Down. Do you think? I'm pretty sure that you had a lot of confidence because when you came in here, you brought up one text, right? And then you made a whole argument based on what you thought God would do and the purpose of Christianity. And I tried to tell you that it's not about trusting in a text. It's about trusting in Jesus. So why didn't that undercut your whole argument?
You're going to have a lot of Christians who are going to
without text.
Sorry, Yuri, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry, he's asking you.
I've got a question for you, Josh, when you're ready. I'll just wait to chime in when you're ready, buddy.
Okay.
Christianity doesn't exist without the text. Here's leave it at that.
Yeah, Josh, Yuri makes a good point, though. This is the point that I'm making, though, is that when we bring up stuff, the own rules that are set by Christians, and by the way, Josh, there's a lot of Christians that will disagree on what you just said, that basically you don't need the Bible. That's kind of what you're saying indirectly here. A lot of Christians are going to disagree with you on that. And furthermore, a lot of Christians are going to state that the Bible is the direct word of God, and that there are no mistakes in it. A lot of Christians are going to state that, Josh, and they're also going to state that you have to accept the Bible because it is the word of God.
Yeah.
Just because that's not popular in a lot, I would think that the ones that are, I think in this instant, Josh is being intellectually honest with the positions the Bible take, no matter how they might sound or how controversial they might be.
Yeah, Xbox. Sophisticated Christians, when they come to the Bible, it's not about the if the text isn't inspired, do you have to believe this to be saved? No, it's about Jesus. Who do you say that I am? Isn't that what Jesus says in Matthew 16, right? Doesn't Paul say that in Romans 10? Who do you say that I am? What do you have to do to be saved? And Paul goes into that in Romans 10 verses 9 through 10. So I think just pointing out that some Christians here or there deny that is not really a good argument. So instead of blaming me or other Christians for moving the goalpost, let's deal with the facts. And the fact is that I think I undercut your argument.
Josh, can I ask my question now, buddy?
Sure.
I want you to give me one contemporary writer outside of the Bible who mentions Jesus. Just give me one, buddy.
Tacitus.
No, I'm sorry. I said, do you know what a contemporary means?
Oh, contemporary. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I just want one, buddy.
Why do you keep calling me buddy?
Well, you are my friend.
Oh yeah, that's just the way he talks. He even to other people, he's not being derogatory with that.
Aussies are weird.
Yeah,
But-
he's just not. Yeah, Aussies are weird.
Hold on, but before I answer that, let me just say to Nadia and to everybody, but when people want to ask me questions like down, do y'all remember the manner in which he came into this room and trying to ask? That's why it's sometimes difficult Yeah.
Josh, let's not play the victim card here.
I
I asked a basic question, Josh. Let's not play victim.
With all due respect, I don't think you're in a position to say that.
With all due respect, you're trying to make this all about you rather than about the questions that were asked.
No,
And
I'm
we
not.
don't want to make it personal, Josh. No one's getting emotional here, Josh.
Josh, I'll stay here for about 30 minutes until you answer the question. In the meantime, I'm going to just mute myself until I get an answer.
Ask it one more time.
I just want one contemporary writer outside of the Bible who mentions Jesus.
Flannery O'Connor.
Can you put a link in there in
No.
the side
No.
chat so I can look it up?
The answer is no. You'll have to do your own research. I'm not y'all's research assistant.
I understand what you're trying to say there, Josh, but I don't even know who that person is. You might as well just have said Fred Blogs
That's
and
why-
make me do some research on Fred Blogs.
Go look it up. I mean, I'm not. Look, I
Well,
hate to
I've
do
just
this.
looked it up.
Let me speak. I hate to do this. I hate to sound like this, but if you're gonna ask questions like that, I mean, with all due respect, y'all can do y'all's own research. I don't know who y'all think.
But I've done the research. Josh, listen to me.
Well,
I'll call you back.
But I'm done.
I've
okay?
done my research
John,
and I
I'm
can
done.
find any.
I'm done. Okay, John, I'm done.
I just wanted the question asked, buddy.
Oh, okay, I'm done. Okay.
So you can't name anybody.
Yeah, that's not what I said. I'm done. Nadia,
What did you said? Flattery O'Connor. You might as well said George Washington.
Mhm.
I just want one. That's all I want. I heard there's thousands, but I just want one.
Flannery O'Connor. Look it up.
I already have. There's no such person. You're the one who's done the Bible study at school, Josh, not me. Now you want me to do the research.
Flannery
Yeah.
O'Connor is not a made-up person.
One sec. Just so I understand what he's asking, though, Josh, because I'm not even sure what he's asking you. Now, he's basically asking you for an author not in the Bible who wrote about Jesus at the time he was alive. Is that what he's asking you for, Josh?
That's what I was asking Josh, and he gave me some bogus name.
Hey, hold on a second, John. I'm asking Josh what the question was because I don't understand what you're asking him. Josh, is that what he means by contemporary, though? Because I don't even know what he asked you. I'm trying to follow.
A current author.
A current author today?
Yeah,
No, a
that's-
current author, like a historian at the time when Jesus was alive.
Okay.
And he mentioned Tacitus. Tacitus wasn't contemporary, so I want to give him another chance to
Yeah,
answer.
Johnny May, hold on a second. Okay, so Josh, I mean, this kind of is a good question, though. I mean,
Here's the answer. Here's
go
the
ahead. Go, I'm
The
listening.
reason why I listed Tacitus, I can mention Josephus, Mirabar, Serapion. I can mention others.
No, Josephus, no, listen to me,
With
Josh.
all due-
Josephus was
Hold on.
born
With all due respect, John, are you going to let me finish?
I don't want you to finish because you mentioned two people. I just want to clarify something here.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Josephus was born.
Okay, I'm going to go. This is what I'm talking about.
Josh, I just muted him, so go ahead.
Okay. Hold on. Down just muted him? Okay. Yeah. Nadia. Are you there, Nadia?
Josh, he's been muted, so you can talk now. Go
I
ahead.
know that. Nadia, are you there?
She's watching the whole thing, Josh. Go ahead.
Down. I don't believe you should have the authority to mute anybody.
Oh, so now you're going to try to use it against me to get me kicked out of the Hangout.
No, no. I just at this point I don't really respect you. The way you came and asked me about the first question. Do you remember your mood?
There was no mood. I asked you a basic question. Stop playing the victim. No, stop playing the victim card and stop trying to get emotional. If you
The
want
way
to,
you were talking. Okay. Xbox, are you there?
He said in the side chat he had to go walk his dogs.
Oh, I see.
Josh, if you want to speak, go ahead and speak. No one's stopping you.
Okay. Well, let me just say that no New Testament scholars, no historians alive today, except maybe Richard Carrier, deny that Jesus was a real, actual, historical person. Not only that, they concur that he was crucified under Pontius Pilate and that he preached the kingdom of God. So no historian denies that.
Okay, Josh, you answered his question then, so you cannot provide any contemporary authors then, okay? Moving on.
Josephus, Tacitus, Mirabar, Serapion.
None of those people are contemporary. Next question. Johnny May, you have any more questions?
Hold on. Wait.
Hang on a
wait,
second.
1
Josh
second.
just mentioned, I don't think Josh understands what contemporary means. Josh, I want to ask you a question. Do you know what contemporary means?
Okay, I'll see y'all later.
Bye, Josh.
Hey, Nadia, can you hear me?
It's a little bit of a hard question, isn't it, Josh?
No. Now, don't try to be emotional
Don't
about
cry.
this.
Don't cry and get all emotional and rage quit on
Josh,
us,
what you're
Josh.
experiencing right now is similar to what happened during the Scopes Monkey trial to a great man, William Jennings Bryan, who was from my state of Nebraska, by the way, and he was put on the stand just like you've been put on the stand.
Yeah, and do you know that history textbooks really make a caricature out of what actually happened?
Does that happen in the Bible as well?
The Scopes trial? No, it's not.
No, like the caricature of history kind of thing in the historical parts.
Yeah, they just mentioned the Scopes trial. I don't know if they're aware of that, but it's really a caricature of what happened. The person wasn't even trained in the Bible. Okay, and they portray it like it's some kind of war between religion and science,
Right.
and somehow that it was persecuted. But that's not what happened. I'm looking into it right now. But that is not what happened. It's really a caricature.
It's a very good discussion point, though. I mean, the teacher was fined for teaching evolution. That's why it became a war against religion and science. I mean, that was the premise, Josh.
But that's it. That's it. It was. I mean, it was really a caricature. I mean, that's all you can say about it.
That was a direct example, though, of religion trying to control what was taught in the schools, Josh.
Yeah. No. Not a good example.
Yeah, it was a very good example. The school
was
board was very religious, and they weren't allowing evolution to be taught. They were trying to control religion, was trying to control science in that school.
Based on the Bible.
Yeah, that's not the whole story. That's not the whole story.
Josh, you mentioned Tacitus, right?
Well,
he was born.
Hold on one
56.
second. Yeah, I know that. 1 second. Xbox, are you
Why
still?
did you say that, Josh? What were you doing, buddy?
Well, hold on. Okay, let me. Xbox, are you still there?
Yeah.
Do you have authority to mute?
I don't. Not this is Nadia's room.
So why isn't Nadia talking?
I'm here.
Okay,
I'll
Nadia.
talk what I need to.
A few times.
What are you trying to do,
A few times, John. I'm just getting tired of the way that things are happening.
It was
here.
a simple question, Josh. I wasn't rude. I
Yeah.
didn't swear at anybody. All I wanted to do was ask you a question, and I waited. And you mentioned 3 people, and they weren't contemporary writers.
That's the way history works.
No, it
Usually,
doesn't.
usually
It doesn't.
they're not alive at the time. They're
Well,
you know
that's hearsay,
cross over.
Josh. That's called hearsay. I want to.
Well, then you're going to have to
Yeah.
throw out a lot of history. For example, Alexander the Great. Do you know the 2 historical accounts, the most reliable ones that we have? 300 years after, by Arian and Plutarch. So we're going to have to throw out that.
Josh, I don't want to talk about Plutarch. I just want to know. I'll ask you the question again if
No,
you
I
really
just
want.
asked you a question. I mean, we're got by your own standards.
Josh, you're on the witness stand, not me, buddy.
John, yeah, let people finish sentences.
Yeah. Ironically, Maccabees mentions Alexander the Great. So just saying.
I'm sorry. What's the reference on that though, Fudd, with Alexander the Great? I'm not following.
It's in the Apocrypha, the book of Maccabees. It's pretty much in the first couple of paragraphs. They talk about Alexander the Great. He came out of Macedonia and was moving down the Fertile Crescent during his conquering of, all of North Africa ultimately during the Hellenistic period.
Yeah, but I mean, what's your point with that, though? I guess.
My point is you can't throw away Alexander the Great by saying, as a rebuttal to Tacitus, Josephus, and forgetting the other guy, being non-contemporaneous.
Okay, can I respond to that? Hold on a second. Let me respond to that. You can go to Alexander the Great. You go to his grave to where he's buried at. You can look at historical records kept by Macedonia that prove his existence.
No.
Yeah, I'm not. No, I'm saying. I'm actually supporting your side, dude. So,
No, I'm sorry, I mistook that. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to.
I don't think. But anyway, I just want you, Xbox, the type of way and then anytime I say this, I'm accused of playing the victim card. But we all saw the way that he was asking this question, and kind of like a condescending way.
Yeah, we talked to him about it and tried to get him to calm it down.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
I don't agree with it.
I wish people were more humble. More humble.
I do. That's why I was asking you down whenever we first started. What was the goal of it? And that's why I was saying let's give it to him and throw out the whole Bible. What does that get you? Is that even your goal? Like, I wasn't sure what your goal is with that. I don't have to know. I would just.
Yeah, no. You're fine to ask it, and I've been respectful and let people talk and ask me questions and respond as well. But one sec here though, Josh, do you want to respond to what Fudd said though about Alexander the Great? Because he did mention something here. Did you hear what he said?
Hold on, Down. At first, you weren't very respectful, and we all agree on that.
Okay, Josh, we're getting emotions in here. I mute and I listen and I let people respond. Do you want to respond to what Fudd said? Though? Let's not
but it wasn't emotions. I will in a second. But it wasn't emotions. It was a fact that you weren't respectful. Now, I just want to clear that up. You keep accusing me of being emotional. You're the one that was talking in a different voice. Now that's kind of emotional.
I was talking in a different voice like Mark Wilson does on here, okay? So if you ever hear Mark Wilson, that's how he talks. If you want to respond to what Fudd said, though, about Alexander the Great.
Yeah, Plutarch and Arian are only historians that mention that.
that mention. See, I'm trying to learn here too. They're the only ones that mention Alexander the Great, is what you're saying?
That mention the wars, what he did, yeah.
Hey, Fudd, I don't know if you're an expert on Alexander the Great. I had a course called Alexander the Great when I was a grad student, but Fudd, do you have any more information on that?
No, I'm afraid not. I mean, I've just generally accepted basic Western history of civilization that Alexander the Great existed and was responsible for creating the Hellenistic period.
Yeah, I agree totally. I mean, don't get me wrong. I totally agree with that. I'm just saying that just because you know, a historian like Tacitus or Josephus wasn't alive or when they wrote about Jesus, I mean that's a poor reasoning. It would have applied to the Alexander case. Be skeptical of one, you got to be skeptical of both.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, Josh. You forgot about Ptolemy, okay? Ptolemy was alive during the time of Alexander the Great, and he wrote a history on him, okay? There you go, Josh, contemporary author, alive during his time.
I'd have to look at that, but I will look at that. So
I mean, we have sculptures from his period. We have people testifying that he was there in writing, that he visited their countries and he conquered them. It's not analogous to Jesus at all.
Well, I'm saying if you're skeptical, but just because the historians weren't alive when Jesus was alive, you know, you'll be skeptical of a lot of what Alexander did. I don't even know if you would be skeptical of Alexander the Great, but what he did, his biography.
Well, yeah, I mean, Josh, I agree with you. There's some myths and legends that people should be skeptical about. I absolutely agree. But what we're establishing, though, is that the simple notion of his existence, okay, did he exist or not, on the most basic level, okay? That's what we're looking at right now. And it's really unusual that somebody would exist and be so prominent while he existed. You know, he rose from the dead, for crying out loud. And there's no local historian or local poet or something.
Let me address that then. Jesus, you know, what wasn't? It was from a place, Judea, that didn't get a lot of fanfare. Not many people were interested in that part of the world. Especially for Jesus. The fact that he does get a mention in Josephus's writings, even though some have questioned that, but the majority of Josephus scholars recognize that he is mentioned there. But
Josephus wasn't born, Josh. You don't get it, but do you? He wasn't even born when Jesus was there.
John, wait for people to finish their sentences, please.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I mean, you know, Josh, go ahead.
Basically, I think basically what John is saying is there was nobody around who was around when Jesus was alive that actually documented it, that we could find. We can't find any documents about it. It's all written after the fact.
You know, Josh, do you want to respond to that, and then I want to respond to you once you respond. Go ahead.
The documents that we do have of the New Testament, the 27 documents, were all written in the 1st century. The Gospel of Mark was probably written at about 65 or 70. That's very early, probably within 35, 40 years. The other Gospels after that, Matthew and Luke, we got other traditions, the Q tradition, pre-Markan Passion narrative. We got 1 Corinthians 15, 1 Corinthians 11, Romans 1, Acts 1, lots of these different creedal statements embedded in the text. So no New Testament scholar or historian today denies that Jesus was a real, actual historical person. And it's only really internet infidel types that do.
Okay, Josh, we can agree on that. I mean, I agree with you that lots of historians on the New Testament believe, they've written that Jesus was a real person. But the central argument, though, still goes back to the contemporary authors of the time, though, because with Alexander the Great, he predated Jesus, okay? Much older than Jesus was, and we have, Ptolemy and other people who wrote about him. Granted, though, okay, I'll give you this, Josh, I will give you this, though. Alexander the Great was a king, okay? So, of course, someone's going to write about a friggin' king. Jesus was this lowly commoner, but then again, though, once he does all these feats and such, starts rising from the dead and doing stuff like that, once, after the crucifixion, you think somebody might have noticed that, though, and wrote about that. It's just kind of weird.
They did. That Mark thing that you pointed out, he cured leprosy, and the guy babbled about it to everybody. This guy cured my leprosy, like, right away.
Hold on. They already believed in miracles, or they already believed that miracles were possible and that the kingdom of God was at hand. So the fact that Christians were persecuted, for example, in Rome, when they were set on fire because of what Nero had said, seeking a scapegoat, or you have something like the Nazarene Creed or something like that. It shows the grave robbery in probably 45 AD was something that they didn't want happening. There's no reason to expect more evidence than what we do. Now, would more evidence in historical writings be helpful? Yes, but the evidence that we have is good. That we have.
Josh, I got one more question for you, buddy, before I go to bed.
Okay.
Hey, use a serious tone of voice, please.
Nadia, what did you say?
Yeah, don't put on some kind of bizarre accent. Gee.
Well, Nadia, why don't you stop it?
Why don't I stop what?
Putting on that voice of yours.
You think after the trading I've done, this isn't the default state?
Well, I'm in my default state too, Nadia.
I'd have to back Nadia. I hate to get in an argument with two friends.
Yeah, but he's not.
The only reason I back Nadia on this is because it's her room, her rules, kind of deal.
Yeah, but hold on, he's not doing it to be condescending though. He's talking like Mark Wilson. Okay, do you folks know who Mark Wilson is? He's making fun of Mark Wilson.
Yeah, he's a troll, and most of the world has him blocked.
Well, Nadia, don't worry about my voice, darling. I just want to ask a question, if that's okay by you.
Yeah, I kind of like the accent. It's funny.
I think respect for the people you're trying to
Why
talk
don't
to
you have a bit of respect for me, Nadia?
Like I said, respect for the people you're trying to talk to demands you don't do that. So there you go.
Yeah. I don't think anybody should really put up with people putting on different voices or being antagonistic towards others and their questions.
Well, I don't think anyone was being antagonistic, Josh. You were asked for pretty straightforward questions and given a chance to respond.
No, the Mark Wilson affair was antagonistic.
Yeah.
Well, the voice thing might have been, but I'm talking about the questions itself. The questions themselves were not antagonistic.
Oh, okay.
Well, I do have a real quick question then, up or down. Are you seriously asking about these things, or is it just a trap question kind of thing?
How is it a trap? We've been looking at a lot of.
I just didn't know what other word to use there for what it was. Are you actually honestly asking about this to like correct it for you so that you're?
Well, I'm hoping that I gave you some imprint or impression of my historical knowledge here on these topics.
Right.
It's a very verifiable, good question to ask, though. I mean,
it's a good question. I agree. I'm just trying to figure you out and your goals. I'm not trying to like pick at you.
Hold on. Have you considered doing some research on these things?
I've done quite a bit of research, Josh. I mean, that's why I'm here right now.
Well, This isn't the place to really go into a lot of information. Maybe you could try doing some more research.
No, it's a good place to ask a lot of good questions that have led on to a lot of good discussion. I mean, the historical basis of Jesus is a very contemporary question that a lot of people are asking.
Okay. I remember before, too, not just today, but before, I think you were kind of antagonistic towards me before. And by the way, some other people were also. It's just my goal is to try to get everybody to be humble and to treat each other nicely. And that's all I want.
Okay, you've mentioned that point, so we can move on to the question. So,
people hear it, but they don't take it to heart, Yuri. That's why I have to keep.
Josh, I got a question for you. Why is there no maps of Nazareth in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century when Romans and Greeks were the best map makers?
Yeah, contemporary scholars don't deny the existence of Nazareth anymore.
Sorry, Nadia, do you want to respond? Go ahead.
They don't affirm it either.
I think you might also bear in mind that there was sort of a continuation conversation that people were trying to move on with. There was I don't know, maybe the Seamus's verificationist epistemology concerns, and our own ultimately concerns about doctrinal characterizations of various groups. Like, well, atheists and LGBT. So, I mean, this is jumping in on top of something that was already happening. You know that, Don, right? We came over from the hangout before.
What, by asking that question, you mean? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Your entire series. Entire line of questioning, right?
It was, I'm saying, sorry, say that again. My question was doing what?
Your entire line of questioning.
My entire line of questioning was doing what?
Yeah, we came over from a hangout before this one. We had a different discussion going.
Would anybody in this hangout agree that you've been bored to tears over these questions, or do you think it's been for good discussion?
Well, I think it has been antagonistic. I mean, I don't think anybody would agree except you.
Yeah, I think it would be a good conversation if you actually were going into the text and picking it apart, but I haven't seen you do that.
We're not talking about the text right now. We're talking about the history behind the historicity of Jesus. We haven't even talked about the text for a good 20 minutes now.
Well, there's a good article on the existence of Nazareth. So that's one claim that internet infidel types continue to try to make, and it's really not a point that critical historians really make anymore. So
well, can you just show us one map that has Nazareth on it?
Well, hold on. I just posted a link, and that's up to you to go research the link, and then we'll get back. Now, I'm going to research that Ptolemy, what you said. I don't think so, but since you said it, I think I will research that.
Yeah, Ptolemy. Ptolemy is what his name would have been.
Ptolemy. Excuse me.
And by the way, Josh, I did click your link, and I will definitely read it, and I appreciate it.
Fair enough. See, that's shaking hands, and that's what we should all do. Yeah.
It doesn't mean that I'm not going to be a critical thinker while I read it, but I appreciate the link.
That's good.
Yeah, we were just talking about that before we jumped over, that me and Josh could sit here 2 hours, disagree completely on everything, and still walk away learning something and probably having another conversation beyond that.
Well,
that's where you're at, Don. I think he'll accept you if you actually criticize it, especially if he researches it as well.
It
makes for good conversation when y'all actually do go at it that way.
Yeah, that's what I mean, though. Josh didn't really know much about Ptolemy until I brought him up, and I didn't know much about this article that he posted until he posted it.
Yeah. I actually don't know much about where Jesus was born. I mean, it's something that's always bothered me. Like is that,
Bethlehem?
well, that's what I always thought. But his name is Jesus of Nazareth.
Yeah, that's true.
That's not where, I don't think he was born in Nazareth.
No, he was born in Bethlehem, according to the.
Right. And then where they met up with the wise men and all that, that's where they started claiming Nazareth.
Yeah, I don't know where the Nazareth concept comes from. I've been trying to look up the map business, and the Oxford Study Bible that I have has Bible maps at the end, but they are assembled by the Oxford Bible Atlas. So I don't know what the original data is that supports the maps.
Right.
Well,
Oxford, Oxford is, a scholarly source.
Well, why do they call him Jesus of Nazareth?
Yeah, well, that's a question I had, though. I mean, Josh, can we go to Nazareth today? Can we go there today?
I don't know. Let's look at that article first, and then that's it.
Where else is Nazareth mentioned in there? Is it actually mentioned as being a city and all that? As you know what I mean, or a town or whatever? Is it mentioned through the Bible, Nazareth, as being a place like that? I have no clue. I'm asking y'all.
Not sure.
I have no clue either.
Because I have a feeling if it's not ever mentioned as being an actual city, then I wouldn't ever claim without knowing that it was.
There's a lot of these little villages around there. They're just finding out through archaeology.
Right.
Now, I remember.
This was just my idea. If it's not mentioned throughout there, though.
I remember reading a few news articles recently. Like archaeologists find evidence for Nazareth and so forth. I mean, so I don't think this is a real. This is one of the old skeptical, arguments. But
that's what I'm asking. What if Nazareth was a place, but it wasn't a town or a city? They were still in Bethlehem.
It could be a household.
Yeah, right. It could be like a house or like a plot of land there that's owned, you know what I mean, something else where they keep the animals or something. You know what I mean? Like,
could be the manger.
Right, exactly. It could be that place. And Bethlehem is the town. Nazareth is something in that town. But if the Bible mentions it somewhere else as other places as being a town or village or whatever, then that idea is shut down. It's just a thought. I don't know enough about it. I'm just going kind of off what y'all are saying. So. Just throwing spaghetti at the wall.
Welcome to the Hangout, Michael. Nice to see you.
Good morning, all. I've been listening for a while. Always fascinating.
Well, if you want to comment.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I've got information on Nazareth. I've just found it in map 13. It's near Jaffa. It's to the northeast of Jaffa, which is.
I think there might have been
not far from the province of Syria. The big city would be Sepphoris.
What are the sources so much you're bringing up there?
The Oxford Study Bible. It has maps in the back. It's in Galilee.
But that's what I'm asking for. Does it have the sources of the map?
Unfortunately, the sources, I'd have to read the front, and there's a great deal of material, but the Bible Atlas from Oxford. I mean, this is Oxford University. I'm not talking about some.
It's Oxford, but it's still
fly-by-night school.
Yeah, but if they were coming off a bad source or just that's why I was asking for the source.
It's possible.
Maps with Nazareth on them, But everyone that I've seen guessed it where it probably was.
Yeah,
We've got echo.
yeah, it's like, okay, 3210 to 3230 degrees east longitude. And let's see, does it have the latitude? I don't see latitude marked. Nuts. Surrounding areas are Jaffa, Exeluth, Sigoth, Garis, Ruma, Cana. That's C-A-N-A. But it's in the Galilee tetrarchy.
Without I have a hard time.
You don't have to buy it.
That's not your fault at all.
Map data was asked for. Tetrarchy of Philip.
Yeah, don't take it as me blaming you or pointing out to you. And the Oxford thing, I don't like just accept authority on authority. I do put that just a random person in.
Yeah, yeah. I understand. That's not a problem.
Is there a
okay, there's a really big city, Ptolemais. That's in Phoenicia.
How far is it from Bethlehem?
Bethlehem is, let's see.
Like,
on this map, I don't see it. It says under Roman administration for Samaria, which is to the south.
So we got some scholars in here, I guess, biblical scholars, who can't even say where Jesus was born.
Well, I'm not even a biblical scholar. I'm simply looking in a textbook written by biblical scholars.
Like Oxford. And John.
Is it me echoing? Let me mute real quick and see if it's your echo.
It's Bud.
It's me? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have headphones. I don't suppose Bethsaida or whatever. It's near the Sea of Galilee. It's the Sea of Galilee would be about 15 miles west of Nazareth in this map.
And where's Bethlehem?
Bud?
Yeah.
Would it be?
Maybe if you turn it a little bit.
When you're not talking.
Okay, you're pointing out Halfa. I don't see Halfa on this particular map.
Haifa?
Haifa, no, whatever. Yeah, I basically went to this particular map because it mentions Nazareth. It's titled North and Central Palestine at the time of the ministry of Christ, circa AD 30.
No telling where this map is from, but I feel like a mine Bethlehem to ones on each side of the West Bank.
Yeah, well, you got to realize this is, Judea is the name, or Jude, whatever, is the name of, that's to the south. Yeah, Judea. Yeah, it says Judea. It's written weird.
So Bethlehem's not in Nazareth, thing?
No, Bethlehem is nowhere near it. Bethlehem would be down in Judea, I would think.
Can you see that map online?
Yeah, I do. Nazareth way at the top there. And Bethlehem's not in that area where Nazareth is.
I can't back this. I don't even know what side.
Oh boy, Fudge need to be a lot more aggressive about cutting your money.
Turn your volume down.
I'm going to mute my mic.
There we go.
Maybe unmute now. Sometimes it fixes when you mute and unmute.
So did Jesus minister in Nazareth, and that's why it's called Jesus of Nazareth, but born in Bethlehem?
Yeah.
Is that what I'm picking up in the conversation?
If they take it this way, in their society, if me and you were traveling and you were pregnant, and we had to stop here to have the baby, but we were both born and from Nazareth. Would that not be expected? That kind of like if you were born in Russia, but your parents are American, and you would be American, even though you were born in Russia.
Mary's from
The way our
Nazareth.
laws work, you could be both, but I think you get the understanding.
Mary's from Nazareth, then.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. Is one of them from Nazareth?
One of them.
And I know the Jewish just go off the mother's bloodline as well to keep being a Jew.
Who knows?
That would kind of make sense. I mean, this is kind of conspiracy territory, but I mean, if you're following the day and time of how these people would have handled birth and your residence and such like that, he could have been born in Jerusalem and he would still be Jesus of Nazareth.
So they're in two separate countries, hey, Bethlehem and Nazareth.
Yeah, Jerusalem is about 40 miles south of Nazareth in Judea.
Was my little out there worth the crap, or is it not worth
The
looking
map looks pretty close, the one that you were showing on screen, but it doesn't have the level of detail of the one in the Oxford Study Bible.
Yeah, no, I wasn't meaning what I threw out on the map. What I threw out with the mother being from Nazareth. So Jesus could have been born anywhere on this map. He could have been, born in Samaria. But since his mother was from Nazareth, they were traveling when they had the baby. The baby would still be it would still be Jesus of Nazareth. And I tried to use the example: if you were born in Russia right now, you would still be considered American.
So is Mary from Nazareth?
Yeah. So that was the next question that nobody answered because you're probably studying the map. Is Mary from Nazareth, or is Joseph, was that his father? I know God was, but yeah. So was Mary from Nazareth? Does anybody know that?
I don't think Mary's birthplace is described anywhere, or Joseph's.
Right. What I said it makes sense in my head. That's the way. I have nothing except my opinion. But
you're retrofitting a story to data that doesn't exist. You have to get the data first.
And you listen to I put it out there. Did it sound crazy, or did it sound like a conclusion that was sound, at least from what we're looking at?
The big picture is Nazareth is in Galilee.
Yuri, hang on just a second.
Yeah.
Did what I say? Am I sounding crazy when I say it?
No, you make perfect sense.
Okay, everybody kept getting quiet when I said it, so I was like, maybe I'm just sounding crazy and I need to go to bed.
No, as soon as some evidence for Mary's origins are uncovered, that would be perfect fit.
Okay. I just thought it was sounding crazy. Sorry there, Fudd. I said it like 3 or 4 times and no responses, even on the question, so I thought maybe I needed to sleep.
That's okay. I was just trying not to interrupt anyone. It's difficult.
I know. Y'all were studying the map.
But yeah, Nazareth is in Galilee. Galilee is to the north of Judea, which is under Roman administration at that time. I'm assuming Galilee is also under Roman administration.
Okay.
So, all right, night, Josh.
Hey, have a good night.
Morning or whatever. So,
thanks again.
The ultimate source of these maps could be Roman. I just don't know that.
Right. It's an interesting thing. I'm sure there's info out there, or info showing that there's lack of info. I've heard that before, that the Jesus to be in 2 places, blah blah blah. But I don't. Even in my head, even if my story was wrong, I still don't see it.
Well, it doesn't really make a huge pile of difference. I mean, the sixth sense took place in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Would you agree that that is a fictional movie, not based on anything real? So you could have potentially a fictional character or composite characters or what have you, and they could be placed in existing towns at the time of, that they were supposed to be around. So this line of argumentation does not say one way or the other anything about the divinity of Christ or his existence even.
Right.
Okay, here's another line of evidence that also doesn't say this anything.
Go
What
ahead,
does Jesus itself mean? Means savior or messiah or something like that. Or
Yeshua means savior. Christos or Mashiach means.
So that almost sounds retrofitted.
Savior.
I mean, you don't. I don't know. You don't name a kid savior, unless it was super popular.
The trouble is that Yeshua was a, actual popular name.
So it was super popular, and everybody just wanted their kid to be the savior, I guess.
It wasn't super popular, but it was a relatively common name, like John.
My kid is going to be the savior. My kid's going to be the savior. I don't know. It's just, it doesn't mean anything. It's just, anecdotal, I guess.
It'd be like all the kids in my town start naming them lotto winner.
Yeah, exactly. And then they grow up to win the lottery, and then somebody's like retrofitting.
Right.
No, this is remarked upon. Richard Carrier, in fact, goes about the etymology in some paragraph or something on the historicity of Christ.
If you're writing a story, Jesus would be a great name for a savior. I would. That's just what I'd name my hero.
What was the name that got rejected not too long ago, and they went to court like 4 different times? They were trying to name their kid Christ or Savior or something like that.
There's actually something specific there. Yeshua, I think, the original was related to the founding of Israel, and there's quite a bit about Messiah claimants having some kind of relationship to it. So, I mean, there's actually more to the choice of name kind of being there for prophecy fulfillment and such.
What was the original question that got us asking the map and all this stuff?
I don't know. It was derailment is what we were actually talking about.
Right. It's
always a progression of successive derailments. Because I'm the only one here with an attention span, and nobody can follow me when I go back to what the original point was.
Right.
I go back to the original point, and people are like, "What the fuck are you talking about? It's a non sequitur." They actually forgot.
It's non sequitur now.
I didn't forget.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot.
What you were actually going on about for the past hour and a half hour, whatever, was a subsidiary point to this point, and you forgot the original point. And the fact you don't remember the original point doesn't make what I just said a non sequitur. And they don't remember, so they just write off whatever I said and likely derail the next thing.
Hey, Down, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm not really listening though. I've been half listening and reading this article that was posted to me by Josh.
Oh, you're fine. Okay, I just had a question. I was just trying to keep the room going. But I had a question. But don't worry about it.
Well, here's the thing I want to ask you though. I mean, do you think that I helped to keep the room going by asking the question that I asked?
Yeah, I think the conversation at least kept going for a while.
Yeah, I thought it was a good topic, and I'm glad that you all spoke up because those are very good questions. The historicity of Jesus is a very relevant topic even today.
He said no historian disagree. I've heard quite a few actually disagree. I've seen books written about it.
Books written about it that agree that he existed or didn't exist.
Just questioning the historicity itself, like whether he was real. It seems to be a consensus. There are lots of people that were Jesus's. A lot of people's stories got melted into one person.
That's interesting, though, too. The fact that he may be an embodiment of many different people. That's a good angle to come at. You should have brought that up earlier when Josh was still here.
Oh,
I don't actually know if I'm a direct advocate of amalgamation hypothesis. I mean, there's basically 0, 1, and many for your choices, right?
Oh, Nadia, you're just making a caricature of it. Come on.
No. So 0 is the mythicist, so to speak. 1 is historicist. The many is the amalgamationist or something like that. There isn't really a name for it. And I don't know of advocates for that. I wish I did, though.
So the amalgamationists then are what I hear more of lately, I guess. It seems to be a lot of people.
Do you actually have names?
Let's see here. Yeah, I'll give you a link. I honestly don't know anything about the historicity of the Bible, but I looked it up on Wikipedia just now. And there you go. It's just on
the Bible itself.
Are there any Christians still left in the room?
No.
Well,
Wait, Michael, man.
I'll ask it on air anyway. Maybe someone will hear it, because I might pass out here in a minute. But
so there's about 10 or 15 people.
What would you think if we were able to historically prove there was no Jesus in any form, right, doing any of this stuff? I know a lot of Christians say if Jesus' resurrection was disproven, then I wouldn't be a Christian. But if there was no even resurrection to be had...
That's the titular point there, though, because Josh said the same thing. Josh basically said that, because he believes in Jesus, he's a Christian. So that's kind of the head of the snake, so to speak. There, Xbox. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah. That's what I'm wondering if they would drop Christianity right then, or if they would try to either form something new, or if they would just try to reword or make all this stuff whatchamacallit, not a parody, but
they just move the goalpost back and say, oh, we don't need Jesus. We just know God.
Yeah, this was meant poetically or something.
Satire?
Yeah.
Analogy, or what is it?
No, I can't think of the word, but it's like not an analogy, not poetry.
Allegory.
Say it again.
Allegory.
Allegory. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I was to say. This is just allegory, or like I wonder if that is what, if I can find a Christian that'll actually honestly have the conversation instead of usually you find, well, I can't imagine a world without Jesus, because this is my worldview. I can't take him out.
I doubt it, because even Josh, who's intellectually honest, or pretty honest, just throughout the entire Bible, saying that, well, we don't need that to be Christian. He was saying that earlier, and yeah, actually you do.
Right, yeah, and I'm not talking about just removing Jesus from the Bible. I'm saying wiping him off the face of the earth.
He wrote the entire book, though, of his religion, saying you don't need that. That's a bigger step than just throwing out one character in the book. So if he's willing to go that far, he's just going to drop Jesus and say, oh, we don't need that.
Right.
I think, anyway.
Has anyone heard of the... what's the word? Something that doesn't have an answer?
Your mom.
Ha 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 ha. No, what I was meaning...
Something that doesn't have an answer. And then go sorry. Sorry, I am really sorry. Go ahead.
That shit ain't funny, man.
I could bet.
He's just tired.
Yeah, I'm just...
No.
What was... I actually think that the mythicist account would not actually damage Christianity that much as a religion. For instance, so the mythicist hypothesis says that the claims regarding Christ's resurrection and such were as a spiritual being in some kind of heavenly realm. Well, that's effectively irrefutable. At which point you can essentially take the mythicist sort of hypothesis is like, you know, the Docetist or a Docetist-like kind of doctrine, and well, Jesus is still there, still saying the same stuff. Big fat deal. The religion goes on.
Mm-hmm.
Right. There's.
I'm sure it would. And I might think of a few questions that I can actually ask.
If you literally prove, yeah, if you literally prove there's no historical person called Jesus Christ, there's actually no reason the religion should go down.
Mm-hmm.
Paradox.
See
was
what
the word I was
going to have you ask you the definition of paradox. Yeah.
What?
I said, yeah, that's what, as soon as she got done talking, I was going to ask you for that definition again, and you said it, paradox.
Right. That was the answer I was looking for.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't my mom.
I don't know.
I was
Are you aware
meaning
of the
to...
Docetists?
Say what?
Are you aware of the Docetists?
Excuse me?
Docetists.
No.
No clue.
They believe that the appearances of Christ on earth were illusory. And we're still Christian.
Huh.
You can look it up on Wikipedia. I'll get the link when I get back to the...
Yeah, this was to say, if you please type out that word. I heard you say it, but I still don't know what it is.
Docetist.
Oh, not up. I'm getting my mouse over there. Okay, D-O what?
Docetist. With a C.
Oh,
D-O-C-E.
yeah, my C key is sticking. I'm sorry. I'll let you type it out now.
Yeah, I'll just get the whole link. Hang on.
I spilled soda in this keyboard there that I thought I got it all cleaned out, but for some reason the C must still have something under it.
Okay, here we go. Docetism. I mean, essentially, the not truly existing Christ is not a problem for Christianity. Docetism was there. They were earnest believers and so on, and didn't seem to take any serious theological damage. Granted, Christian might think it's radical, but we, on the other hand, don't find it so. And my headset just fucked up. How much of that actually?
Your mic just switched.
Yeah, I switched it back. How much of it actually got through?
Yep, it's back.
How much of it actually got through? What I was saying?
Everything. We could hear you. It actually switched to where we could hear you really good, and then switched back.
Mm-hmm. I was just reading that. Docetism? Is that how you pronounce it?
Docetism.
Docetism.
I think, anyway.
So they're saying that because Jesus is the Son of God, he had the power to not be written about or documented. Huh. Is that the belief?
I think it's
Because
usually that he's an illusion.
He's an illusion.
Yeah, the doctrine according to which the phenomenon of Christ is historical and bodily existence, and thus above all the human form of Jesus, was altogether mere semblance without any true reality. The belief that Jesus only seemed to be human, and that his human form was an illusion.
So that would concur with the amalgamationists.
I would concur with any of the mythicist positions.
Or any doctrine, really.
No.
That concurs with everything.
No, it doesn't concur with the standard Christian historical.
So, if Jesus' human form was just...
I'm starting to hallucinate, so I'm going to go to bed.
I'm going to bed too.
I will catch y'all in a few hours, I'm sure.
Take care.
Yeah, y'all have a good one. Thanks, Nadia, for bringing me on.
Have good hallucinations.
Sure thing.
Enjoy them.
Yeah, no, I might enjoy them for a little bit, and then I'll pass out. Catch y'all later.
Take care, take care.
Yeah, so, like I was mentioning, the I mean, you literally wouldn't quote-unquote damage Christianity by proving that no historical person existed. One of those.
Well, have you heard?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I brought up the point about the paradox of I don't remember the exact name of it, but it was the paradox of if you take a ship, a part of the ship, each part of it, right. So I'm wondering how much of the original, well, Christianity, I mean, how much of it can you take apart and it will still be Christianity? If Jesus isn't really required to be an actual historical figure, then what else can we take out of it?
We should ask the Latter-day Saints that question.
Well, we can already see that most of the doctrine surrounding Christ or whatever, besides Christ itself, is some denomination or something that, or sect that differs. And in fact, you already had Docetists. They were a sect historically. Right.
Yeah, there was rather a wide variety prior to the canonization process. And then how long did Catholicism last before Martin Luther nailed his 95 Theses to that church in Germany?
Question of when Catholicism truly started. But yeah, that'd be a good 50, 100 years. Orthodox Christianity, headed by, I guess, the emperor. Sorry, the emperor as a patriarch. I'm not sure when the emperor took over as the patriarch, number one. And number two, that was ended in, the conquest of Constantinople, right? So 1453. So let me look up when the emperors actually took over. Go back to the list of popes, really.
Yeah, I forgot about the schisms.
Johnny Mai, are you there, Johnny Mai?
I'm here, but I can't talk because Nadia's gonna fucking stop the broadcast on me.
Nadia, one thing to take note of though. Look at how much more packed the room was when I was talking earlier about a topic that everybody could give input on.
Could we?
Go ahead.
I was just wondering if you could please change the subject. That seems kind of a downer.
Yeah, I agree with Seawater. I'm with you on that, Seawater.
Yeah, take the credit down. Take the credit for the whole room.
No, Nadia should take credit though, because she allowed us to have the discussion. So I'll give her that. She facilitated it.
Yeah, I don't see the emperors actually taking over.
Somebody was trying to play the victim card though, Nadia.
Nadia, I just asked Josh one question and I still didn't get an answer.
Could you talk normally so I can friggin' understand you?
Well, I could say the same about you, Nadia.
Okay. How so?
because half the time I can't understand you. But because you got the controls of the room, Nadia, you can boot me anytime. You're free to do that, right? But I asked Josh a question, and I thought it was a really easy question, right? And then you stopped the broadcast on me, Nadia.
What do you mean you can't understand me?
There's a lot of times you use words. I have to get the dictionary out to understand the words that you use. Maybe I'm a bit of a slow learner there, Nadia. But don't hold that against me. But you can mute me anytime you want, Nadia. You can boot me. I don't care. It's up to you. I'm just telling you. I asked Josh a question, right? I thought it was a very easy question, right? I didn't get an answer. All I got is the shifting of the goalposts. And then when I wanted to ask the question again, you stopped me from the broadcast.
A shifting of from the goalposts and playing the victim card is what happened.
Then you decided to mute me and not Josh. And I think you're going to do it again, Nadia. I speak English, but I don't know.
You can antagonize your interlocutor.
And then you accused me of using a different voice. And I said, well, Nadia, I'm accusing you of using a different voice.
You can antagonize your interlocutor to the point where moderation is necessary.
See, I don't understand that question that you said, Nadia. I don't understand that.
Nadia, just because somebody claims they're being just because someone claims they're being antagonized doesn't always mean they actually are. Okay, they're being a drama queen, so to speak, and playing the victim card.
So the fake voices were, I don't know, a above-board tactic.
Oh, so you accuse me of using a fake voice. Is that right, Nadia?
You're doing likewise now, me.
Well, guess what, Nadia? I'm accusing you of using a fake voice.
Well, accuse all you want.
Well, there you go, Nadia. You accuse all you want, but I tell you what, Nadia, don't stop the broadcast when I'm using it. It might be your room, Nadia, but you can't tell me what I can do.
My voice is genuine, yours is fake. And you will not get a free pass for playing that kind of, I don't know, below-board antagonization.
And Michael, did you want to add anything? Johnny May, hold up. Michael, did you want to add anything? You can use the mic, Michael. I saw you type it on the right there. You want to say anything? Michael, use the mic. Okay, Johnny May, go ahead. I didn't want it to be all you, Johnny May. Go ahead.
What, so you want to play the transphobe?
Well, I get a little bit scared when Nadia, it's her room because she's got all this power. I just want to sit back and relax and just listen.
Yeah, Nadia.
Go ahead.
Nadia, didn't you complain before when people would kick you out of their hangouts and block you, though?
I remember that.
I had, genuinely good behavior and such to back that complaint up. This is
I remember that, Nadia. You used to complain all the time about how you used to get kicked out and people used to block you and all this and that. Now you're doing the same shit.
No.
Yes, Nadia. Yes, you are, Nadia. You're doing it to me. You are, Nadia. You're in denial.
Well, John.
I know the character, but
I think.
And
because you get all the Christians in the room,
I'm not
And
playing
then you
some
start
kind of,
kicking out
smear
all the
the mind.
atheists.
Excuse me. I'm not playing some kind of smear the queer ostracism game. Actually, more targeted on the basis of socioeconomic lack of success. But anyway, the difference in when I, finally am roused to take action against those who disrupt my hangouts and similar is it's not only generally disruptive behavior. I actually let people quote unquote get away with stuff for a long time. They have to repetitively go about it. They have to do it on a sustained basis. Maybe like an hour or something, and you have to defy request to stop.
Mm-hmm. Nadia, we understand.
Okay, and what's your new voice supposed to indicate here?
We understand, Nadia.
Okay, tell me what your newest fake voice is supposed to be. What it's supposed to tell me.
You want to stand up for all them Christians and kick us atheists out. We understand. You like the sadomasochistic punishment, Nadia.
That doesn't sound like anything Down used to sound like before.
No, I don't act that way. Question is, who is disruptive in these kinds of below the board antagonistic ways? People can be inadvertently disruptive.
Nadia, I asked Josh a fucking very simple question, Nadia. It wasn't disruptive. I didn't get the answer, and I still don't have the answer. Maybe I wasn't listening. Maybe you want to tell me what Josh said.
Yeah, this is not some kind of grand opportunity for mockery or whatever. I mean, I get a tranny and she-male yelled out at me just trying to walk down the street. I can't even make it to the bodega. It's not even a single block.
Nadia, I never made a personal attack against Josh or you. Don't play that victim card.
Oh, you can shut up about the victim card. I don't fall into idiotic fallacies. And
that's what Josh does. He plays the victim card.
Excuse me. And Saka, you seem to understand the importance of civility, decorum, and etiquette. Would you care to back me up on explaining this to Down and John, and possibly also Bunto? Yeah, they've been using, I guess, odd voices or trying to change their vocal style to have a blowboard way to mock people or whatever, mock the Christians that they're getting involved with. And I broadcasted John for part of the interaction. He ran away anyway, but and now Down and John are playing that game against me, so I'm telling them, no, it's not how you make progress, not how you deal with anything, not how you actually have a real discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I can see this from both angles because I'm also guilty of doing those things as well sometimes. Most of the time when I want to have a civilized discourse, if I actually want to have these conversations, I'm going to you have to respect the view that somebody else is coming at. If you don't respect the person or the views that they hold, there's really no point in having a conversation with them. There's guys out there that I mean, most of the people that I talk to, I have no problem with at all. But guys like Christian Hillbilly come along, yeah, I do exactly the same thing. But that's only because I just really don't like him as a person.
You know, Christian Hillbilly does a voice as well, doesn't he, Sacco? He has his own little condescending voice.
Absolutely, he's well, he is condescending. Like, he's ignorant. He's a bigot. If he didn't have his faith to hide behind, he'd just be a straight up asshole. But you know, I mean, so there's situation that. But I mean, what I do and what I agree with that is I just don't interact with those people, because then it saves, you know, them dragging me down to their level, and I just continue on having decent conversations with the people that I actually like talking to.
Well, the observation that I want to make, though, is whenever an atheist comes in here and asks pointed questions and wants answers, they get called the bigot. They get called the antagonizer. Okay. Not once have I ever seen Nadia protect an atheist from Brett Keane or J-Dubs or any of these other antagonizers. But heaven forbid if a atheist questions a theist in here. You know, bloody murder.
It depends what you're questioning them on.
Well, it doesn't matter.
You think I haven't, I don't know. I think Jesus DiCaprio is probably the biggest one, but there are others. I think it is rarer, actually.
Nadia, you let Brett Keane call you an abomination, and J-Dubs wished you would die, and said it in a live on air. All kinds of stupid stuff directly at you, Nadia. By the way, personal stuff on a personal level, and you did not
from broadcasting. No way.
Oh yeah. And you know why?
Why?
Because those are the people that actually need persuading. Those people that actually have to somehow be interacted with, dealt with, and the way you persuade them.
Yeah, that's right.
The way you persuade anyone is not through necessarily rational argumentation. It's through relationship building.
Nadia, Brett Keane is a troll, okay? He was an atheist, a outright public atheist for about 6 or 7 years. He would call churches on YouTube and record the conversations and you know, show how ignorant they were of humanity, etc., okay? And now he's pretending to be a Christian to get donations. He's not even a real Christian.
Well, I won't necessarily agree on all that. His profession has to be taken at face value.
Well, I've known him. I've known Brett Keane since 2007, Nadia. I'm giving you some info here. I've known him a long time, a lot longer than anybody else on here.
Okay, so what?
What do you mean, so what? What sort of an answer is that, Nadia? What do you mean, so what? That's a stupid answer. So what?
What does it prove?
It proves that he knows Brett King more than you. That's what it proves, Nadia.
Maybe you do. And is your claim specifically that he is not Christian in earnest?
Of course he's not. I got videos to prove it. What are you going to say to that, Nadia? So what? Is that your answer? So what? Is that your answer?
Well, it's part of the answer. I mean, you're not actually finishing your argument.
Oh, hang on. I'm going to mute myself. I want you to talk, Nadia. Hang on a second. I have to mute myself.
Take Brett Keane as seriously as every other Christian on here. The kinds of views he ends up adopting from his conversion to Christianity, matter in terms of spreading the opinions, burned into his doctrine, coming out of his doctrine, whatever, about atheists, about LGBT people, about all these things that matter. So yeah, I do want to be there. I do want to talk to him. Do want to at least be someone there that can be an example that people such as atheists, such as trans people, such as, I don't know, BDSM practitioners and so on are not, or better maybe than the usual Christian doctrine says they are. Behaving badly, antagonistically, insulting, developing hostile relationships, and of course cutting off relationships is not how you establish your character of people who are atheists and everything else are better than, rapists, which is what surveys say. The general public actually thinks of atheists.
Nadia, can I play a video on the YouTube app?
It doesn't start up for the moderator.
Oh. Can you play a video for me in the YouTube app that'll be broadcast to the whole room?
Two things. It doesn't get broadcast to the audience. So it just looks like a bunch of dead air to them. And second, I can't start up the app as a moderator.
Okay, Nadia, I'm going to share me screen so you can watch part of this video, okay? I want to show about 30 seconds of it.
No, not even 30 seconds.
It's a YouTube video, Nadia. It's pertaining to the topic. 30 seconds.
I know. I can watch it externally. I can link it externally.
But I want to play it for the viewers, Nadia.
No recordings. Play it in the Hangout.
It's not inappropriate, Nadia. It's got it's a video from Brett Keane. It's a video from Nadia.
It doesn't matter. Copyrights.
There's no copy. How's there a copyright? It's a video that Brett Keane made.
There's no copyrights, Nadia. Stop it, please. Right? There's no copyrights on that sort of shit.
Again.
Just post the link in the chat.
Just post the link in the chat.
But the viewers won't be able to see the link or the video.
If you try to play the video, I will hide your screen. Hide your broadcast.
You'll hide your broadcast.
No playing videos. No playing any kind of recordings.
That's not very nice, Nadia.
Oh.
Well, YouTube is very nice. That was sad. Well, maybe not so sad, but okay. Yeah, post the link in the text chat. We can look at it outside of the Hangout.
Okay. Hey, anybody who's interested, go to the YouTube app, and you can see what I'm talking about.
The YouTube app doesn't work for the moderator. The moderators who calls can't start it. I don't know what kind of glitch it is.
Yeah, that's fine.
Excuse me.
No,
I
go
don't
ahead.
know what kind of glitch it is.
Oh,
I don't know what kind of... Excuse me. You mind? Let me talk. I don't know what kind of glitch it is, but the moderators cannot start the YouTube app. It doesn't work.
Hello.
Hey, Johnny May, can you see the? Can anybody see the YouTube ad?
Yeah, everybody but the moderator can.
I can see it.
Just post the link into the text, and if we want to watch it, we can watch it.
Okay, but
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I actually want to know what the hell you're watching. I can't start the YouTube app to look. It doesn't work. It's a technical issue.
Hey, Michael, you don't have any right to pause me app, Michael, unless you want to speak.
Here we go. I can start the YouTube app and show you it doesn't work.
Yeah, but Nadia, some of us are watching it, and Michael's pausing the video for no reason.
Actually,
Who paused the video?
Michael's pausing the video. Michael, this video is not being broadcasted live, so stop interfering.
I want to see the video.
If you wanted to do something,
yeah, down. This is not news to me.
What was the point of the video?
Yeah, down. This is not news.
I'm sorry, with all due respect, but 30 seconds of that video was all I could handle.
I really don't care, because people are watching it outside of the live hangout right now, so stop pausing it.
don't.
What? I don't know what the pausing stuff is about. I was just simply saying I couldn't watch the video. Well, I could watch the video, I just could not stand more than 30 seconds of it.
Go to the bathroom and have.
Saka? What's going on with you?
Not much. What is that? Me?
Yes, I'm just seeing your being muted and unmuted and all the time, constantly.
I don't know.
Probably the YouTube video.
Sorry, I was just trying to leave the YouTube app of it.
Michael, that video is not being broadcast live right now, so stop pausing it. You don't want to see the video, close the app.
Yeah, YouTube doesn't come out to the YouTube audience, so, or the YouTube recording, so that's fine. All the copyright issues.
Yep, thank you, Nadia.
Yeah. Yeah, no need to worry there. No, I don't know when they fixed the bug, but it was historically true that the YouTube app did not start up for moderators to Hangouts. Next is, yeah, I'm aware of all this. I know of Brett's history, and I'm not like grievously shocked by it or anything.
Well, you know, you have legitimate needs and concerns, and he will put on a facade to get money, you know.
There's perhaps also a distinct manner that I operate, but in the meantime, yeah, that's not something someone who actually kind of knows the depths of desperation and all that, I don't think, I don't think I can really nitpick about the manner and possibly, you know, quote unquote abuse or whatever of what might have been donated. I think I think these kinds of survival concerns have to be basically given some kind of exemption from, well, consideration in the great debates, so on. I mean, for instance, Michael Shermer. You know of that case?
No, explain it.
I'm unclear, but I think there was some kind of elevator gate type thing. So, basic genetic fallacy, right? You know, the character that he may or may not have shown before during, or, you know, maybe even criminal during the elevator gate affair. I don't actually know enough of the content of it to be able to say what the allegation was. Actually, I'm not even sure Shermer was the one the allegation was against. But in the meantime, you know, whatever it is, you know, Michael Shermer's work, in terms of skeptical debunking of various things, yeah, there's no impact on the quality of that. Yeah, there's no genetic fallacy. And times are tough for a lot of people. If you go fishing around for, you know, almost anyone who's been in a crisis, you'll find a lot of them have done things that are not going to hold up to some kind of heavily moralizing scrutiny. Yeah, if you're gonna hold Brett's feet to the fire for something, I wouldn't do it about that.
Well, it's just showing that he's disingenuous as well. That was the only point of it. He's always got an ulterior motive.
Again, right? Yeah. What is the basic method of anyone, I guess, committing some moral breach to survive.
Well, Nadia, there's a point to this though, because Seth got disenfranchised because you took Brett's word over Seth's. Now Seth McCullen isn't comfortable.
I did not take Brett's word over Seth's.
That's what I heard directly from Seth. He said that Brett was complaining. Brett had a little fitty fit, Nadia, where he was meeting people and Tony to ban them as well.
Oh yeah, I remember the incident. I saw the character of what happened though, and I don't think that's how Seth articulated it either.
Well, Seth was blocked from the hangout by Brett, or something happened. So.
Yeah, he wasn't able to get in. The accusation was basically of, favoring the theists or whatever.
Well, I'm just making the point. I'm not the only one making that accusation, Nadia.
Yeah, I know. And and some of the trouble with that is that, we are trying to deal with people that have gone astray. They've, come to some kind of erroneous conclusion that, guides them to eventually do something that hurts somebody. And that's better not be a recording. Looks like a still picture. That's fine.
Well, some people will come in here, though, and they have these Google hacks. Some theists will come in here with a Google hack, Nadia. And even when they don't have controls, they can boot people out of the room.
Yeah, I know about the back doors already.
And that kind of upsets me, Nadia, because it's your hangout or it's Paul's hangout or whoever's hangout it is, and they can do a hack and kick whoever they want behind the moderator's back.
And so what? I mean, the method of persuasion is essentially relationship building, right?
Yeah, but here you are extending the olive branch, letting them talk about whatever they want to talk about. But when an atheist comes in, they want to try to control and manipulate everything and kick them out when they don't agree with them. That shows their true tolerance. Kick them out with that hack is what they're doing.
So, what happened? Okay, I just go back.
Ermine has a hack that allows her to remove anybody she wants from any hangout she's in, okay?
Well, it's not a hack. She's a debugger, so to speak, on Google Plus.
What does a debugger mean?
Well,
explain that to me.
Well, I don't know the official term for it, but she basically has the moderator rights in any hangout because she reports
That's not
bugs.
a debugger.
Yeah, I know, because she reports bugs. She knows the people who made Google Plus Hangouts, essentially. The administrators and the founders, I guess you can say. She's friends with them, and they gave her this ability because she reports bugs, and she can solve some problems, like kick troll.
She can't solve no fucking problems. She doesn't report any fucking bugs, alright?
She does. Well, at least according to her, and I believe her. She seems like a
Hey, listen up, though. Listen up, though. It's not her job to kick trolls out of moderated hangouts. If somebody has a hangout and they want to allow Seth or Johnny May or me in it, or whoever's in it, Hermine does not have the right to come in and hijack their hangout that they made themselves and decide who can stay and who can go.
You're right about that. It's got nothing to do with fucking bugs, alright?
Yeah, I know. It's kind of difficult,
Cut the accent. It's idiotic.
I think it's actually.
Drop yours, Nadia, and I'll drop mine.
Oh wait, that's not exactly. Okay.
I've never seen Hermine kick anyone out.
Are they?
Are you
really do that?
Hang on. Let me hold John's feet to her. Are you transphobically claiming that my voice is a fake ruse? Seriously.
Nadia, I think he heard your
Where'd you get
voice.
your LGBT animus? What?
I think he heard your voice break before, is what he told me.
So
I think we all did.
what is your... Where does your LGBT animus come from, John?
Well, he might be
You,
drunk.
getting carryovers from Christianity? Yeah, you actually believe 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 19, Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 5, Genesis chapter 2, verse 24. Oh, they're burned into your brain, aren't they? Yeah, you fake atheist. You sucked out that Christianity and can't get it out of you no matter what you do.
I think he's just drunk and being an asshole.
Nadia, we're more alarmed and afraid that you may become a theist. Okay, this is an intervention. Nadia is what it has been.
What?
Intervention my ass.
What intervention?
People are concerned that Nadia may, not just me and Johnny May, other atheists are concerned that she may become a theist, and so that's why this is an ongoing intervention.
Okay, what do you mean by intervention? I don't see anything that you do or Johnny May does an intervention in any sorts.
It's an intervention that gets to the source of why she is allowing the theists to bash the atheists without any recourse.
When did that happen?
Well, specifically with Seth, though. Okay, Brett Keane made up some far-fetched story, and then Seth remained blocked from the hangout, basically, by Brett Keane.
Okay,
The
well...
story had nothing to do with it. I don't even remember what the story was.
Well, people have the right to block other people. This happens on both sides, not just the theist side against atheists.
Yeah, I make noise and I bother Brett about it, and by and large, he's moving toward going at it from a distance. We not down with the style of my hangouts.
But you've got an example there of two theists who are abusing their power, especially, Ermine, okay? Two theists abusing their power to make stuff, to ban or remove atheists. Nadia.
I don't think she abuses it.
Ermine is not a hostile force.
She doesn't abuse it, Art. Go watch Paul's live hangout where she removed me, and she's removed Johnny May twice.
Probably because you're being unproductive to the discussion, so to speak. Which
You know what?
might be.
No, it's not her hangout. So why does she get to decide who's productive and who's unproductive? She didn't make the hangout, Art.
Yeah, I know. I would agree with that, actually. But it's not
I try to
abusing.
keep up with this. I try to keep up with this 24/7. I generally trust her. She steps in while I'm asleep. I don't think it's a problem. I think it doesn't matter whether she's Christian or atheist.
Well, it matters a lot that she's a
You and
theist,
John.
but she thinks she's
No,
right.
You and John actually do have some issues with how well you deal with decorum, civility, and etiquette, and I think if you dig up a timestamp on a video, I'm pretty likely to back her up.
We have issues with decorum and civility, though. Michael was the one yelling at you, okay, about nutrition and berating you for over an hour.
Well, we've had talks since then. Yeah, we've we worked out how to work past the issue.
Yeah, but I'm just making the point, though, Nadia, that I've never personally attacked anybody over nutrition or anything else. Everything I have brought up has been based off of their own book and based off of historical facts and science. I've not actually personally attacked anybody.
1, 2. 1, 2.
Yeah, we can hear you, Simon.
Thank you, sorry.
I've seen a bigger insistence of Christians personally attacking atheists than atheists attacking Christians. So, that's the point I'm making.
Yeah, and part of the trouble is we do have to, quote-unquote, take the moral high ground. And the entire sort of, trouble that we're having with Christians in the country consists of, that they apparently think we're less trustworthy than atheists. That's apparently where they think our morals are.
Well, if you want to take the fucking moral high ground, Nadia, stop kicking out the fucking atheists from the room.
But if you don't want to get kicked out, you'll stop using that fucking fake voice.
But he's making the point, though, Nadia.
What about your voice, Nadia?
Okay,
What
John,
about your voice?
Johnny, okay, this sounds really anti sort of, what is it called?
Yeah, but there's a double standard here, though. Any theist can say whatever they want to Nadia, that they never get kicked out. If an atheist brings up stuff from the Bible, they're called antagonistic and they get kicked out. Yeah, if you had theists cursing at you, Nadia, directly cursing at you, and you let it slide. When an atheist challenges a theist, they get, booted out of the room.
No, it's not because you challenge, it's how you challenge it. I mean, there's...
It doesn't matter how you challenge it. The theists are doing personal attacks. They're doing personal attacks.
You myself...
No.
You don't understand what's happening at all, right? We need to be taking the moral high ground. We need to be approaching with, facts and evidence and reason and logic and philosophy and everything else. And when you come at it with curses, with mockery, with whatever kind of attacks,
hey, Michael, maybe
you're ruining the whole show.
A direction from your playbook.
You're putting up a bad example of who and what atheists are. You're confirming all they say about atheists being as untrustworthy as rapists. You're fucking it all up.
Oh, because I'm not personally. Should I personally attack people and cuss at them like Michael did, and then I'll be on the moral high ground? I'll be better off.
Well, retaliating in kind is not how you get the moral high ground.
Okay, I ask provocative questions and very analytical questions and very straightforward, and I let people respond. Once they respond, I give actual historical facts and scientific information to back up why they're wrong and why I believe why that's a fact. I don't go into why I believe this or that. I give facts.
Have I ever kicked you down?
No, I'm not talking about you, Nadia. I'm talking about the theists in general, though, and the ploy that they try to use. When I give that rationale, though, Nadia, they turn to you and say, oh, we're the victim. He's asking very hard questions. He's being too analytical. He's stating too many facts. I can't handle that. And they try to play the victim.
Well, even so, what's the argument you're actually trying to win?
The argument is that you have a lot more tolerance for for theists when they make direct attacks with curse words at you, versus, and by the way, theists who also told you they wish you would die, as opposed to atheists that are simply bringing up facts in a hangout and asking pointed questions.
What do you think the argument is?
The argument is that there's a double standard.
Do you think the argument is over whether or not there's a God?
The argument has to do with facts and science. It always is from an atheist presentation.
No, it doesn't. The argument has to do with who we are and what our character is. And, well, persuading people that we are not as, horrific of moral monsters as rapists, just by dint of atheism.
Okay, I understand you now that you stated that. So your goal is never to convince them that God doesn't exist. Your goal is to make them accept atheists as fellow moral, humanistic individuals who are, good people. And I respect that.
All right, now, how do you achieve that? By yelling at them, calling them stupid, and so on?
Well, I don't do personal attacks. I mean, I ask pointed questions.
Yeah. Well, if you think it through, right?
Nadia, I treat it this way. They're on the stand, and I'm the attorney, okay? And I'm asking them the questions to support and validate what they're believing, okay? Your goal is your goal. My goal is my goal. I want them to realize that their beliefs are exactly what they are, just fairy tales.
Then think about it from the point of view of someone who's trying to run a room that's going about, saying, atheists are not moral monsters like rapists. Trans people aren't moral monsters like rapists, and so on.
I think
go to a room like that, right? Your presentation matters. Your tone matters. Decorum, civility, and etiquette matter. They matter a lot.
You saw me in here earlier, Nadia. What did I do? I asked a question, and then I muted my mic and let them talk, and then I responded. So that was definitely had a lot of decorum and civility.
You played a game with your voice. I called you out on it. You backed off. I mean, we know what happened, right?
I talked like Mark Wilson for about 2 minutes. So again, can they stop playing the victim card on that? I don't see how using a funny voice is enough to say he's personally insulting me. Oh, I'm a victim.
Anyone can claim personally.
People know when they're being. Go ahead and tell me.
I think anyone can claim personal attacks, of course, and it's a good trick when you're losing an argument, and that's the point. They're losing the argument when they come down to this kind of excuse. And if we can just keep backing them into corners by making them excuse themselves there, rather than beating them with a stick in there, they're more likely to come out atheist at the end.
No. They're not going to come out atheist, period.
Well,
what they're going to do is they're going to come out saying that atheists are, as horrible of moral monsters as rapists and Hitler.
Yep.
That's what they're going to do.
Yeah, but the point he's making, the point Simon's making, though, is that if they run out of excuses for why they believe this, they'll have to accept the facts eventually. Okay, that's the point he's making.
No.
May I make a point regarding the moral high ground?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, all right. You got the, let's say you got a theist who's going off and starts going on a rant. They're obviously showing their true colors. So by not responding in kind, that's the moral high ground. We're showing our true colors. So they're the ones that are going on the rants. We're not. We're just, let them speak. And they can hang themselves. That's all I had to say.
Yeah, they can also, they have another little trick, which is preaching. So they can get the gospel out and start preaching gospel to us. And I don't know about you, but myself as an atheist, there's nothing that winds me up more than when someone keeps trying to tell me that I'm a fool because I can't read my own mind.
Yeah, Romans 1:20, Psalms 14:1. Their doctrines have bad things to say about us.
So they don't have to be rude. They don't have to be antagonistic. They can just preach gospel. And I'm as wound up as if someone's called me an idiot.
Well, the tactic I think you're hinting at but aren't really following all the way to home is they can filibuster. They've got a long script they can read from, and they can fill all 80 hours and never let you get your point across. Or any point.
They've got a long script in which they all drink the same Kool-Aid and they all use that same script. They're like door-to-door salesmen. I mean, they use the same script in an attempt to get that sale, so to speak. It's not analytical at all. It's just, I mean, it's propaganda.
Yeah, filibustering is a serious issue, and unfortunately there aren't really great ways to deal with it without, unfortunately, it's kind of losing the high ground and all that kind of thing. And I don't know. I think you. I mean, it may be that just that kind of show you want to participate in is not the kind of show I want to run. But I don't think you're actually the one with the issue down. I think you can actually play along and not have so big of an issue with all this. I think the one who was having real trouble was John.
Okay, I appreciate that. Simon, do you want to say anything?
Well, I think that Nadia's approach is by far the most effective approach, and I don't think it's true that theists cannot become atheists. I mean, just by reasonable debate, I feel people will go to sleep and question themselves just by having a reasonable point put to them in a way which they can't give any personal refutation to. So they can't say, well, this person told me that, so therefore I'm going to discount it, or they said it in such a way as to make me feel small, so I'm going to discount it. If you can just say this stuff to them, so it's so one clear point comes across at the end, which is not an attacking point, then they have to reflect on that. Whether that reflection has any hope of getting through is another matter. But at least when people's conscience goes to sleep, they may think about it. Carry on.
I think people do flip, but it's a very small portion of the time. Sorry. I think people do change between deists and atheists, but it's a very small portion of the time. I don't think it's significant. I don't think it's worth bothering and striving for. I think the die is largely cast at birth. It's the way your brain's made, whatever. Some people might realize later, and that probably accounts for almost all of the flipping. But still, like I said, the real mission is, to get to the point where you can actually, coexist and not have like massive discrimination, whatever. As soon as somebody finds out, somebody's just finding out you're an atheist will be like the end of your career, and so on. There's, we're gonna keep pointing that survey. They think that we are moral monsters equivalent to rapists.
Can I ask for
atheists are moral monsters equivalent to rapists, right? On the order of rapists. That's literally what they think of us, right? How are you going to live in something like that? Somebody finds out secret that you're an atheist. You're under that kind of gun. Nobody will get anywhere near you because you're that bad of a monster. That's something that needs to be changed. That's something that we can change if we take that moral high ground. If we, present ourselves to them as people with integrity, people with compassion, with morality, fulfill obligations to, do the duties and all that kind of thing. And unfortunately, I'm in dire enough straits myself that I can't really fulfill quite all of that. But at the same time, you don't get that with mockery, with insulting, with antagonization, with you know, the hostile approach and so on.
I think your point about saying those approaching theists with those qualities is absolutely correct, especially using the word compassion in there. I think that's the one that's most likely to move people to accept atheists as good people. So yeah, I just wanted to qualify what you were saying and reaffirm it.
Could I ask for clarification on one point? I know this is kind of old,
No.
but okay.
I'm kidding. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm just drunk.
Aren't we all? Anyway, Down mentioned at one point that this was apparently an intervention because some people were afraid of that Nadia was turning into a theist. I just wanted to clarify that, Nadia, you did, well, at least when I asked you at one point during our lifetimes, you did say you were an atheist, right?
I've been a lifelong atheist.
Okay. And were you considering changing that perspective into a theistic perspective?
No.
Okay. So this isn't an intervention in your eyes.
If it is, it's spurious. I mean, it could be an intervention, but it'd be superfluous, spurious, whatever.
Does anybody have an
There's,
example? Excuse me.
Yeah,
Does
so
anybody
there's
have
no
an
risk.
example?
Oh, shit. I'll finish up. There's no risk of becoming. There's no risk by becoming a theist or even a deist. I am not seriously. I'm not interested in their positions as anything as I would adopt myself. To the extent I learn them, it's to basically know what killed me. Go ahead, Simon.
Yeah, I was just going to say I'm new to YouTube and G+, but I certainly haven't heard Nadia say anything about a personal position which would lead me to believe that she was even considering theism. Nadia definitely knows all of the angles that you can approach these subjects from, and I think that may be misconstrued sometimes as a belief, but it's just a knowledge as far as I'm concerned. And you know, some theists don't want to talk. You know, they don't come in. Well, you know, trolls. If you're dealing with a troll, of course you're not going to be reasonable, compassionate, understanding, and all of these kind of things. So there's another way it can be misconstrued as well. And of course, with theists, that's all they're looking for. If they're trolling, they're only looking to misinterpret us. They're not looking to understand actually what we're saying. So all of these problems that arise on the internet, you know, should never be hastily judged towards someone's actual position. I come in sometimes and I say, although I'm an atheist, I say things like, you know, well, I believe, you know, I'm a randomist, or I'm a material dualist, or I'm a, you know, as atheists we have a million positions. That's what makes it so difficult for us to band together. So I definitely think we should not be judging other atheists for their positions. Just accept that if someone says they're an atheist, let's get on with it. Until if they say they believe in God, well, then we can prove they're not. Other than that, everything else is up for grabs. you see what I mean, Dan? Do you get that?
I was only half listening. Can you state that in one sentence, what you just said?
Okay, yeah, sure. So, basically I'm saying we shouldn't really attack atheists unless they specifically say something in context of their personal belief, which is against that. So if there's an example of Nadia saying, well, I pray every night that I get up and in the morning and I'm still, I'm still alive, well, that would say she's not an atheist.
Yeah, but I wasn't personally attacking Nadia, though. I was just pointing out how there seems to be a double standard between the treatment that a theist and an atheist receive in her hangouts.
Sure, and I would expect that on the basis that we're trying to talk to theists in order to convince them of something which they hold true. There's no point in talking to atheists on that level because we already believe what we believe.
Yeah, I was making the point, though, that a lot of cursing and such is tolerated from theists, and it's not tolerated when an atheist does it.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Again, without specific proof, of course, I couldn't comment on that.
That's true.
It's the kind of thing that I expect.
Well, hold a second. Nadia just said it's true. Go ahead, Nadia.
Yeah. We're the ones who have to uphold the example of our being upright people and so on. They don't. We are presenting that to them. They aren't presenting it to us. They are the majority. We have to persuade them. In fact, the worse of actors they are, the more horrific they are in their attitude, the more we need to engage them on this kind of level.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that doesn't mean that we can't point out when they're being disingenuous, rude, or dishonest. It just means to me that we don't have to point it out in a way which is personally offensive.
I don't get personal, okay? I like to stick to facts and science because the biggest thing that I don't like are these so-called personal, relationships they have with Jeebus or their personal experiences, okay? So I try to avoid that, at all costs across the board.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's a very good point, yeah.
The thing is, it's our personal relationship with them, which is what persuades anything.
I understand your goal's a little different, Nadia. I don't want a personal, relationship. I don't want to be their friends. I want to just be the encyclopedia to give them the facts as what they are. Okay, that's all I want to do. And
they're not going to take you as their authoritative repository of facts, no matter what.
Yeah, I was just going to say though, let them decide what they want to, how they want to interpret that. I can't force them to interpret it, but I want to at least have a chance to state the facts.
And which part of that persuades them that we are not moral monsters in the order of rapists?
Well, you can't persuade them either way because they're still going to have to make their own mind up on the moral issue and the fact issue of the facts I give them.
The moral and the fact issue of who and what we are.
They're still going to have to make up their own mind on that. I mean, that's just how it is.
What do you think they make their own mind up from?
Well, hopefully from rational facts that are true and show that what they believe is not true.
Okay, what are these rational facts about who and what we are?
It depends on the discussion. I mean, a lot of stuff has been brought up about who and what we are through history and other topics in science. I mean, they
aren't looking at you.
Sorry, go ahead.
You think they aren't looking at you? You think they aren't looking at you? You think they aren't looking at me? They don't look at the amazing atheist? Think they don't look at J.D. Kane?
Or Gary.
Or Gary, yeah.
I just like to say that I'm really glad to see Nadia eating cereal with milk.
Yeah,
Cheerios are always better with milk. I'll give you that.
it's kind of getting old with me, but I realize not enough people have actually seen it that I may need to put on the show a few more times.
Yeah.
I've eaten on Cam all the time on here, so I mean it's not anything new. So she's just she's doing the same thing anybody else does.
Oh yeah, sure. I don't object to eating. Just like 100 times I've seen Nadia eating dry cereal, which just makes me cringe.
Hey, those were the chocolate Cheerios, though. You don't need milk for those suckers.
Doesn't matter.
New Americans, you're so decadent.
Am I taking a break from veganism, or am I going lacto-ovo-pescatarian?
When I was a kid, I had Seventh-day Adventists as neighbors, and they were not allowed to drink milk. Whenever I had dinner at their house, they always had apple juice. They never had milk.
Vitamin D deficient? Probably.
I'm not sure what it was about the Bible that where they had to follow that vegan diet, so to speak, but it was interesting.
Yeah, the hangout before this one was called the immorality of carnivory and procreation. Nobody noticed.
Very, very anti-natalist, so to speak. And I saw you pop into Gary's room tonight. I kind of wish you would have hung around a bit longer.
I noticed
was getting bogged down.
I noticed the name. Sorry, I noticed the name. I just didn't really understand it. That's all.
Hey, Michael, can you stop trying to pin every single thing that I say as offensive? And I mean, really, there does come a time when playing the victim card just needs to stop.
I just like to say that Dawn is offensive.
What's offensive?
Dawn. He's offensive. He's being offensive right now.
Oh, well.
I'm kidding. Just trolling.
Well, somebody bought it as fact. She just put correct.
Yeah, I mean, with the vegetarian thing. I mean, I don't honestly think there's a moral leg to stand on for eating meat. Well, there isn't a moral one to stand on. So I think we have to accept as atheists that it is immoral.
Well,
that's my personal opinion.
Simon, it's scientific. If the science says though that our canine teeth and our biology was designed to eat meat, I don't see how it's immoral.
Well, I mean,
can
I respond to that?
Okay.
Can I respond to that directly? Which is to say, just because we have canine teeth doesn't mean it's right to kill animals.
Really? So why do... Okay, so if you say it is immoral to eat animals because it's whatever, then...
You have to kill them.
Right, but animals kill animals, right? They eat them alive.
Yeah, sure, that doesn't make that moral either, does it?
No, it's kind of a balance, isn't it? I mean, it's not one-sided, first of all. You could actually say that we are kind of punishing them in a way, and in fact, we do not eat animals alive. We impose a lot less suffering than when animals.
Hold on a second. I'm going to agree with Simon. Hold on a second. Simon's right though. The way they process the animals is immoral. Okay, if they could do it in a more humane way, where the animal's allowed to graze and live as a free wild animal without being factory farmed, then I wouldn't have any problem with it. But yeah, right now the way they're processed, though, Art, the processing part is immoral. Beyond that, though, it's not immoral, though, Simon. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd just like to say, for the you know, this is a temporal issue also because right now we are processing animals in this way because we don't have any better way to do it, or it's just uneconomic and not doable because it's going to be outperformed by other less, more effective but more harmful ways. But in the future, which is what scientists are striving to, we're being able to grow meat, literally, right? So there's going to be no murder. We're going to be growing meat like grass and food and whatever.
yeah, I mean, on that basis, then I would probably concur that it would be moral to eat that material. But when you say, well, it's the process they go through that makes it immoral, not the act of killing, that's where I have a disagreement. I think although it is immoral, especially the way they're processed and treated, chickens and factory farmed animals, it's still immoral to do the killing in the first place.
Yeah, you and I disagree on that, which is fine. But I'm just saying that I'd have no problem going out to the Great Plains and taking my gun with me and shooting down a buffalo and then skinning the buffalo and eating it for sustenance. It's food. I'd have no problem doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree because I mean, I eat meat personally. I recognise that without having eaten meat, we may never have evolved into the human species we are. However, I still don't think that makes it moral. It makes it necessary. It makes it necessary under circumstances.
It's necessary, Simon, because when you have winter time and there's no vegetables to eat, as hunters and gatherers, they had to hunt animals. That's what they had to do. Sorry, go ahead.
Right. So, Simon, do you think that mass murderers should be put to death, like psychopaths?
I don't know.
You don't? Really?
No.
People who kill each other and have no other way but to kill other people because they like it?
Right. I think the death penalty is wrong. It's
Right. Well,
morally
okay.
incorrect.
I would agree that it's wrong in like 90% of cases when you're talking about someone murdering in passion, but a psychopath, some human that is just completely fucked up, right? He has to kill other people, and I would say it's analogous to animals because animals kill other animals. They're in effect mass murderers, essentially.
Well, it's all about the food chain, is what you want to say, okay? There's an obvious food chain, okay? Whales eat the tuna in the ocean. The tuna is not the predator. It's just how it is.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, again, I would try to draw a distinction between having to do an act, whether it's moral or immoral, and doing an act, doing and recognizing that the act that you have to do is immoral. I mean, that would be my point. If you have to do an act that is immoral, then you have to do that act because it's survival, and we're not here. As you stated earlier, nature doesn't have morals. So we have to confront our reality. But when we can think about it, and we do have opportunities to avoid immoral situations, then we should. Okay, now that doesn't mean that my choices, I'm just saying that my choices on eating meat is an immoral choice, and I recognize that it's an immoral choice, but I continue to do it. I'm not saying that I am a perfect moral person, in other words. Yeah, can you see the distinction I'm trying to draw between something being moral and saying I would never do an immoral act? I would do immoral acts. I do immoral acts. But I still recognize that the actual act of killing an animal is an immoral act.
Okay, do you think that animals are equal to humans?
No.
Okay, so it's not exactly the same thing as murder, right?
No, it's killing.
Okay, killing. Is it the same thing? Is it the same thing to kill a human as to kill an animal?
No.
It's not, okay. So how much less is it immoral to kill an animal compared to killing a human?
That completely depends on the context in which the living entity is being killed. If you
Okay,
know,
let's say just murder. Just someone decides to kill a human versus someone deciding to kill an animal. In that situation, roughly how much less is it immoral to kill an animal?
okay, okay. Let me try and say why the word "less" in there is completely irrelevant to me, which is it's a contextual situation. If someone is coming at me to kill me, okay, then killing that human is less of an offence to me than someone, say, that participates in cockfighting or animal fighting.
Right. Well, I give you a comparative example. I said in a situation where a human kills another human just for fun,
Right.
and a human kills an animal just for fun, is it the exact same immoral act?
I would give more weight to the immorality of killing a human than killing an animal in that situation.
Right. So, like I said, you agree that animals are less than humans, right? They're gonna have exact value.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, in terms of our human morality, animals I would consider to be less on the
Right.
same in the same context as the same thing done to a human.
Right. And I would agree with that absolutely. It's just that even though I don't think none of us can quantify the value, of a human or an animal, I'm probably somewhere lower, right? I'm placing the value on animals a little bit lower, especially in some particular sorts of animals like cows, right?
Yeah.
I think killing a cow for no reason is immoral, but it's I don't know, it's like 10 times more immoral to kill a human for no reason. It's just a heinous crime. But an animal like a cow, it is immoral, but it's not like a horrible thing. It's bad, definitely. And similarly, I think killing an animal for food after it had a life, right? Even though it's not a perfect life, far from it, is even less immoral than just killing the animal for fun, right? So I cannot propose here a kind of degree, right, of
Yeah,
immorality.
of course.
While I agree it's not moral, but it's so little immoral, right? The value of immorality is so little that it's not that problematic to argue that humans should not eat it. But I would say that we should seek to remove this thing because it's still an immorality, right? We should develop new means. If not growing our own meat, trying to make the life of the animal be much more pleasant, while it's living its life to however we need it to be for us to end its life. Because all life is going to end. Our life is going to end sooner or later, right?
I mean, yeah, that's effectively my position in that, we should try to avoid it. And in an imaginary future, I would see everybody being vegetarian. And we just wouldn't kill animals for food at all. We don't need to. So
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. That's why I disagree wholeheartedly. Because you say in your future we should all be vegetarians. Well, we don't have to, because if your moral objection is only against killing animals, right, ending their life.
No, it's not. No, I have another moral objection.
So is it just eating the meat itself? Is it that immoral as well?
No, in terms of the future, it's because I would estimate it's because the amount of energy that goes into breeding animals so we can have meat is by far the most inefficient way to get protein into our bodies.
Well, it might be the case right now, right? But like I said, there's new technologies coming out. Already we have.
No. Even on any practicality, if you feed an animal food to grow the animal for food, then there's a whole process by which the animal turns into the animal eats the vegetarian food to turn into meat is a very inefficient way. We may as well just take the protein straight from the vegetable that the animal's eating.
Well, you're correct, right? But we don't have to be all efficient. It's not necessary. In fact, in the future, where we will probably develop technologies that will produce energy in abundance, in great abundance, that efficiency of energy is not going to be that problematic.
I would hope so. That's obviously a big question still to be answered.
Well, it kind of is already answered. You know, we have a lot of means today. I mean, what is it? Fusion, right?
Yeah.
We have, in fact, NASA just recently tested a engine that gets its power from quantum fluctuations. Apparently, well, it's not exactly sure, but it literally, it is a literal.
I
It
didn't
is a
hear about that. Yeah.
Oh, it's amazing technology,
Yeah.
and Chinese
But
have been developing this for ages, and it's
sorry,
based
mate.
on a print. Okay, go ahead.
I've got to just address that point straight away while you say it, which is it's not an engine. It's a test to see if any energy can be derived from the.
No, it was an engine.
So,
It was literal engine. It produced the American version produced like 1/10 of a gram of force, gram newton meters or something of force.
Right.
And the engine is fuelless. There is no fuel in the engine. It just isn't.
I wouldn't describe it as an engine. I would describe it as an experiment.
Well, okay, sure, but it's also an engine because it produces thrust.
Yeah,
There's thrust.
I understand.
And the Chinese have experimented with this technology long before, and they produced, I think, 5 grams of thrust.
Yeah, I mean, as I understand it, there's some really strict conditions by which this could be achieved, and they can only do it on really small scale, of course. And
No. We don't know that it's actually on a small scale. We don't know that yet. They're actually experimenting. Oh,
sorry.
Yeah, and we actually know that it's on a small scale. They are experimenting with bigger scales, so we don't know that it's only on a small scale.
Yeah, I mean, by small scale, I mean at the present moment, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, gram is a mass unit, not a force unit. So, are you talking like 5 dynes of force, or?
Well, no.
Or are you talking like?
As far as I know,
0.05 meters or newtons, rather.
Right, in rocket science, they can translate these force units into basically mass lift, right? How much mass can it lift? And when they say it's 5 gram thrust, it means that it can lift 5 grams from Earth's atmosphere.
Oh, okay. So it's lifting 5 grams under Earth gravity. So,
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I think the experiment I heard about may have been different. This was a particular physics effect. I can't even remember the name of it. Something. Right?
Casimir effect.
Yeah, the one I was talking about, the experiment that they've done recently.
Yeah, but I don't think they're even sure what the effect is actually. That's why the engine was not popular, and why the American, NASA was so, not really for it in the first place, because there's no explanation for it. It's just a mystery.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but also it's a space engine. It's not an engine in terms of one that could ever be used on the planet.
Well, I don't know about that actually. Well, I don't know. Maybe it only works in a vacuum.
It's still very new, early days in understanding that effect. So virtual particles are just not understood. We just use them as a mathematical tool rather than anything else.
Right, but even if it's a small scale engine, with modern production, mass production, we can just produce like 1 billion of them, right? And it literally would have provided us with infinite energy, with zero ecological effect.
Yeah, I mean it's early days, but that would be the hope, obviously.
Right.
I mean, I think the French have got an interesting fission engine that they're trying to get going, and
oh yeah, there's a lot of fusion engine.
Yeah,
concepts.
I mean, Russia's been working on cold fusion and all this kind of stuff.
Oh, cold fusion,
well, those are nice little rocket plants, but power generation is a very different thing. And also, I'd note that nobody's actually deploying any of these solutions. You could have all the technology in the world. Am I not coming through? Am I breaking up?
No, you're fine.
Yeah, you could have all the technology in the world to do all these things, and if nobody actually, sets up power plants based on them, they don't do you damn bit good.
Yeah, I mean the renewable energy has not been too bad. I mean it's starting to pick up in the last 10 years, 15 years. So I think people are slowly putting the technologies into place, which is a good sign. Maybe we will overcome the power of the oil conglomerates.
Who cares about the power of the oil conglomerates? The oil is, well, number one, not for stationary power generation. Number two, both oil and coal are actually at risk of serious declines in annual production, not in terms of some kind of, who knows what kind of plutocratic, I don't know, non-threat by conglomerates and such. And nobody gives a damn, nobody's lifting a finger. And in fact, nobody did lift a finger. It's what's going to kill us.
Also, General Electric is perfectly happy to get behind any kind of energy source that'll make them money. I mean, they make nuclear reactors. I'll bet you they're making a lot of the wind turbines, and certainly hydroelectric dams. I mean, so it really doesn't matter to them whether it's petrol-based or if it's alternative or solar or anything, as long as they're making money on it.
Welcome, Jimmy, and welcome, Lyrics.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah. Well, where did the energy discussion come from? I think it came from, what is it, the inputs to, what is it, lab-grown meat. Lab-grown meat is a replacement for livestock. And I think the vegetarianism came off as a complete derailment of what we were actually talking about with Down, who's since left. As the title of the hangout was mentioned in passing, or title of the previous hangout was mentioned in passing. Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, it takes a lot more energy to produce a calories worth of beef than, say, to produce a calories worth of soy. But in spite of that fact, I prefer beef. It may not be a moral thing or anything like that, but I'm willing to pay the extra dollars for beef over the soy. I don't see any moral issues with regards to farming techniques, although I would prefer free range over battery farming simply because with the battery farming, I know it's already been proven, especially with corn feed, that the E. coli levels are much higher than they are with free range.
Well, animal suffering and such are maybe an interesting aspect of like the problem of evil. Yeah, the entire order of ecology.
Yeah, it's true, but I'm of the opinion that if it's a food animal, I don't seem to have the same level of empathy for it as I do for other types of animals. I don't know. Just this is a case where I don't have any kind of logic or rational argument.
Is meaningful to align your positions with logic and rational argument?
Actually, no, I don't need to be either. I don't even need to be consistent with anything. I don't feel that as necessary for some kind of way of living life or what have you. I'm not going to be a slave to logic or rationality or what have you. I mean, I use logic as a tool. I appreciate technology for what it does for me, and so on and so forth. But as far as, and at the same time, though, I mean, I'm not going to go out mass murdering people or killing animals simply for fun. I mean, not going to do that. So it's not a position that is easily pinned down, and I'm not especially eloquent. So it's one of those fundamental aspects of just the way I am.
Okay.
Can I change the topic, guys?
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question for Jimmy here. Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, how's it going, Art?
Yeah, I'm cool. I've seen you in your hangout yesterday. You left because of the whole 9/11, right? Conspiracy theories.
Oh no, I left because I don't feel that I have any interesting or fruitful comments to add on the topic of Scientology and Anonymous and all that.
Oh, well, we talked later on about 9/11, and I thought that's what you. Okay. Well, anyway, so I have a question for you, as a Christian, right? So, do you say that Jesus was 100% human and at the same time 100% God?
Yes. So that's called the in theology that's called the hypostatic union, and yes, I would affirm that Jesus was fully God and fully man. So 100%. Yeah.
So, what is a human? Can you define a human?
Yes. I think that a human being is a creature made by God that exists with the imago Dei. That is, He's created it to contain His image, which means that it has faculties of reason, and it has the ability to act morally, and furthermore, it has the covenantal relationship with God that implies that it has certain duties as to what it does and gains certain benefits for doing this and that with relation to God. So, for example, human beings have a prophet, priest, king obligation. In the office of king, we are supposed to act as stewards of creation. That is, we're supposed to, care for the universe, make sure that it's running okay, and do our best to clean it up where there are messes. And then, yeah, go ahead.
So, this is kind of a big definition. I was hoping for a shorter one, but suffice to say that a human is not a god, correct?
Yeah, definitely not a god.
Right, so can you explain to me how it is not violating the law of identity when you say that some being is at the same time in the same place a human and a god?
Because when we say that he's a human, we're not saying that it's the same tense. It's not the same logical tense. In other words, the divine nature, when we say that the divine nature is not the human nature, we're not saying that that is the same for the human nature, right? So in other words, when Jesus takes up his human nature, meaning he has two natures, which can be treated logically as two different tenses, every proposition which we make about the human nature does not follow over equivocatively to the other nature. So when you say, for example, Jesus is not God, that's true of the human nature, but that's not true of the divine nature. The different tenses.
I don't get it. I'm sorry. To me, it sounds like a contradiction still. I mean, especially if you admit to the statement that he's 100% human and 100% God, because 100% God means that he's God in his entirety of definition, right? So he's immaterial. He is not a part of physical reality. He's not physical. He created the universe and many other things. A human is nothing. Is none of these things.
Right, and I would say that when you say God is not human, that's an aspect of his God nature, not his human nature. So we're not saying in his being human, he is God. We're saying in his being God, he's God. If they were equivalent tenses, so for example, if you say an object is both a square and a circle in the same sense, right? Meaning any
In the same sense that they're shapes?
right. It doesn't matter for the sake of communicating about it. If it's the same logical tense, in other words, all predication about it occurs on one level, occurs on one sense of communication. Each word is applying to the same thing exactly. Then that's a problem. But it's not the case with the hypostatic union or the divinity and humanity of Jesus.
I don't know. I don't get it. Maybe someone else want to chime in.
It's an imperfect example, but if let's say there's a ball that's blue with red spots. If I say the ball blue with red, okay, yeah. If I say the ball is red, that doesn't mean that that doesn't counter my next claim that it is also blue, right? Even though something can't be all red and yet blue, right?
Right, but you're saying that he is 100% blue and he's 100% white.
Yes, but he's not exclusively blue and he's not exclusively white.
What do you mean exclusively?
He can change at will.
Yeah, but can a god?
No. He doesn't change. It means he has both natures at the same time. It doesn't. What I'm saying is, for me and you, we have exclusively a human nature, and so we're not God in any sense. But Jesus has both a human nature and a divine nature. So when we talk about him being fully man, we're not saying his godhood is fully man. We're saying his human nature is fully man.
While he's human, does he forget everything he knows as a god?
Well, no, but human knowledge is a different category than divine knowledge. So for God.
But if God's walking around on this planet in his human form as his son Jesus, does that mean that he still has all of the knowledge that he has, that he had in his God form, that he has in his man form? Does that mean he knows everything that's going to happen anyway? It's not actually like a real person truly experiencing life, because he knows all aspects of all things that are all going to come to pass.
No, so Jesus the man does not have all the knowledge that he has as the Son of God. No.
Where is that? Can I find that scripture somewhere that says this, or is this just a Christian inference on the information?
If you're asking for like an explicit example, an example would be where Jesus says, "Not even I know the time that the Father has in mind," and he's talking about the end of times, for example, right?
No, well, that's more of a generalized kind of sorry, lost my train there. Example. That's the word I'm looking for. There's nothing specific that says this. Just not even God knows when the revelation is going to happen.
No, he's saying I don't know. In other words, I as a man do not know the time and place, but
as a God, I do.
Yes.
So that's just a matter of waiting till his form changes to know that information. So he does know that information. He just doesn't have access to those files at this time.
No. So again, the nature of Christ, the nature of the person, doesn't go back and forth. God doesn't go back and forth between being a man and a God. There's no timeline where he changes states over different periods of time. What's going on is, outside of time, the Son of God has a divine nature. He is God. But he chooses to take on, within time, the nature of a human being. And so in his human nature, Jesus, the person, the Son of God, does not have the knowledge of everything, because even his knowledge is a human kind of knowledge, and humans cannot know anything exhaustively. They can't even know everything about one fact, much less all facts. So, but in his divine nature, God knows everything exhaustively, and not only does he know everything exhaustively, but he knows it in a sense a priori. He doesn't have to make assessments or go searching for knowledge, because everything that exists is either himself or what he's created. So he's responsible for all his knowledge.
Okay. I mean, I can kind of get where you're coming from, but a lot of this information, it just seems to be a lot of inferences from what the Bible said. There's no specifics. Did I say that out loud?
Well, yeah, I think that that's a fair assessment. I mean, even though the Bible is theological, I don't think that it's a theology textbook, right? So, I mean, for example, in other fields, it is it does make claims that are relevant to scientific inquiry, but I don't think that it's a science textbook either. So yeah, a lot of stuff has to be inferred. Yeah, I think that that's fair to say. Anyways, Art, I think that to answer your question, it just means that whenever you treat a predication about Jesus, that is, whenever there's a truth statement being made about Jesus, the tense in which the statement takes place is essential to understanding that statement.
So, are you saying that he was a god, right? So he was 100% god, and he's 100% human right now, right?
Yes.
Well, that's not how usually Christians speak, and So Jesus, at a point when he came to Earth, he was not at that time 100% God.
Are you talking about Jesus the man or Jesus the God?
Well, Jesus the figure.
Okay, so Jesus the person.
Well, the Jesus that walked on Earth.
Okay, so see, this is the problem. You can talk about the Son of God, who is a person. He is God. He is a person. He has inherently his own godhood. But then that same God, metaphysically speaking, takes on another nature within time. So anytime you're saying something about Jesus, the question can be asked: are you talking about his existence as a man, or are you talking about his existence as God? He's both man and God, but those are two different natures that he contains.
Well, so are there four? So it's not a trinity; it's a quadrinity.
No.
This four beings there.
No. I'm a Trinitarian. There's not four beings. There's one being, God, there are 3 different tenses within that being, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
4.
And then
The human version too.
Right.
No. There's 3 tenses within that being, Father, Son, and Spirit, and then there's 2 tenses to the second person of the Trinity, which is the Son. So if you're looking at this
So if there's
categorically,
more components that make up something than 3, then it's no longer a Trinity. Because it's Jesus, Jesus the man, the Holy Spirit, and God.
no, again, so the.
But you're saying but the way you're coming at it is if God the man and God, or God the Jesus and God the Jesus on earth are 2 completely different things.
No, that's not.
He can't be himself without being himself.
Right.
No matter where or when he is, because according to y'all's worldview or whatever, when I die, I go to heaven. Well, probably not according to y'all, but whatever. When I die, I go somewhere else, and I am still that person. I don't die and become something completely different with a different set of powers and abilities and such. So, I mean, God is God, Jesus is God. I don't think there's that the difference between God the man and God the being, because there's no. Where does it say all this in the Bible? Where does it say that he's 100% man and 100% God? It doesn't seem like it's very biblically accurate in what I'm hearing. Granted, I'm just a normal person coming at this from a normal atheist, average guy on the street kind of perspective. But it doesn't seem to be very biblically based. It seems like I said earlier, a lot of Christian inference on what they think God was thinking.
Yeah, but okay. First of all, I don't think that inference is necessarily whimsical, right?
No, it's not.
Right. So if I make an inference to something, in other words, if there's a discursive reasoning about a text in this case, that doesn't necessarily mean that that is untrustworthy, or that it's not admitted to be a possibility or implication by the text itself. But concerning what you used, I think you were being very sincere, did you? Because you used the word seems. You said it seems not to be biblical, and I would say, I think that since you're saying that you're just a guy coming off the street, I think that means it calls for study on the topic, right? Because I mean, I've taken classes in theology, and even to me, this subject is extremely complicated, and my ability to communicate it, as you see, is pretty limited. So I think that if it seems unbiblical to you, then the only way to verify that would be to seek an education in theology. But really quickly, just to give you, because I have to go pretty quick, I have to go to church, but to give you an example, and then I'd be interested in hearing what Art and Digi have to say about this. If you go to the Gospel of John, hold on, I'm opening up here, and you go to the prologue, chapter 1. Give me a second.
The world became flesh. Is that what we're starting with?
Yeah. So if you go to verse 9, from verse 9 it reads, "There was the true light." By the way, this is referencing back in the previous 8 verses where John makes the communication clear that the light he's referring to God. "There was the true light, which, coming into the world, enlightens every man. He was in the world, and the world was made through him, and the world did not know him. He came to his own." John is talking about the Jews here, "and those who were his own did not receive him." This is clearly a reference to the covenantal God of Israel, right? He came to his own. Oh, Yahweh, the God who made Israel his own people, came down to earth. "And those who were his own did not receive him." Verse 12, "But as many as received him, to them he gave the right to become children of God, even to those who believe in his name, who were born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God. And the Word became flesh, and dwelt among us, and we saw his glory, glory as of only begotten from the Father, full of grace and truth." The other text that's extremely, if not explicit, it's extremely clear about issues like this is Hebrews. But you could also take up like Romans 5, for example, where it says, through one man death entered, but through the other salvation, right?
But this doesn't say anything about separating the two, that he is only God and he is only man. I mean, because there's like some very specific things being said about him being 100% God and he couldn't know these things, or 100% man couldn't know these things. Knowledge is limited and this and that. I don't see anything that says that in the Bible. That Jesus, while on earth, was separated from the love of his Father or something. But he is the Father.
No. He's certainly not the Father. That has to do with Trinitarianism, as opposed to the hypostatic union. I would love to answer questions about that, but I really have to go.
Right on.
What I will do, Digi, is I will say go online. A really good place to start is Ligonier Ministries. They have some really good work on biblical theology that's written for laymen like you and I, that we can just pick up and read it. And I would say go there, check it out. Ligonier Ministries. I don't think it's spelled like that. But I got to take off here. Thanks for the chat, guys. Art, that was a good question.
All right, how's everybody this Sunday?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, how's everybody this Sunday?
Yeah, feeling good.
Awesome.
Might be getting to where I need to take a nap, but people are welcome to keep chatting. Yeah.
Cool.
I'm still breathing.
Can somebody remind me the topic of this, or what the title of this hangout is?
Oh, I don't remember.
Where can you find it on the Google Hangout page?
For me, it's usually just quicker to go over to YouTube. I'm going on Nadia's channel right now. 5 Pillars of Nadiaslam.
Oh, are we back to that? I thought it was something to do with carnivores and reproduction.
That was last night.
Okay, because I was shifting Hangouts without going back to the main page.
Oh, right on.
Nadiaslam. The problem with that, of course, is it can be pronounced Nadiaslam.
Yeah, maybe. It can all be misinterpreted.
I guess that's actually what, maybe that's what, what's his name, beginning with D, and John were thinking this place was. Nadiaslam. So they were slamming you. They just didn't put the emphasis on the right syllable.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if we're going to make up an ideology or religion or whatever, yeah. How else would I name it after myself?
That's what all the other ones did.
Well, not all of them.
I know.
Hubbard named his Scientology, and Joseph Smith named his Mormonism. So, but yeah, they're pretty darn fictional. It's amazing how quickly they've taken off, too.
I just don't see how the children of Mormons can't look at it and be like, this is total bullshit. I mean, it's written completely wrong for the time period anyway.
I think the Mormons have a concept of disconnect, just like shunning in Amish.
Yeah, I've been to a Mormon church.
Or the Scientologists, or excommunication in Christianity. So there are reasons not to criticize your parents under those circumstances until you're financially independent.
Oh, yeah.
The force is strong in the Mormon church, let me tell you.
Hey, don't sully the force by associating with Mormons.
I went to a church there, man, and it was like a whole other world. It was from the 1940s, and the women stayed with the women, the men stayed with the men, and even the children looked brainwashed. They had this confused look on their face. It was an experience.
Well, the children you were probably misinterpreting the WTF face.
Yeah, exactly.
Tango Foxtrot.
What is this? A free person? What's a free person?
That's Mormonism?
Yeah. We got a big, there's a bunch of those out there here, surprisingly, in West Texas, as well as a lot of Mennonites. So we see the, little house on the prairie shit at Walmart all the time, and it's like, wow, really?
Wait, are you in Pennsylvania, or are you in Ohio?
I'm in West Texas.
Oh, okay. If you wanted to see real Amish, then Lancaster County, boom. Seriously.
Go to Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Hershey, Pennsylvania. Well, that's...
Around that area.
Here's the thing about living near Hershey, Pennsylvania. When the wind shifts, you get to smell the chocolate from Hershey and the manure from the Amish farms blended together.
I've always wanted to smell chocolate chip.
No, you don't. Trust me.
You can have Hershey squirts as it is.
That was a good one, Nadia.
Yeah. Now I'm... If it's dumbed down enough, I could actually imitate a sense of humor.
Awesome.
That's called simulating anger. Are you familiar with anger?
Anger?
Oh, wait.
Anger. What?
Nadia, have you seen Will Smith's iRobot?
No.
Too bad. It's not a bad movie, considering it's based on not just one Isaac Asimov story. It's based on an anthology of stories, and it uses bits and pieces of all of them, and it's its own story. But it's... So if you were familiar with both Isaac Asimov as a writer and the movie, then it's like, yeah, it came out pretty well. Because usually Asimov's books are totally ruined when they're made into movies.
Well, it's hard to take his awesomeness and make it a movie. I mean, I don't know. I love his books. And anytime I see a movie, I'm still let down. I mean, iRobot was okay. I re-edited it to make the robots win. Like, I tightened up the storyline and a few things, and because it just, I didn't like the way that movie actually flowed. I feel like it was a bit, I don't know, maybe too much action.
Well, it was Will Smith. Were you expecting a intellectual film with Will Smith as the star?
Well,
Under Will Smith. It's a good popcorn film, though, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, every time they do a really good book as a movie, It
Also, the
always
girl who
falls short.
yeah, and the girl who played Susan Calvin, even though she wasn't ugly like Susan Calvin is, now she I forget her name, but yeah, she did a good job. This thing powered by gasoline. Gasoline explodes, you know.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite lines.
Oh man, she just fired that machine gun with her eyes closed. Well, it worked, didn't it? Yeah, it's just that, I mean, usually, like, oh, let's see, Bicentennial Man, I think, I haven't seen that one. That's the one with Robin Williams, isn't it?
Where he's like a maid robot or something.
Well, Bicentennial Man in the book, he starts out as pure robot, and he slowly gets human parts grafted into him, and each time he does it, the family that owns him, they're lawyers, they sue to rule that people with prosthetic limbs are not true humans, and of course they do it deliberately to lose the case. And the whole point is, well, I don't want to give away the whole line of the story, but basically the robot evolves into a human for a specific purpose, which I won't say because I don't think ever, just in case someone wants to read Bicentennial Man and not have it ruined for him. Yeah. It'd be interesting to see Caves of Steel turned into a movie. I don't know if that can be done properly, though. Because so much of it is introspective, you know?
Yeah, I think that would be better off as a web series or something. Because they've done some really good web series, about different things, either the spin-offs from shows or shows unto themselves that are just done online. If you get the right person behind that, I think it could be done a whole lot, like through the eyes of or looking back in the mirror kind of thing.
Yeah, because Caves of Steel is my favorite novel. And, of course, I also liked Robots of Dawn. And oh, wait, sorry, I forgot the one with Sun in the title.
Oh, crap.
The sequels. And then and Asimov was actually able to, I forget with which book it was. It was...
Wait, you think on that? I'm going to be AFK.
It might have been Robots and Empire. I don't remember which one. He managed to get the Robot series, which was disjunctive to the Empire series, and he was able to get them merged together. And he did it fairly cleverly.
I'm BFK for a few minutes. I'll be right back, y'all.
Okay. So we got a guy who's got a cool workshop. Christian. Wave back. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I hit the wrong button. Howdy, boys and girls. How are y'all doing this fine and lovely morning? The Lord is made. Let us rejoice.
Gotta play that character, don't you? You really, really irritate the people on Pal Talk with that.
Fine. Your echo is rather tricky. Yeah, it takes, I guess, a lot of getting used to. Welcome back, sir.
Hello.
You get your... Oh, I'm sorry. It takes a lot of getting used to. You get used to push to talk, what kind of things.
It's just that Christian Hillbilly is in character on Pal Talk as well. And it doesn't take long for him to get dotted. Although I've seen him go for like an hour or so without getting dotted. In the believers versus non-believers room under the Christianity section. But yeah, the push to talk is kind of annoying with that. There is a way to lock the mic down, but of course you got the 2-minute mic to worry about too when you've got people with hands up.
Well, do you normally have working echo cancellation?
Pardon? I didn't quite get that.
Don't you normally have working echo cancellation?
Yeah, normally I do. If I'm echoing, I'm not sure what the deal is.
Is it a PC or a laptop or a tablet or phone or what is it?
I'm using a laptop, but it knows what's coming through the speakers and cancels things out, but it doesn't work with Flash for some reason. Flash just refuses to do echo cancellation. I don't know why.
Okay. Sounds like similar issue to what I have with Ubuntu. I only end up getting around it by basically restarting browsers and sometimes rebooting. Restarting browsers is most of it. Then again, on Windows, I'm not sure how tight of control you have over that. Yeah, if you're stuck rebooting to make sure you do it.
Yeah, OS X's quality has been slipping. I've actually had some kernel panics, which I'm just never seen before. And sometimes for things to get working again, I've actually had to do a prophylactic reboot, which is just something I'm not used to with Unix systems. Normally killing the process and restarting it is sufficient when something is foobarred.
Well, if it's foobar, system reset sounds like you fucked up beyond all recognition. But anyway.
Nice you know the term.
Yeah, reloading a driver.
It's military. So is snafu.
Yes. So ranging from reloading a driver to restarting the browser and stuff. Echo cancellation should be somewhere in there. If you're working on a Mac, that's OS 10. You should be able to fish out processes and kill them off inside.
Yeah, there's a utility called Activity Monitor, which works just like Top.
Yeah, I use PSAGUWX and grep.
Usually, though, there's like so many processes going on. If I've got a rogue, if the rogue process is eating up CPU, then yeah, I can identify it and force quit it. Give it the old sigkill 9 or kill-9 or sigkill, whatever. But
like leftover background threads or whatever. After you close all the browsing windows, so you can be sure the browser is really doing a full restart.
Yeah, usually I don't get zombie threads, but I don't know. Yeah, sometimes I reboot the browser, and if that doesn't do it, reboot the system.
There won't be zombie threats. They'll just keep running behind your back. Anyway, that should, I guess, help a little bit on echo cancel.
Good night, Nadia.
Welcome, Armin, and thank you. Was it Lyrics or did you?
Yeah, that was me.
Lyrics. Cheers.
Sleeping's my favorite.
I don't know. The world of dreams has a bizarre logic to it. I had this weird dream last night for some, and it's weird that I'm even remembering it because I almost never remember my dreams. But I was doing an oil change on my car, and it was pouring out black sludge, and more than it had any capacity for. And as I was going through, screws were falling off. The car was just unscrewing itself. Bolts were coming out, and oil was coming out of those holes, and it was just all falling apart. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean.
Oh, we were talking about dreams. What was it, yesterday? Day before?
Yeah, I think we were.
Oh, it's sure an interesting dream.
Well, I don't know about interesting. I mean, every place a bolt came out, it would start, oil would be coming out of there, and I'd be cleaning them up and putting them back in, and they'd be the wrong size bolt for some reason. I don't know. And they just kept falling out, and more pieces coming out, and I'm seeing more and more of the internal parts of the engine. I don't know. Just a weird dream.
Yeah. Do you dream about vehicles or fixing vehicles? Is that?
No, that's the weirdest thing about it. I've
Yes.
never dreamt that dream before.
No, I've seen your videos. I've seen some of your when you crashed with your Honda motorcycle. Did you have what to say, winter wheels on it?
I wish. No, I was
did?
running Pilot Power 2CTs.
Okay.
They might as well have been racing slicks. Okay, I'm not even hearing anyone now. Is no one talking?
I'm thinking about your dream. I'm thinking about your dream, but I'm too. I don't like. I don't want to make any interpretation.
Oh, you're thinking bad lines, huh?
No,
He's getting ready to interpret your dream for you. Be prepared and take notes.
No, it's funny. No, I was thinking about. I told you I was there. I think in that hangout when we talked about it. I had dreams where I was losing my tooth, but I guess it's not the same.
I used to have those. Like all your
Yeah.
teeth are falling out, or pins are being driven into them, or some weird nonsense like that.
Okay. No, I have noticed with my dreams that if I'm sometimes they are contradictory to my mental state. So if I feel bad, I have a good dream and opposite. So that's like more. So that's why I see like a lot of psychology in them. You understand? So if I, well, um, it's funny. It's like a reminder. If you're feeling too good, it's like sleep are telling you to calm down. And opposite, if you're feeling bad, then you get some encouragement sometimes. But it's not dreams with meaning, just a nice feeling, you know. When you have had a good dream, you wake up and feel a little bit. I miss the words, so you feel better.
I can hear something on Hermine's end. She's either cracking somebody's knuckles or has a Royal typewriter. No batteries or electrical cord required.
Oh, wow.
Is my echo really bad?
Yes.
Oh, bummer. Even when I'm speaking, I'm echoing.
Yeah, you need to move the mic away from the speaker.
That's physically impossible. Let's see. I'm gonna try and do a full restart and hopefully be able to get back into the room.
Right.
I think something is screwed up, like beyond repair.
Does anyone like take stock in their dreams? I don't particularly take any stock in anything that I dream about. I do notice that I feel emotions when I'm dreaming, because when I wake up and I'm in the middle of a dream, I'm in a specific emotional state. Sometimes it's fear, sometimes it's nervousness, stuff like that, but I don't necessarily take stock in it.
What do you mean by take stock in it?
Like use them, like interpretation of dreams and stuff. Like I don't necessarily know that dreams have anything really to do with me, you know? I think it's kind of like a reorganization of experiences in our head that the brain goes through, you know, while we're sleeping.
Yes, I have the same feeling about my dreams. It's like, so it's sometimes also like a trash can. Like you just, all the experience just got thrown together and you throw them away during the sleep. I don't know. It's like a mental trash can sometimes, I have the feeling. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, because a lot of my dreams don't make sense. There's images that don't coincide with reality at all, and I think it's just like a random mix mashing that the brain does, is to kind of put it all in the subconscious almost.
Yeah, and that you perhaps also go through them in that they have it's a reason for that you work with them unconsciously and then perhaps get rid of them. Not going to get rid of them, that's wrong formulated. But,
Okay, how am I now?
Much better.
Okay.
Yeah, totally better.
No, food motive. The first thing I thought about when you were talking about oil, my thoughts went to Twin Peaks. But
Have you guys ever had a fried Twinkie?
Yeah, I'm in Texas, of course.
Even when I lived in Texas, I never had one. I just thought that was the scariest thing. The fried Oreo, the fried Twinkie, and the fried Snickers. I was like, are you kidding me?
Well, it's not as weird as you think. Have you ever had a funnel cake?
I don't like them.
Oh, then you wouldn't like the fried stuff, because pretty much it's a funnel cake kind of batter that they roll it in and then they fry it. That's it. It's not as creepy or scary as you're thinking. It's just dipped in that kind of batter and then deep fried.
It just seems so wrong. Like, dude, how
But
many
it's the candy bars. They're like so chewy and warm and gooey. It's really good. A little bit of powdered sugar on top of it. But they're not like greasy or gross. I mean, they use really good oil and it's yummy.
Wow. Where do you live in Texas?
I live in far west Texas in a city called San Angelo.
Okay, I used to live in San Antonio.
Me too. That's where I'm originally from.
Okay.
Yeah, I've pretty much lived all over the state, like pretty much every major city.
You don't have the accent.
Not at all. I didn't hang out with a bunch of country folks. I've always lived in the city. And I always hung out with like skaters and stoners and shit like that, so none of us talked with the country talk, you know.
Are you white?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Hey, boy, don't be making fun of no country talk now.
Hey, I got plenty of relatives that talk it too.
Thunderstruck.
What?
Yeah, it was shocking to me when I moved there because I went from the #1 like fittest city in the nation to, let's just say, one of the least fittest, and it just baffled me what people did with food there. Like they had this, they had some. It was just some of the best food I've ever had, but like I'd have a bite of it and be like, "That's enough, thank you." They had this Mexican food that was. I can't even remember the name of it, but it had like a gravy with this beef. Oh my gosh, it was.
Carne guisada.
No, but it wasn't carne guisada. It was like carne guisado or something with the gravy.
Oh,
Or carne guisado. You know what I mean? It was just.
Yeah, guiso.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Short for guiso, yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that was heaven. But
Yeah,
you
super
have
yum.
that, like a bite once a month. Otherwise, it was being put on you. I got skinnier than I'd ever gotten when I lived there because I was just like, I'm not eating that. I'm not eating that.
Oh, yeah, it's just too good to say no. I mean, the Mexican food out here is outrageous.
It's so good. And then I tried to now there's just a few things I learned how to make, but I just make them a lot healthier. Like, well, I guess I already knew menudo, but like enchilada. It's just a different type of stuff. It was just really good.
You are making the white people version of it.
Not menudo.
This is the Mexican light.
Yeah, like I be careful with the oils I used. I was really I used coconut oil to fry the enchiladas, and you know what I mean, just little things along the way that make it that much better.
Well, healthier. I wouldn't say better.
Yeah, you're right. You're so right on. It was healthier.
Because I'm a big fan of the bacon grease in the beans and, stuff like that.
Yeah, there's no way. I wouldn't even, for the most part, I don't do refried beans, and I don't do the rice. So if you come to my house, you're right. You're going to get orange rice, but it's going to be brown orange because it's brown rice.
If you don't need a quadruple bypass after eating it, you're not doing it right.
Right, it's exactly it. Yeah, I got to be a size 2'4". I was so skinny, it was so bad. Everyone was like, "You need to eat." I'm like, "Thanks." Even my Colorado friends were like, "What on earth?"
I wonder why. I have a question. My profile picture, because I've changed it yesterday to fish pan.
Yeah, it looks like sardines.
It looks yummy.
Yeah, but it why don't it change, or why does it take so long time? Is that normal?
I don't know. We see it.
Huh? You see it?
Yeah, we see it.
Okay, that's forbidden catch. In my the city I live, there's a river going through the city, and that's from the city. No, from that river, and it's small salmon, but it's not. There are huge salmon, so you have to pay a lot of money to. Not much, actually, little money. And I don't like to fish big salmons, but it's not allowed to go there with fly. I used fly equipment for trouts.
Okay.
And I just picked up someone, and so they are actually small salmon.
I think we actually have a fly fishing channel on cable here.
Yeah, there's nothing boring in my opinion. To watch fly fishing, oh my gosh, I'd rather watch paint dry.
It's like just 24 hours of fly fishing. The Bassmaster.
But have you ever gone fly fishing? That's the thing.
Yeah, that's more fun.
Have you ever watched golf? I mean, come on, watching golf?
Can you watch fly fishing in US? Can you watch? Really?
They've got fly fishing on TV here. Believe me. I mean, and they've got golf. Amazingly, we don't have cricket.
I don't do it as a sport. I mean, it's a philosophy. It's not a sport. I don't understand how you can make. But so it's a sport in US then.
Yeah, it's not really a skill. I mean, you put bait on, and if the fish swims by and he wants it, he's gonna get it. That's
not fly fishing. That's not fly. That has nothing to do with fly fishing.
Well, I meant just fishing. Even just sitting there, they have shows showing that.
No.
At least with fly fishing, you're at least, whipping the rod back and forth, and when you catch the fish, you get to slam it against the side of your boat.
Yeah, no, that's not fly fishing.
Well, fly fishing, you usually, there's on a river, but I guess, yeah, it's beautiful to watch. If you just catch and release, or not catch and release, what is it called when they throw it and they like skip it and they pull it back? It's a whole art thing.
Yeah,
I don't really know the terms myself.
The nice thing about it, you will get knowledge about everything in the river. You know the whole ecosystem. You know everything. All kind of flies are actually they are water creatures living some years in water, a couple of years in water, and then they turn into fly.
My only point is that if you go do it, it's fun. Golf is fun if you go. If watching that stuff is like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't think
Baltazar.
That is more like a sport, I guess.
Yeah, Baltazar, I really do hope that you're not like downstream from BASF or something like that.
No, but it's really every fly fisher will tell you that it's not fishing. It's more a philosophy. Baiting is something else. You just sit and wait, and but fly fishing it's more about to me at least it's being out in nature, and the beautiful thing about it when you stand middle in the river with the water perhaps to your stomach or higher, and then you are very conscious about everything, because you have to watch what is happening in the river, what kind of flies are hatching at the time, and so on, and you really get very close to nature. So, and the thrill about it is when you do everything right. You study the river, so you know what is happening in it. That's
yeah, we get it.
So
fishing for me is not necessarily about catching the fish. It's about finding the right spot. When you find the right spot and you're doing the act of fishing, I feel very calm. So I usually pick a spot that has like a waterfall near it, or something like that, some sort of memorable experience that I can have, and I'll go with another person, so it'll be me and that person, and the bonding that you have just with the scenery and the act itself is amazing.
Yeah, that's the most important part, exactly. But we don't catch and first time it was shown in Norway, catch and relief. That is not the way you fish in Norway. You catch and eat. So And when it showed there were fly fish, I guess they have learned that from American fly fisher, and people get extremely upset in Norway that they were fishing just for fun. You know, they were putting them back again. It was like immoral thing to do. So it's funny, you know. I guess yeah, how different.
I've done that before.
I just like going with my friends, kicking back, chatting it up. We never catch fish because we're too loud. We're laughing the whole time. We, some of them, not me obviously, get sunburnt, and then we go home.
Yeah. Have you seen the?
Now, man, that's racist if I ever heard something like that.
Are you serious?
Well, yes, ma'am. Black people get sunburned too.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. My friend Chet and I, we worked out in the doing landscaping, and he would show me his tan line. That boy would get burnt just as well as anybody else, and he was just as dark as you, ma'am.
Your friend Chet then gets sunburned. Most black people I know, I'd say overwhelming majority, don't get sunburned.
Well, you work out there a while and see if you don't. See if that sun doesn't have its way with your skin.
It doesn't. I might know a thing or two.
Have you seen the movie A River Runs Through It?
Oh yeah, dude.
That's a very good portrait of what fly fishing is, I think.
It was the Brad Pitt character that it was a great movie because it showed the dichotomy of religious families a lot of time, and the father was, I think he was a Presbyterian minister, preacher, whatnot. He had two sons. One was doing the right path, one was doing the wrong path, but they all could come together and fly fish together.
Yes, and yes. Yeah, that's. And you have the philosophical aspect about it too. It's not just fishing. It's you have some kind of ethics. It's like fishing with ethics also. Yeah, that's beautiful music too. I mean, fishing ethic, not religious ethics. No, I actually grew up. I have a brother, and that's why it also was very interesting because it's the same family situation. Me and my brother, and we had a father, and he learned us. It's not parallel in this story, but like this, we remember when our father, like when we were catching bigger fish than him, that he suddenly, oh, that was not so nice anymore. So some scenes there.
So what does everybody plan to do today?
I'm planning on listening to a bunch of people in Hangouts talking about shit.
Oh.
And getting drunk at the same time.
Not your birthday, but you're Russian, right? Is that the excuse?
Yeah, every day is a birthday in Russia.
Every day somebody has a birthday, so you got to drink a bottle of vodka to celebrate.
Exactly. That's the logic of our people.
Oh my God, cray cray.
I don't have a separate microphone input for this thing, so if I'm still echoing, there's like nothing I can do about it.
Well, you're not as well. Maybe because you keep muting. Careful, Digi, on what photos go up. Nadia will rip us a new one when she wakes up. All right, let's see what Palm is today. Oh, a caterpillar, butterfly. Palm, you have too much time on your hands. Oh.
That's true.
Wait, but there's a guy in the background. Anyone notice that? There's like some guy in the upper left of the circle.
Oh, that's Roy Montero, isn't he? No, that's the butterfly. He's a part of the butterfly.
He's the butterfly. Who's on the right though, Palm? Is that Nate? Because he's always with Nate. It's cut off on the way I see it, so I can't guess. I guess Nate. Seamus. Oh, okay. That's funny. Oh, but Seamus, it's just, I can see it now just a little bit. It's his sign, not his picture. Seamus is hilarious. Like, he looks like a young George Clooney. I was shocked.
Oh, yeah.
Because he doesn't sound like that at all.
Yeah, I was about to say that. He sounds nothing like George Clooney.
All right, you getting echo from me currently?
No.
Testing,
No.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, that's good.
Although I still mute my mic when I'm not talking.
That's funny. Atheists are caterpillars and theists are butterflies. That is a hilarious analogy. That sounds like Roy. That sounds like Roy. Oh, wow. Cloud Jam. You guys, it is 60 degrees here. Middle of January. Unreal.
Can you translate into European degrees?
You want the 60 degrees defined first? What I do here?
Yeah. Can you define that, please? Yeah. What's Kelvin in Celsius?
So that is 15.5 degrees Celsius.
15. Oh.
You beat me to it.
That is hot.
It's 44 where I am.
Yeah, it's great because we never have it. It's just never this warm in December. I mean January. And I think March is our snowiest month. So.
Are you in California?
No, I'm in Colorado. We have the great.
She gets to smoke pot now and not get in trouble for it.
But I'd probably do it even less than before. Well, then I was younger. There's different things you can do when you're younger. When you're old, you can't drink too much. Can't really do any drugs. You got to eat right.
Well, you would have to. But you can.
This is true. You don't have to. Yeah, you're probably right.
If you found out you were dying tomorrow, wouldn't you be able to like do all the drugs and eat all the sin food, all the basically?
I still wouldn't do all the drugs. That's just crazy. Okay, now I'm at. But I would eat whatever I wanted for like a day.
I celebrate my birthdays like that.
You celebrate your birthday like that?
Yeah. I just like eat shrimp, fried shrimp with anything.
Wow.
Yeah. It's like Caligula, basically.
Yeah.
I become Caligula for one.
I'm more of a lobster person. Lobster and Chilean sea bass.
Yeah. Oh. Lobster? I don't think I've ever had a lobster. Is it like shrimp?
No, it's much tastier.
Mm.
It's, have you ever had crab legs?
Yep.
Yeah, it's like that.
Ooh, okay.
but it's just a thick, they have the legs too, but it's a thick tail, and you just go to town, Last time was
they're pretty much like giant non-venomous scorpions of the sea.
Is that supposed to make me want them to eat more? Call them giant scorpions? Come on.
No, I'm just saying they're arthropods, so they're related. They should be the same.
Have you ever had a crawfish or a mud bug?
Who? Me?
No.
Definitely not the same flavor, but really good.
Yeah, I love crawfish. Now, those are a little bit like shrimp, but, I could eat those till the cows come home. You just sit down, you get a 20-pound bag of crawfish. They throw some corn, which I never eat, and potatoes, which I can't bother with. And you just crack open an ice-cold beer, and your lips, and you snap it just right, and you pull it through. And it's all spicy, and your lips just start on fire. Oh, it is so good. Yeah, that's the life.
Yeah, they're pretty damn good.
I need to go to New Orleans just so I can have some more of those.
What is the difference between crawfish and shrimp? Is that the same thing? Or?
No, they're totally different. Crawfish are mini lobsters, but they taste different. They probably taste like a mixture between shrimp and lobster.
Are they freshwater?
They are freshwater, yeah.
Okay, then I know. We have them here too.
Oh, okay.
I fished a lot of that, and I've also had them in aquarium.
Oh,
and I had a small when I was small. We had a small pool. No, not a pool. Very small pool, and we put crawfish into it, and we had it through the winter. And have you seen them in real life? And when they are like almost blue. They are like very brown, and then when you boil them, they get this shock red color. Have you seen this transition?
no, I don't think I have. They were red in our streams too.
No, they are not red. They are shocking. They are black. And when you put them,
They're like a reddish brown, like maroon. I don't know. I could be wrong.
yeah, I think so. Not of course. Purple can be a different race, but it's magic when they turn from this black to red in a second.
Mm.
No, but they are expensive. It's not so. They are not cultivated in Norway, so shrimps are not so. But crawfish, it's very expensive.
Got it.
Yeah, just Google crawfish. They're exactly like a mini lobster.
Yeah.
Cool.
Man, guys, I slept so long last night, but I'm still tired.
You overslept.
You might have overslept.
Yep. Sleep too much makes the rest of the day sleepy time.
Yep.
You know what we ought to do is just get everyone on cam sleeping.
Or at least pretending to. That would be a funny picture. Talking in their sleep. And...
Yeah, have that happened? That someone have been sleeping and then start talking? I talk at least time ago. I tended to talk sometimes in sleep.
For some reason, I believe that.
I caught myself talking in my sleep a couple times. I'm like, what the? And then it's like, I'm talking in my sleep. Why aren't I shutting up? I'm still talking. And I'm saying something else while I'm thinking this, of course.
Yeah. No, I fell asleep. I fell asleep many times, almost every time by these hangouts, because the time here is different. And I wake up and then, oh shit, did I say something now when I was sleeping? I haven't muted my microphone.
Yeah, you turned in Snowden.
Wait, I gotta say something to Michael Ann. When I go to Bonefish, I love their Chilean sea bass, and they do this salad with a citrus or a lemon vinaigrette. Die for.
A friend of mine introduced me to their Bang Bang shrimp, and I'm telling you, I would crawl the desert 40 days and 40 nights to get to it.
Wow.
Bang Bang Shrimp Wednesday. It's to die for. I don't know what they put it in, but it's these little shrimps. They're fried, but like a tempura, but a nice little light, spicy, creamy something on some really nice micro lettuce. It's to die for.
Wow.
Yup, a little crunch, a little punch, a little spice, a little veggie. It's a beauty.
I'm looking at your dog right now, and I've kind of visualized your house in a very similar way. Very organized, very, like, clean. I don't see any dirt anywhere. It's funny.
I was thinking the dog was like, who the heck is he talking to?
Yeah, your dog, that's totally a you. She's perfect.
I got to see if I can get a decent Bluetooth headset. Like, I'd prefer a one-ear, an over-the-ear, a single, like, earpiece type deal. Senna makes some deals for bike-to-bike communication. If they could pair up with a Mac, that would be cool, because then I could be sure that I wouldn't have echo issues anymore.
You have a Mac?
That's what I'm using, yeah.
I love my Mac. I had my last 5.5 years, and it finally went kaput.
Yeah, my last Mac laptop died to a glass of ice water. Apparently, when you spill a 12-ounce glass, or 14, it was an iced tea glass, so I just accidentally knocked it over. It went over the keyboard, and the screen went out, and it's like, poof. So I've still got to rescue a bunch of data from the hard drive from that.
Oh,
But this one's much, much nicer, so. But it took me a while to get it. So for a long time I was using an iPad.
Yeah.
An iPad's not bad, but I mean, it's just not a substitute for a laptop. It's just not.
I have an iPad mini, and it's the most worthless device I've ever bought. I should have just saved my $300 or whatever it costs. Because there's just people, like, I'm a big computer person. If you're not a computer person, I understand why you'd get a pad. Or a, whatever they call them.
Well, I got mine just to be something to develop for. It's a second generation model. It's wow, I've had it basically, they introduced the iPad. They made all the jokes about it. There were the Hitler the Hitler meme YouTube videos on it and all that because they wanted OS X, not iOS, and blah that. And anyway, I didn't buy the first one because it had no camera. And then the second gen one has a back and front facing camera, but it's only 1024 by 768 resolution. But yeah, I've not actually done any iPad apps for it. But when my laptop was down, I was actually finding it kind of useful because the mail application on it is pretty useful. It's not bad. And I was like, well, okay. I don't see how you could do it on a Mac Mini though. The keyboard would be too damn small. Or iPad Mini, yeah, phaplets. The only thing good about it, the iPad Mini I can think of is it's got the same aspect ratio screen. So, because now with all the different pixel definitions, it's like it comes down to worrying about aspect ratio, not pixel depth or pixels per inch or anything like that. So you want to make sure your assets are designed for the right screen size. Well, that's what it used to be, but now you got to make them designed for the right aspect ratio.
Bang Bang Shrimp. I'm going to remember that. I have a family member who's totally allergic to shrimp. Makes her break out in hives. And every time she gets close to it, eats it, even if it's like cooked in the same sauce or on the same grill, she'll break out. So we pretty much can't do Asian food anymore.
I don't know if it's clams or all seafood, but apparently there are some people that will be fine with them for most of their lives, or at least a portion of their lives, and then, like throwing a switch, they suddenly become exceedingly allergic to them, like anaphylactic shock type allergic.
That's where she's at now. You probably have to get her an EpiPen. I don't know why. I would die.
Anaphylactic shock is not a good way to die.
Yeah, that's a good point. I just mean I love the food so much. You know what I mean. Stop it.
I can't help myself. Sometimes someone opens a door and I have to walk through it. What are the odds that he has a fly gear set up?
Fly gear.
Fly fishing gear, sorry.
Oh.
Well, no true fly fisherman doesn't, tie their own flies. Boy, that's a tongue twister.
I went to an event last night at my friend's dance studio, and I walk in and it's pretty dark, and it was the hippiest thing I have ever seen in my life. there were like all these families, and there were like little kids, adults, everybody just rolling on the floor, moving all slow, feeling the vibration of the music. It was like, oh my gosh, I stayed for 30 minutes, and it was like 29 minutes too long for me. I was going there to support my friend, but I just realized, like, we are cut from different cloth.
What is the religious, some kind of ritual, or what are they called?
No, she's atheist, but she's just a hippie, you know? Just goes with the flow and the vibration, and, you know, it was just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, that would creep me out too.
It's like, dude. And I felt like this conservative, like, I'm so out of my element. I'm not rolling around some floor. And no, it doesn't forever.
Did you ever at one point think, oh my God, I'm a Republican?
Yeah, I felt like a total staunch conservative in that moment. Like, just, you know, if I could have rolled my eyes any further, they'd be out of my head. They'd be down some hill at this point. Now, I think it's okay for kids, but to see grown adults doing this stuff, I was just like, what are you people like? It looked like everybody was on ecstasy type junk, you know?
Maybe they actually were.
Well, not with, I wouldn't think so with your kids around, but it was just like,
Well, if they're hippie enough.
gosh. And they were just having such a good time. And I'm standing there in like my high heels just looking at them. I didn't say hi to one person except my friend when she finally showed up like 20 minutes in. And then I'm like, she's not going to notice if I'm gone anyway. She's just going to notice that I was there. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah.
I totally snuck out and just
Yeah, the stealth bail.
oh yeah, went to get some sushi. They didn't have sashimi and went home. I just thought it was funny that I went from that to like Whole Foods, which is like the antithesis of that.
I haven't had sushi except for one occasion. I only had it one occasion in my life, and I wasn't really wild about it, although it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. But there was one thing. They had they were serving sake, traditional style, you know, heated. And I was like, no, okay. I know I don't like that. But they also had another drink called plum sake.
Yeah.
And that stuff is awesome. Love that.
It's just flavored sake.
Doesn't matter. It's a good flavor.
Man, I wish you guys could have seen it. They were all wearing like, what are those Clorox Danskos? All, like little kids with Danskos. So these were all rich people too, and that's where I was shocked. I'm like, you people can afford to buy $90 shoes for your kids that's going to grow out of it in 3 months, and you're rolling around the floor like this? Get up.
Welcome to Glenwood Springs, Grand Junction Airport, just down the road.
Yeah, it was, oh man. Well, it was Boulder, Colorado, so.
I think that's not too far.
It's not, no. It's like an hour and a half. Oh, Grand Junction, no, it's like 6 hours.
Oh, Grand Junction, yeah. I mean Glenwood Spring, or Glenwood. Do I mean Glenwood Springs or Glenwood Falls? Damn it, where does my brother-in-law's family live? Because they're over there, you know?
It's 3.5 hours. It's not far from Aspen, Glenwood Springs.
Yeah, but they have money.
Yeah. It's just, oh. I'm never going to forget that. And then there's this one lady rolling around with her husband or boyfriend, whatever they were doing on the floor, and this little kid starts rolling on top of her. She doesn't break a sweat. I'd be like, kid, get off me. And she just keeps rolling around. I'm like, it wasn't even her kid. I was like, you people.
Wow, okay. So that tops. There's a place called the Castle in Ybor, in the Tampa Bay area, Tampa St. Pete area, and let me tell you, those couches are not clean, and they're not clean for a reason, because it's very, very low lighting.
Yeah.
And people have been thrown out for having very obvious open sex.
Oh, that none of that was going on.
Yeah, it's one of those alternative goth nightclubs. And, so it depends on what night you go to, what you're going to see, because they do have very, very alternative nights, which you want to be very, which I don't know, you probably don't want to participate in. Fortunately, you have to be over 18 to get in.
Unfortunately. All right. I'll be back. See you guys in a few.
See ya.
Take care. Oh, I think Red.
Going back and thinking about this, having everyone asleep at the same time in the, on camera while Nadia's asleep, have the chat, the hangout named Sleeping with Nadia.
A nice place to take a nap.
Well, guys, I'm off to myself. I'm gonna do stuff here. I'll come back later. Take care.
Later.
Well, all right.
Running out of people to talk to.
Yeah, I know.
Can't believe my echo cancellation failed twice. It's always been fine.
I wonder what was I mean? Did I say something about? No, you have a big. No, I have a big.
I couldn't understand any of that. It was all doubled.
Yeah, I think I was echoing that. Damn it.
Is it better now?
Yes.
I think it's Full Martin making this echo.
Yes.
No, did I say something about this when you were talking about these people crawling around on the dance floor and so on? Did I say something then? Because I don't know.
You just said something a second ago, but otherwise I don't recall.
Okay, now I was just thinking about if this because most people, at least not the people I know, they feel they have this natural shyness to this. You just don't, or like these clubs where they are doing it with each other, like as it's natural, So I'm just wondering if this natural shyness, if that is cultural, or because it's a mystery to me also how people can lose every shyness,
Well, I think that would just really depend on the person and how they go about that type of release. Because some people are just out there. They just no inhibitions at all. And other people are the complete opposite. Every inhibition.
Yes, yes.
It's just,
But
I think it's nature, nurture, and, I mean, it's the combination. Some people are just like that, and some people get that way because of experience.
yeah, but I mean, from an evolutionary point, this shyness should be more cultural, but most people have this shyness. I mean, there's, you understand?
Well, because most cultures do have a lot of things that are common with them, though.
Yeah. I just wonder if there were no culture, if that is the original state. China, I mean, should be, because I also feel not well when like Ermin was talking about, and it's not that I don't that I think it's wrong, but it's like it's something I cannot do, you know.
Understandable.
I was with a friend in Berlin, and he was going to take me to a famous that sort of club in Berlin, and I didn't want to, but I didn't want to. Yeah, he made a big, very nice dinner and so on, and I was a little bit curious, of course, because I've heard about it, and it's also tourists there. It's not. But I didn't. They didn't let me in because I was not. My clothing was not good enough for.
I couldn't get in earlier either because the Hermine had me blocked from Hangout.
I was not talking about Hangout, but I was.
Well, I'm talking about the Hangout. I couldn't get in because Hermine had me blocked.
At least I was happy not to. I was happy that I didn't get into that club. So that would be.
No one can ever understand you. You have very broken English. Your accent is not right. It's hard to follow what you're saying.
Yeah,
I understand him just fine. Maybe that's a problem with you, but I can understand him just fine every time I spend on Hangout.
Translate for him when he talks because I can't understand him.
Well, how about you find a different Hangout if you don't want to listen to the people that are here?
Why you
They can understand you.
Well, no, I'm not. I mean, I'm not here to translate for somebody. If you can't understand the person that's speaking, I think that's on you, not on them.
He has an accent, and it's very hard to follow what he's saying.
So do you.
I can follow everything you are saying.
And I can perfectly understand him. I mean, Bal.
His microphone is messed up a lot, too, and you're getting very defensive when I bring that up.
What? You just came off pretty rude.
No, you came off very rude. I'm telling it how it is. It's a fact that he has a poor microphone.
Okay.
And you totally ignored what I just said about being blocked by them fundies that come in here and they block us atheists so we can't get in.
I'm not blocked and I'm an atheist. Maybe it's a problem between you and the other people, not just in general.
You're hardly ever in these hangouts. Don't come in here and justify that it's just a problem. You're never here. Stop trying to move the goalpost.
Does Nadia have you blocked?
Why would Nadia have me blocked?
Well, that's what I'm saying. She's the one that's hosting the hangout. So if you're blocked by other people, that would be between you and them, not between you and this hangout.
It's between. They were
Maybe
in
you
this
should
hangout.
talk with them about you being blocked.
They were in this hangout, and you're letting them fundies call the shots.
They're not calling my shots. And what do you mean call the shots in this hangout? I don't quite follow that line of reasoning there.
They always come in and play victim and claim that we're asked, whenever we ask a difficult question, they play the victim card to try to skirt away from the issue.
Maybe, but I haven't really seen a lot of that in the hangouts that I've been in here lately.
You don't come here very much because I would have seen you before. Simon has seen it many times. Simon, you still there?
I am kind of new to the hangout stuff, but I have been doing, these ones are pretty much the only ones that I come to is Nadia's.
And you're not here for part 5 and 6 and 7 and 4 and 3. I am. I come to all of them. So don't come in here and tell me how things should run, because you're a noob.
Okay, I certainly understand that. I respect your veteran status there, sir.
You don't appreciate when she hosts them. You only pick and choose. I come to them all because I appreciate what Nadia does.
Well, I've got a job and kids. I can't come to them all because they run 24/7. If I had the ability to, I would, because these things are pretty interesting. But because life, and work, I don't have the ability to come to absolutely all of them. The only reason I'm on now is because I'm off on a Sunday, finally. It's been months, so I can't come to all of them because I have a job, and then I have children on top of that. And
you don't have the dedication that Nadia has, is what you're saying.
Nadia doesn't have children.
Nadia is dedicated, though. She puts away her selfish personal interests to advance the cause of atheism.
I don't believe taking care of my children is considered a selfish personal interest. I mean, so I should ignore my children for the cause of atheism? How does that show? How does that show that atheists are good people? You can't.
I'm an anti-natalist, and you're saying that I'm not a good person because I'm an anti-natalist?
No, I didn't say that. I said I can't neglect I have children, and I cannot neglect those children and still be a good person. Therefore, if I'm not being a good person, I can't be a good atheist.
Why did you have children?
Because I wanted a family.
You chose to populate the world and let them come into the suffering. I'm an anti-natalist, and I don't believe in that.
Okay, well, all right, that's fine. You can believe in whatever you want to believe in, or not believe in whatever you don't want to believe in. But I wanted to get married and have a family. And that's my choice. Your choice to not do so is your choice.
It's not a choice. It's better for the world that people don't come into it and have to suffer and overpopulate the world.
Well, China's already taken care of that for us because last year they had over 200,000 deaths and a little bit less than 200,000 births. So they're dying faster than they're populating. So that'll take care of the problem in about 20, 30 years if they continue with that trend.
No, it's not, because in the third world, they're having kids left and right. You don't understand what's happening in the population. You don't understand antinatalism.
No, I understand antinatalism. I'm saying I don't believe in that theory, so therefore I wanted to have kids. And I did. 2.
You're being very irresponsible by having children. That's my opinion, and my opinion only.
Okay, well, I respect your opinion, and in my opinion, I'm being a responsible parent by being a good parent and not spending all of my time trying to promote the cause of atheism. I promote it by being a good parent and not believing in God.
I don't believe in God either. I'm not a fundie. I don't like fundies.
Okay. But you were telling me that I can't be a good atheist unless I'm doing more to promote the cause of atheism.
I said that Nadia has more dedication than you. Please don't mix words and misconstrue what I actually said.
Okay, well, my bad. And she does. Honestly, yes. Because I don't have the available time to commit like that.
Because you chose not to have the available time. You chose to have the children. It's just a choice that you made, no big deal.
All right, then. Yeah.
You made that choice. Now, no one put a gun to your head and say, have children. You made the choice.
I know, but you're saying it like it's a negative.
Well, I'm an antinatalist. I mean, to me, it is a negative. People shouldn't have children.
Okay. I get it.
A lot of people that have children, I don't know about you, and I won't comment on you, but there's a lot of people out there who have children, and they're trying to live vicariously through their children, don't they, Vic?
Through their children, I see quite a bit where people do try to live through their children. I have children myself, but I don't try to live through them. I just hope, I just try to teach them as much as I can and let them make their own decisions in life.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're responsible to make sure that they don't become fundies, right? Or you give them the right information, let them decide.
Well, I give them the information that I know and encourage them to learn more, from everything they can, and just to use common sense and the world around them, to kind of shape their thought and their thought process and their minds, and hopefully they'll come out all right. But it's up to the individual, I think.
A lot of them fundies don't even give them a chance. They tell them they better become a fundie or them children are going to hell.
Oh, dude, my wife's excuse me, my wife's mother doesn't want really anything to do with my children because she's always preaching that. She's a hardcore, Bible thumping Baptist Christian here, and it's horrible how they use that.
She's doing you a favor, though, by not being around the children. That way they won't be indoctrinated into the propaganda.
Right, and also the way she speaks and the conversations I have with my children kind of shows them, what their mindset is also. They learn from that. So you don't believe in like procreation or like continuation of the human species, or just certain types of people?
No, I'm against all procreation because people have to suffer when they're created. That's my basis for it, is that they have to come into a world of suffering. They'll suffer no matter what.
Yeah, when I was younger, and I kind of still do, be honest with you. When I was young, going through life, tough life, I was always, I would never want to put a child through this. I would, and then accidents happen, and she's my favorite mistake. But you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, that's just my opinion, but at least you realize the whole suffering thing. That's important.
Oh yeah. It's a harsh world, man. It's it's tough out there.
But that's also subjective to where you're at, because overall you think about it. Yes, this is a world of suffering and all that kind of stuff, but when it comes down to my kids, we live in a smaller city, so it's not like really crazy or nothing out here. They just live a normal, good life. And I look back on my life. Yeah, when I was older, I went through some crazy shit, but my childhood and all of that, nothing was like ruined because of the crazy world around.
Yeah, but you see, everyone's going to suffer because you're going to get cancer, you're going to get something, and you'll die, and you'll suffer a lot right before you die. So that's the premise of antinatalism.
So you're promoting the end of the human species, then?
Yes. Gary, Gary in Manhattan? In Manhattan, I'm sure.
Yeah, his name's Gary. Go ahead.
He wants to push the red button. He said many times. So he if he had the opportunity to nuke the world and just get us out of the universe, then he would do it.
I said that before also. Well, not here or anything like that, but I thought about that before. Would it just, if just to end it completely all, so nobody has to go through it anymore. It's something that I thought about.
Really?
It's never that bad to destroy the entire planet.
Well, it wouldn't be destroy. It would just be like boom,
Kill
done.
almost everybody.
Well, the kill is a harsh word itself because kill implies pain and suffering until you die. I'm talking about just like blackout, done.
Murder.
Then you're like telling about
forcefully taking somebody's life.
Christianity or theism that might be not moral, right? And you play around with the thought. Maybe it's good to nuke the world.
I played around with the thought, and sometimes it makes sense. Sometimes, but it only makes sense to myself. You know what I mean? So
but it's still I think it's
See, the reality is no one wants to nuke the world. It's really simple. You just don't have kids, and the problem solved. Okay?
I understand that, but I don't understand like this leader of or the promoter in Mendham that he wants to nuke the world. I think it's extreme. Well, I would take any measure to meet those people with all weapons and all thing I had, and that's not because I'm a theist. I mean, that would be so.
Harry never said to nuke the whole world. You're taking him out of context. I'm sorry, because I've been in those. I've been in this room before.
Many times. Push the red button, of course, and then he gets into this discussions, but then there are life on other planets, and then he gets crazy about this. No, this is the only place where you have sentient beings and so on. It's totally crazy. And I think I've listened to it because I'm very interested. This is a very new phenomenon. This and it goes with this kind of hardcore belief in that we are biological machines and there are nothing else and so on, and then you feel suffering and why should we suffer, and then of course I understand his logic. Why not just get the sentence being out of it, so there is no suffering. It's logically right.
Yeah, it's something to think about. That's that's about it. I wouldn't do it. Something to think about.
But suffering suffering, pain, hurt, that all influences our experience, the same as love, pleasure, and all that. You can't have one without the other.
Right, it shapes who we are, really. Everything we go through kind of makes us who we are.
Exactly. You wouldn't be who you are today if you didn't go through all the shit you went through.
Right.
Good, bad, and otherwise. If it was just all good, you'd have no concept of bad. And therefore, when bad comes your way, you're truly fucked.
Well, living a life through, with a lot of crap, and you see a lot of, you see it from both sides quite a bit. So if you have the ability to stand in the middle and just listen and watch and learn, you become a better person. But there's those that take that one side or the other that kind of mess things up.
But there's always going to be that. There's never going to be a perfect temperance between perfect people or perfectly sane people and perfectly crazy people.
Right, I agree. I definitely agree with that. Yeah.
So no matter what kind of world model that we set up, eventually there's going to be somebody who's like, "Oh, fuck this shit," and just wants to watch it burn.
Yeah, I think we were all probably at that point also too in our own lives. We're at that point where we're like, just fuck this shit.
Diggy, what you're saying, what I think, of course there will be a very small minority that just want to destroy everything, but I think historically we haven't had this kind of movement, and there are it's a very small minority, of course, but this is historically very interesting that you have someone that really wants to just destroy sentient beings, and they use logic. They see logic, or at least, and they are normal people. And I wonder how this come to be.
It kind of reminds me of when the computer programs go crazy in a movie.
Yes.
It comes to the logical conclusion that human beings are no longer necessary.
Yes, and it's logically. I mean, it's fully logically. If you measure pain, and there are books written about them, and they are pretty. Logically, you cannot go against it almost.
Yeah, but you also have to see the mindsets of individual people that don't think it's better for the people, but rather, well, if I'm going to have to go, I'll make sure everybody else goes with me. It's almost like a form of almost like jealousy, but yeah.
I think this discussion, I followed it a long time. I never participate. I'm new to Hangouts and YouTube. These Hangouts, I mean, and I think it's interesting because engaging there are not Christians. They are atheists and antinatalists, and the atheists must feel a little bit like. I mean, they cannot justify logically their thoughts, you know. And it's a little bit when a Christian or a theist, he can also not logically justify it as rationally. Of course not. It's impossible. And
the
when
Christians
atheists go against anti-natalism, they are in the same situation. You know, logically. Sorry.
Oh, so I'll say the Christians have their own form of that, where when the rapture comes, when Jesus comes back, you know, we're going to continue and all of you are going to die, kind of deal. It's almost the same thing as if, like, well, I'll take everybody out with me if I'm going to go. What the Christian's mind is, everybody else can go, we'll stay. It's almost the same degree.
Yeah, some Christians, the majority of Christians do not think like this.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
This rapture is a new idea, and the concentrate that you emphasize the rapture. That is crazy. That's then I also get very upset about this. If someone like mix politics or rapture with politics and so on, well then I would be an atheist on the minute, in the minute.
Yeah, we were talking about this last night, you know, where we're trying to figure out a better world for everybody, you know, and then a couple of guys were in there saying, well, all you have to do is put your faith in Jesus and he'll come back and take care of everything. So why even try kind of mindset? And that just,
yeah.
That was scary.
Yeah, Jim, you were there.
Sorry, I'm very positive. I will think that in not more than 20 years, this all the environment problematic, Christians will take this, and Christians will be the promoter of it. Because the problem with the environment problem is we have to go down a little bit in our how to say living standard, and that you have to be very you need something more than just reason for that, you know. So I see some movement again in Norway. It's not the case, but I've noticed in the U.S. many Christians, they go against this how to say this environment politic, and I think it's crazy. Yeah. But when you come to the when people get this integrated in their religion, imagine how that will be.
Well, a lot of I agree. A lot of like right-wing Christians in the U.S. are mostly right-winged, and they mix their patriotism with their religion, and they justify it that way.
They are also against environment politics.
Right.
That's so crazy because I mean, we are as Christians, you should be actually the opposite. You should take care of the world and so on. But I'm positive. I think that will be Christians also in U.S. will take up this, and you know, Christians, they are good at charity, some of them at least, and then.
You know what I found, like when I talk to a lot of Europeans and Americans, is Europeans still mostly. Well, I don't want to like classify anybody, but. Definitely not you, because you're really cool, man. But like I noticed that Europeans have found a way to believe in God, but not believe in the fundamentalist core, you know, book type deal. Where American Christians seem to want to follow the book to a T.
But you must remember, yes, of course, but we have also had this stage in history. But you must not forget that this fundis in U.S. They are very. It's a very modern thing. Also, young Earth creationism. All Christians before 200 years ago, they thought actually, and they were relying upon the Greek view that the world is actually infinite. So this it's a very modern idea, and it's a reaction to on modern science or evolution.
Yeah.
And it's I think it's like when William Lane Craig, he says it's how does he articulate it? It's embarrassment for Christians, and I think that too. I mean, it's they are just distorting science. I mean, I don't get it, and I understand that when they are ridiculized, of course. How can you be in your mind and say not be? I understand you can be extreme intelligent, and also it has nothing to do with intelligence if you believe the Earth is 6,000 years. But they ought to be ridiculized, I think, from the atheists.
Yeah, it seems a lot of them have a long way to go, you know, to kind of get to the point where they could reach that level of.
No, you know,
it's more monopolized in the. I'm sorry, it's more monopolized in the U.S. too, the way it is out there where you're at. It's because you guys always had the church, right? It was part of the government. It's always been there. Where here it's more like a business, you know. It was supposed to be separation of church and state, so you get all these, and they promote it more here. It's more of a
exactly, yeah.
Yeah, they got banners out and flyers and be safe now, and yeah.
But I think it's disturbing with this. I mean, you can hold that view. Believes the Earth is 6,000 years old. I mean, it doesn't matter so much. But if you are engaging in debates and
right, try to argue against science,
yes, you just lose any credibility at once.
Yep.
You ask for proof from them, you get one book. You ask for proof from science, you get thousands.
Right, yep. And you also get a lot of common sense and just the reality around you. I mean, science, you can go out and find out for yourself. You know, you can see it.
Yep.
You can learn it, and it, yeah. And with that one book, you just have to put faith in it, and that's it.
Yeah, but yes, and they don't. I mean, the Bible is not. It's not a science book about the the world. It's never meant to be. I mean, then
it's believing in a way of how we were and how we should be more than.
Yeah, it's how to interact with people and what's the meaning of life. I mean, it's not how the Earth developed. And
right.
It's. But no, and I also am very opposed to like this rapture theory and this Zionism and so on. Then I get really a little bit scared.
Yeah.
But I'm scared. I mean, it's a very small minority that hold these views, and I believe in humankind. I believe they are in some sense rational, so they will not buy this. They will not nuke the world or something like that. We are.
Yeah, but I can understand where the little worrisome or even a little bit of fear comes in. It takes a small group to do something major sometimes, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Mostly you have to have people behind you, but
yeah,
it's like Saddam Hussein. He was a secular. He was a egomaniac and a really disgusting human being.
Yeah.
But he had his self-interest, so he wouldn't do something real bad, you know. And when people are a little bit corrupt, that's also good because they don't want to destroy everything. But this, like this Gary, this in Menham, is like this Christ figure without religion, and I think you understand it's not corrupt. So you can always make business with the corrupt people. But if you have a fanatic that really, like Hitler, he was a fanatic. He, end of the war, he just threw all the German children available just to stop it, and everyone knew it was lost, and he was.
Yeah, he's a good example of somebody that uses religion as a useful purpose, a way to manipulate people's minds, you know.
But he was anti-Christian.
But he promoted Christianity.
No, you're crazy. He hated Christianity.
Didn't he say something about we are Christian? There's a quote before. There's something before he says that, like, something about Christianity. We are Christianity, and also the prayer on the belt buckles. I mean, that got a lot of people, you know, to agree with him, and also the backup from the Roman Catholic Church that backed him up in the beginning. May not have backed him up throughout the whole thing, but still, he got, you know, in power, and he used that manipulation of religion to get a majority of the people on his side before everything really started to fall apart and see who he really was.
I have studied these things, and I also have German relatives that have experienced the war, but he was, of course, I mean, you can see, just look at the SS, I mean, they have black clothes and skulls, and he was, of course, the only one he quote the most in Mein Kampf is Darwin, and he supported the church, the Catholics, to get elected. Of course, he could not. He was an opportunist.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what he did.
Yeah. But there's a lot of from his biographies. He has a lot of statements what he really thinks about Christianity, and I mean, he's the strong shall show them worthy of survival. I mean, and there is a lot of Christians that died in the cause fighting against Hitler. Also bishops, you know, they sacrificed their life, and so it's. But of course, in the beginning, he wanted to. It's the same when he went to war against Poland. He had the same propaganda as Bush. He didn't want to go to war to make war, but to secure peace. You know. So no, that. But another thing, he was a vegan. You know that?
A what?
He was a vegetarian.
I didn't know that. No.
Yeah, he was. So he wanted his also his officers to become to not eat meat, but of course that he didn't make a big thing about it. But he was a vegan, and he was very animal loving man. So no, I mean just. If you read Mein Kampf, you will see at once where he's at. The strongest race shall show them worthy of survival and take over the world. And the strong race was
what he believed was the Aryan race, the white. Yeah. That's a madman, though. That's the mind of a, something
Yeah.
snapped in him. It'd be interesting to get into his mind, just to see what kind of thought process he had and how he's seen, things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I will read that. I heard a lot about it, and I've been meaning to for quite a while because it seems interesting to me because I have German descent also, and that's where I get my name from. My last name's Cole, and I'm always interested. I was always interested in reading that, so I think I will check that out just to know a little more about him, his mind.
Yeah. No, the main principle was, of course, first survival of the fittest race, and the first 70,000 people that was gassed. That was no Jews. That was in the middle of the war. He started to take out Jews. Not that was then the war had gone for some years before he could do that. But the first 70,000 who was gassed, that was disabled people. To clean up the race. Survival of the fittest. That is his. What's underlying there. And he got also support, not he, but this research, this eugenetic got support from US. You can see a BBC program on that. BBC are pretty conservative, so they have a. Yeah, you don't have to trust everything, but they are pretty.
Yeah, I do like the BBC documentaries quite a bit. They're not one-sided, they kind of. Yeah.
No, and then the technology was the technology of the gas chambers. So that was developed before the war, and when the war was when they were in the middle of the war, they had this technology, so they could put up these terrible camps very, very effectively. And no, it's. But he was not an atheist. Hitler was not an atheist. He was cultist, and they were engaged in all kind of cults. And it's amazing when you see how they are the SS uniforms. They were black and with skulls. They looks like just like bandits, So it's when you think about that, these people just got to power. It's but this with the knuckles, of course, that was the with got mittens. God is with us. That has nothing to do with with Hitler. That was always on the belt knuckles.
Yeah, that has something to do with, I guess, the propaganda of getting people to follow Hitler.
Yeah, no, but he never went the Christian way. I mean, he was a fan of Nietzsche and so on. I mean, Nietzsche is that's the basis of this thought is Nietzsche. So
wasn't he a nihilist or some type of a?
Yeah, yes, nihilism. It's I cannot say this. You find the same quotes from of Nietzsche and Hitler. He quotes him all the time. So
yeah, in a way, Hitler was almost like we were talking about last night. I had to get out of it in the middle of it, but the whole world order thing. He was almost trying to get his own thing started in that way, thinking of what was best for everybody.
But he really believed that the strongest race had to show that they are worthy of leading the world. So the strongest should survive, and they had to prove it. And when the war was lost, he said, "You Germans." People at least thought he was a patriot, but he said, "No, you are shown you're not worthy to win." So yeah.
Yeah. It's.
No, it's. No, I don't think it's hard to find anyone like Hitler, because Stalin, he was more opportunist, but Hitler had this danger quality of being some kind of idealist. You know, he was not a corrupt man. He was very, very, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because
Yeah, Goebbels, he was, no, not Goebbels, Goering, he was like Gallicola, you know, he had also some Jewish, he protected one Jew because it was a friend of him, and he liked women and wine and war. Yeah. Now, the reason why Hitler got so much support, that was mainly the Versailles, how to say, agreement. So Germany was to should bear the cost of the First World War, and the agreement was made up like Germany should never rise again, never become a power again. And Hitler went against the Versailles War, but the Social Democrats, like in my family, they had to follow the Versailles War, laws. You know, they had to follow the rest of the world. So, and that's where he got most support. It's like if UN should UN should blame America for some war, and in a way that they will never be that their economy should never grow strong again. People would go against that. And
Right.
if you have a man, a patriot, say we don't care, we will be the strong one. Of course you will. And it was all this poverty, and he did, of course, in the beginning. He gave people work. But the interesting thing was that people didn't take him seriously. So the conservatives, they didn't take him seriously. The only one who took him seriously was the communists.
Yeah, you have to have. Yeah, you'd have to have that certain mindset to follow something like that too. So yeah, I see that.
Sorry, yeah. No, so the conservative, the educated people, they would never believe that such a stupid or primitive guy would win. Oh my, got something in my throat. No, they. I cannot speak.
You okay?
I have no cigarette papers left, so I started with chew tobacco, and I got something. No. I got something in my throat.
Swallowed it the wrong way. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. No, but they really didn't take him seriously, because he was. I won't compare him to Bush, but I mean, he was just. Yeah, he seemed just too stupid to be able to be a political.
He was almost like a one-way street with him. You had to follow his way or no way. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and I mean the conservative, they were educated people, and also the Social Democrats, and I never believed that he would win this election. He was just, but then he did. No, and the sad thing about it, he wanted to be a painter, so that was but then he didn't manage to get into the art school, or at least he didn't manage to get his diploma there.
Yeah.
So if if they had taken him, then we wouldn't have a third world war.
Oh, well. Do you think that, because you studied him, do you think that he just, in his own mind, he thought that what he was doing was right and good for, well, I guess not, because you would have some type of, you would have to have some type of you know, malicious character to yourself to execute and try to rid of, you know.
Yeah, but he was a he was a fanatic, and he was not corrupt. He was not how to say, egoist, and that was so dangerous about him. You couldn't corrupt him. He lived a very spontaneous life. He was not like he was no Goering that and that made him dangerous. Yeah, it was will to power, and
So just taking advantage of the power he had to get his own wants and wills done. But
yeah, that was, I mean, that was a Nietzsche thing, you know. The most, what we should treasure is the will to power, you know. So. And,
what does AFK mean? Did you say AFK and left?
Okay, AFK. Yeah, I don't know. After, no, I don't know this abbreviation. I've learned now BRB.
Yeah, be right back. Yeah, I know that one, but I don't know what AFK means.
I sat a long time to try to figure out what that meant, but
something to Google, huh?
Yeah, no, I did. Yeah.
AFK means away from keyboard.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
So how's everything going over there? Where are you from? Did you say you're from Norway?
Yeah.
How's everything over there? I mean, just like weather-wise in the day, kind of going for you.
It's dark, totally dark. It's 8:30 in the evening.
Okay.
Yeah, it's snow, not much.
Cool. It's about noon over here, and not a bad day. Not a bad day. It's about like what, 30 degrees out, I think. So it's not too bad.
Mm.
No, it's a little warmer than that.
No, I would love to go to. Never been in the U.S. I've been many places, but I've never been in the U.S. So.
Oh, cool. I always wanted to go to Germany because I don't know any of my family there, but my grandfather's from there, and I would like to go see where he's from. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. Oh, do you know where in Germany?
No, I have no history of any of the family there. Yeah, it's weird. He came from Germany. He got into the military here, and he bought his wife, who was my grandmother. I mean, he actually bought her for cash money. He was Native American, and yeah, I guess he was about like 50-something when he got her, and so he died when my father was 9 years old, I think. Yes, I have no, but I have a picture of him, and I look exactly like him. And I would like to know a little more about him, Yeah.
Well, that's really interesting.
Because my brothers are, my mom is Mexican and Navajo, and my dad's German and Native American, and So, but my brothers came out shorter and darker, you know, and I came out 6 foot and white looking. I'd like to know where I got that from. You know, that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. No, that's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
No, there was a lot of immigrants also from Norway to I think measure of the if you measure the population, Norwegian was this you had the second most immigrants or emigrants, depend on to US. It was only the Irish people who emigrated more than the Norwegian, but we are not. It's not we have not so big population, but
so it's real diverse over there, kind of like it is here.
No, not sorry. I meant from they emigrated to US.
I see.
No, it's getting diverse now, but the last 20 years we have got more and more immigrants. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that's what gets me about like America. You know, I was listening in on a hangout with Nadia, and there was a couple of guys talking about, you know, like I guess like, you know, border patrol and all that, but it kind of baffles me a little bit on how this is a country of immigrants, you know, and yet now they want to keep people out of it, looking for a better way, even though it's not as good as it used to be. I think it's still kind of arrogant of people to try to stop others from coming in to make a better life for themselves.
That happens frequently.
Yeah.
By the way, am I echoing? I hope not.
No, you're good.
Okay, cool. I went and destroyed all the history of the Chrome, all the HTML databases, the whole works.
You destroyed what?
You know, the web browsing history and everything.
Oh, cleared all the cookies out and wiped it?
Yeah, destroyed all the cookies, the HTML5 database, all that stuff, because this echoing thing has been driving me nuts. I mean, something's changed. I don't know what broke, but I mean,
it's weird.
I'm not supposed to echo.
Do you have
I've got noise cancellation, you know?
Yeah, do you have a separate mic or two mics that might be both enabled?
It's a built-in, just a built-in mic in a laptop with built-in speakers. Oh. And it's got ambient noise cancellation, which is supposed to include whatever comes out of the speakers.
Right, yeah.
And that's been breaking today for some reason.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, so...
And to reinstall.
Anyway, I didn't mean to just derail conversation.
Oh, no. Did you take out all the drivers for the microphone? And I think they come together.
No, I'm on a Mac. I don't have to worry about that kind of crap.
Oh, okay. I used to work on PCs and build them and modify them a lot, so there's a lot of that going. You know? It's easier now. Back when I first started, man, it was a pain in the ass to try to get a crappy sound card to work on those things. It's a lot of trial and error.
Yeah, I relied on what's that shopping site? There was a site that would make sure that the components you were matching up were compatible with each other.
Yeah, I used that when I was getting into Linux. So I just call it Linux, but yeah, to make sure.
I only built a couple of Linux boxes. That's all I've built.
What version did you use?
I was running Debian. I forget which particular release. It's been a while. I mean, the last box I built was like Y2K.
Yeah, same here, dude. I think I installed. I think at that time I was getting the SUSE Linux. I like the visual of it.
I started with SUSE.
I started with Red Hat at first.
But I got to admit, I like the apt-get based, the Debian package based distributions better in general. I'm just using apt and auto-apt. Auto-apt is very cool. Because when you're compiling from source and you don't have all the files, auto-apt can go and grab the necessary ones for you.
Well, that's cool. So it's like a database type deal you go into, and it.
Well, Well, the Debian, the Debian package, they keep a dependency file.
Cool.
So,
Sweet.
So everything that's needed is in there. But you got to be careful with auto-apt, of course, because you are,
Yeah, open source.
automatically downloading stuff that, even though it's supposed to be digitally signed and everything, you're compiling it and whatnot. So you're putting a lot of trust into the system at that point.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But yeah.
I used to do graphics. I really got into the GIMP, the graphics interface manipulation program.
Yeah, I've got GIMP on here.
Cool.
Unfortunately, when you put focus, well, it doesn't seem to understand that when you click in a text field, it's supposed to get focus. So when you start typing, it's doing the GIMP commands associated with those.
Oh wow!
I don't know. It's a Mac.
It's gotta be frustrating.
It's not working right. I gotta see if there's an update that's fixed that, because I don't have Photoshop.
Mm-hmm. So. I use Corel for most of my graphics and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, like I said, I didn't mean to derail the topic that's been going on. I know you guys have been talking about. You went from Saddam Hussein to Germany rather abruptly. That was weird.
I got a story about Saddam Hussein through an instructor of mine. I was unemployed for a while, so I had to keep my unemployment insurance going. I had to take a college course in networking because it helped me land a job too. But my instructor, his name was Osama Georges, and really interesting character, a lot of stories. But he was on the sharpshooter team for was it Baghdad? Or well, I guess wherever Saddam Hussein was.
For Iraq.
Iraq, yes. And he has like a solid gold pen from a competition. And he told some crazy stories about Saddam. One was that if you didn't make it up to par on that shooting team, he's seen a couple of guys get executed for not following the rules properly.
Oh boy!
But one thing that really got me, what he told was, if he would go on out in San Diego, there's AM 600 talk radio that has like Rush Limbaugh and all that kind of stuff. And he would go on there, and he was telling a story on there, and he then, of course, everybody from the classes asked him about it, and he got a little more detail. And there was a situation where I guess some of his cabinet members were going against him.
Yeah.
So he had.
Yeah. So yeah, I saw a thing. It was actually on video. They did this in a parliamentary meeting or whatever, but. From that incident, Saddam Hussein had, he had already publicly executed a couple of them.
Well, yeah,
there's a big conspiracy, and I know you guys know about it, and he sat back smoking his cigar, quiet, just sitting there.
Yeah, he told me that what he done was
they started accusing each other.
Yeah, what he done was he got the 5 that he thought were most loyal. Or 5, or I forgot the number, but he split them in half, or got the most loyal of them, gave them handguns, and had them execute the others, just prove their loyalty, kind of put a stamp on it. And if they didn't, then they would be executed, and of course they all did.
Yeah, he was a vicious bastard.
Yeah, definitely, man, it's crazy. He was nuts.
Yep, never trust a Sunni. Well, that's what they say in Iran. In Iraq, they say never trust a Shia.
Victor, my German aunt is visiting us now, or my mother.
Oh, cool.
And she told a funny story. I never heard that before. It was grandmother or something like that.
Oh, my grandfather, you mean?
No. I heard a story from my aunt.
I'm sorry.
She's visiting my mother now at the moment.
And they were talking about someone in the family. Must have been a long time ago, and in that family, you should become a dentist. So there were 2 dentists, and one of the daughters should also become a dentist. But when you wanted to be in the education, you had to
draw the teeth, you know, the teeth of corpses. So they use corpses, dead corpses, and draw the teeth.
Oh,
And
practice on?
Yeah, to practice on. And she couldn't do that. So she didn't want to become a dentist. And then her sister said, yeah, but you can draw my teeth. So she let her sister then draw all her teeth. And
wow.
and build her you know, artificial teeth afterwards.
Oh wow.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, when I heard it, was people had the different they thought totally different that time. I mean, also with pain. I mean,
yeah, I guess it was just that dealing with the corpse was kind of scary, you know. I would be. I have my sister-in-law, you know, she's a nurse and she had to work on cadavers, and I couldn't see how she could do that.
Yeah, but you got the story, or am I too unclear? Did you get so a sister of her?
Yeah, I volunteered for her to pull.
Volunteered, just volunteered for it. So
they both.
No, when I hear this kind of story, I realized that people that time was very different from today. I mean, with pain and so on, they had different kind of, almost different kind of humans. I mean, one thing to draw teeth, to let all your teeth be drawn. That is, I cannot.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to imagine to have like all your teeth drawn out. Yeah, it's kind of it's wow.
No, I've seen in China they have you can not anymore, but not so long time ago, at least in on the countryside, you can see dentists with bicycles running the drill.
Oh, really?
Without any anesthesia, they.
Oh wow.
So, it's a little bit the psyche just has changed a little bit.
Definitely, yeah. Pain has become something you don't really want to encounter, and you try to do everything you can to avoid. You know, with pain medications and.
Yes.
Yeah.
Every pain and death, everything is just a taboo.
Right. Yeah.
No, I'm hell scared of dentists. So.
Of the dentist?
Yes. Oh.
Oh yeah, same here, man. Yeah, I get a toothache, or I had a tooth broken, and it's horrible. But yeah, had to go and they had to pull it, and of course, it took them an hour and a half to pull it.
Yeah. No, don't talk about that.
Yeah, it was very painful, and it sucked.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Kate.
Hey.
You also, Victor, do you also make postcards?
Oh yeah, business cards, postcard, anything really. I've done just about everything. I've done signs for restaurants, menus, anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. and I do graphics for websites, and I build websites too, but I just use the old Dreamweaver program, so there's nothing too automated or flashy about myself. I can embed Flash, but I haven't got into it that much.
Yeah.
Last stuff I did with websites, I was typing my own HTML and Emacs.
Were you doing to like the code side of it?
Yeah. Well, I actually typed my own markup for static pages.
Oh, cool. I just do mainly the design stuff. I look at the code and I can figure out, like the headers and the font properties and all that, but I never really got into the code.
Oh, the markup is pretty simple. Well, it used to be pretty simple. It's gotten more complicated with CSS and all that.
Yeah, I don't like CSS that much.
I finally went and upgraded though my vanity site, which I'm not giving out because it tells you who I am. I put WordPress on it.
Yeah, I heard about that. It's supposed to be a really cool setup.
I'm still still working on figuring it out. But
the thing about CSS that gets me is you have to just give it properties to everything. Even all the text you're using, you have to give it its own properties, and I don't like that too much. It seems to slow everything down.
Oh, there's defaults and stuff, but I know I've seen pages that are really over the top heavy because they want to have all those little sliding effects and all that crap.
Right? Yeah.
And
Drop down.
It's like they're killing the accessibility of the site when they do that too. Because I know some people who have like even worse vision than I do. That is, even with glasses and everything, they still need to be able to enlarge the fonts and whatnot.
Right. Yeah, because I have horrible vision.
Formatting just suddenly disintegrating.
Yeah, I actually had to stop doing professionally graphic design because of my eyesight. So I just do it as a hobby now on the side sometimes.
Of course, the other problem is even though Chrome and Safari both use WebKit and KHTML uses WebKit, Firefox uses something else, and Internet Explorer uses, well, shit. When it's Internet Explorer, it's okay. Which version of Internet Explorer?
Right.
It's like, fuck compatibility with all that. It's either W3C or nothing.
Mm.
Okay, do you need to be screen sharing?
I don't have to be. I can stop. Is my screen not working? Like, is it flashing or anything?
Well, occasionally yours pops up full screen. I think it's doing things to my CPU.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I can stop.
I can't, I can't. I don't have any moderation power. I can only ask. I have no idea if that's copyrighted stuff anyway. It looks like a video game.
It's just a video game.
Okay.
People play video games in Hangouts all the time. It's not a big deal.
Oh, yeah, nothing wrong with that. It's just the screen sharing, it just gets heavy.
Was that Civilization?
Yeah, it's your 5. With all the DLCs.
Cool. I used to play way back. It was like I think it was like the DOS version of Command and Conquer.
I'm playing on a high difficulty. And
those games are hard. It's for me. It's a lot to take care of at one time. I can never really get into it that.
Yeah, there's a lot of micromanaging.
Oh yeah. the last one I played like that was Halo Wars, but that was more just getting everything ready for a battle, and then you had to go to like a whole different area and start over again.
Mm.
I don't know what it is with Chrome. It's just a huge resource hog on my. I think Google just hates Apple that much now.
They want you to buy a Chromebook.
Yeah, maybe I should.
I heard they're really. I mean, if you're just like on the web and that's mainly what you use, if you use YouTube and all the Google stuff, I heard it's excellent. It works very well, and they're really cheap.
Oh, I'll think about that because I use this machine for development, and Xcode is pretty damn heavy too.
Is I use mine for all the graphics, and also I do a little bit of just for fun. I do some 3ds Max type creation just for fun, and that takes a lot.
Yeah, but
Oh, I'm actually a 3D modeler for video games and animation.
Sweet. What type of video card do you have?
A video card on my. I just have. I don't know what the video card is. I just have like an Alienware laptop, but it sucks. I hate it.
Really? I thought Alienware was supposed to be.
No, after it got bought by Dell, it went downhill.
They used to be good. They're not good anymore. They're still expensive. They're just not good anymore.
Yeah, I learned the hard way, but as soon as I graduate in May, I have okay, so my screen is broken, so I'm using an external monitor, but I have it's still under warranty, so I'm going to turn it in, get it fixed, and then I'm gonna sell it.
Yeah.
And use the money to build a PC.
That's how I built mine. Yeah. I never bought a PC. I always just built them.
Yeah. I mean, I not really too familiar with how to build a PC, but my boyfriend probably can help me.
Oh, if you get into it, it's so much easier now. When I started, you had like universal type stuff where you had CPUs, and on the board you have to set your voltages and with jumpers, and it's a lot easier now. It's pretty much just slap it together and install your programs. It's pretty simple now.
Yeah.
Just like building a stereo.
Yep.
Yeah. To give you an idea how powerful this laptop is, it will deal with 4K monitors and video, no problem. It'll encode high-definition video at about 5 times real-time speed.
Cool.
And a bunch of other stuff all at the same time. And yet Chrome is making the damn fans spin. So there's something seriously wrong there.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's weird.
I actually had that happen to me on my last computer recently, where every time it started calling on more than, every time Chrome was open and it was calling on a different program, it would start spinning the fan up extra fast to cool it down. This went on for about 8 months or something, and then eventually the hard drive stopped working, wouldn't boot up. Every time I switched it on, it just had a constant light on the front panel. Just flashing it was, evenly flashing. But I never got to the bottom. I assumed it was the motherboard.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what it could be that would. I mean, it would have to be.
When I plugged the hard drive into another device with another PC, you couldn't even read the data on the hard drive. It spun up, but you just couldn't read the data.
I wonder if it takes over properties of another program that one of the main. And I don't know. It's weird.
There was one other little symptom that happened, which is when I took the external graphic card off the motherboard, and it just went back to its internal one. Then when I switched it on, the same flashing light would flash, but the CPU fan would spin.
Did you go into the BIOS and disable the sharing for the memory to the onboard video?
I didn't do anything. You couldn't even get into the BIOS.
That sucks. I remember I had an issue like that.
All you get is a flashing light on the front panel.
Oh, that sucks.
The on-off panel, it just literally. And I used to think that was it would beep. In the old days, you'd have a speaker on them, and it would, it would beep to you in a different pattern depending on what the problem was. And I used to think that the straight flashing one was just graphics card.
Yeah, I know before, when I, like now, it takes care of itself pretty much, but I always double check. But when you put a video card in one, it's always best, if you could get into the BIOS, to oh, I'm sorry, I've got to mute for 1 second.
Yeah, I haven't fixed the PC. I've just got a new one. I couldn't be bothered. It was running down anyway.
Yeah, I kind of got sick of messing with those things.
Yes.
And then I found out it's like, Apple has really cool OS now, but unfortunately the latest release is kind of buggy.
Right, I've gone to Linux, Ubuntu.
Yeah, if Apple doesn't shape up, I'll go back to Linux again.
I just thought I'd try it. I was getting so many viruses and malware problems with Windows. I just couldn't deal with it anymore.
Viruses have never been an issue for me, but then
Yeah, me neither.
I haven't.
Can I say something? With viruses with Windows, there's a program. A lot of times those viruses get in when you download adware, and if you just choose custom installation and avoid those programs, you can avoid a lot of that.
Sure, I mean malware, really. I don't mean virus.
Malware is the same thing. I mean, are you opening up emails that you don't know where they came from and that type of thing?
I'm doing everything bad. I don't even run antivirus,
Well, neither do I, but I don't necessarily have, malware. So I'm just trying to figure out what it is that you're doing that would cause that.
I think I was on a illegal TV streaming channel.
Oh, I've done that too.
Yeah. In Europe.
Oh.
Yeah, you get a bunch,
But I could be wrong because, I watch porn. Hey, who doesn't?
No, I've had the same experience, and my computer went down. I was on some kind of wanted to see something on television, and downloaded something, and after that, it was just gradually my computer died.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that's how I got it anyway. But I don't even run antivirus. It's worth more trouble than it's worth half the time. I'm sure it isn't, but my ignorance is my bliss in that respect. So where do I need to go to get Ubuntu files from and programs? Because I need to get some video editing and all that kind of stuff.
I think Ubuntu has a landing page. So if you just type Ubuntu into your address bar, it'll either take you there or to your default search engine.
Right. Can I ask another technical
You can
question?
download a live CD too if you want to play with it without installing it first.
Something called the software updater has arrived on my screen. It's like an A in a green panel with a circle around it. Is that to do with the actual OS system trying to update the software?
Software updater. Is that a Windows thing?
No, it's in Ubuntu.
Oh. Can't it do that in the background?
Yeah, it probably does, but should I be doing it or not is the question.
That's a good question. I've only ever manually done updates, but I don't have experience with Ubuntu. I used to run Debian, and I was on not the unstable, but the testing branch. So I would update like once a week or so.
Yeah.
But the stable branch, of course, like there were rarely updates for that. Hey, Metal.
Yeah, I'll go back to where I got it from and ask them. Just with Windows, the updates can be they always seem to fuck my backups up. No. So I wondered if it
Yeah,
was
I can imagine.
weird. But I like to run third-party programs and stuff as well, so.
Yeah, I don't back up as frequently as I should, but that's because I back up to an external drive and it's loud, so I don't like to have it connected all the time.
Yeah. I've lost about, I don't know, 20 years worth of music, something like that. Not backing up properly. Crazy amounts. Not everything from that time, but all of the, like jams and all the rubbish that you record,
Yeah, I keep some stuff on a Dropbox folder, so that stuff, in theory, is backed up all the time.
Cool. I must start doing that.
But I've heard of Dropbox occasionally doing weird things and like all your stuff disappears.
Oh yeah.
So, redundant backupping.
I mean, always have your stuff backed up to 2 or more places. I have 2 hard drives and cloud storage.
Yep, that's sensible. That's a sensible voice.
But you also have to make sure that whatever cloud storage you choose doesn't gain rights to your material. Like if you put it up, like for example, Google Drive, under terms and conditions, they can take anything that you put in Drive and use it for themselves. So don't ever use Google Drive if you have anything.
Yeah, Dropbox is different. What's yours is yours.
Yeah, I know. I'm familiar with Dropbox. I'm just saying because I know a lot of people on Google Hangouts in the community use Google Drive. Don't use Google Drive. Don't do it.
Well, even on Dropbox.
I mean, you can use it. You can use it, but I mean, if you have any like intellectual property, like drawings or poetry or writing or anything like that, or you have any private data you're putting in Drive, don't do it.
Yeah, even with Dropbox, I use encrypted virtual disk images for stuff that's of particular privacy importance to me.
Yeah.
So even if Dropbox got compromised, they would still have to unencrypt the disk image. Because the whole thing is encrypted.
Well, that's good.
Hey everybody, what's up?
Hello.
Hey, Atreyu.
Atreyu. Yeah. Hi. What are you guys talking about? I heard you were talking about Dropbox.
I want one.
No.
Yeah, the differences between Dropbox and Google Drive. Apparently Google Drive is we own your shit.
Yeah.
That's not a toss that I would agree to.
I didn't know that. I use Dropbox. I've used that for quite a while, but I didn't know that about Google Drive.
Well, I'm happy with Dropbox. It integrates quite nicely. I mean, it literally shows up as its own folder. It's got its own Finder window. I mean, it's no muss, no fuss, you know?
Yeah.
And it synchronizes to my other computer, so...
I actually currently use my school's cloud service, so I'm gonna have to switch to something else when I graduate in May. I have to do a bunch of research on what the best cloud services. I have to do a little more research on Dropbox before I commit to that.
What are you going to school for?
Animation.
Oh, cool. So you're done? You're done? Totally done in May, or are you just done with?
Yeah, I'm totally done in May.
Oh, cool. What? Sorry, that's my daughter.
Yeah, I've seen on my Twitter feed sometimes people have had issues with Dropbox. Like, first they'll change URLs from your, because Dropbox gives you a public directory so that you can share stuff, and they'll occasionally like just change their URL system so that all of a sudden those URLs that you posted on wherever that you expected to be archived are no longer valid. Of course, you can also invalidate them yourself by just simply removing the file or renaming it. But it works pretty smoothly. So far, they haven't pissed me off.
Yeah, I've used Dropbox, like I said, for a while, and I like that I can get that I can sync everything between the different computers, and I have my Mac and then like my iPhone and stuff like that, so I can sync stuff and not have to worry about if I'm going to be able to access it on whatever I'm using. So there's probably other things comparable, but it's worked for me, so I haven't looked anywhere else.
Yeah, about the only thing I would say is an issue is they do not encrypt your content. So if you want your content encrypted, you said you're on a Mac, so you can just use the disk manager utility to create an encrypted virtual disk file, a DMG, and keep stuff that you really, really want private in that.
Right. Yeah. Palm, I love the avatar. I saw that last night. I thought I was gonna say something, but then I thought I would pop in and say that I think that it's awesome. So I bet Roy will think it is funny.
So what have we been talking about? Computer issues?
I don't know. I just got in here.
Yeah, same here.
Well, let's see. Within the last hour, we went from Saddam Hussein to Hitler to computers. I sort of derailed things because I was having an echo issue, and I finally decided to nuke Chrome by having it, by deleting all the histories, the cookies and the HTML5 database. I mean, zapping all that, because it's the only the only thing I could think of that was possibly causing echo. Because Macs, you got your echo cancellation.
Well, wouldn't correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I'm just making a prediction here. Would echo possibly be caused by the speaker output feedbacking into the mic?
Well, that's the thing. The echo cancellation on the Mac knows what's coming out of the speaker, and it does, so it cancels that out before it goes into the mic.
Oh, okay.
So it's, even though the mic is built in and the speaker is built in, but yeah, that is the source of the feedback. It's just that normally it's been canceling perfectly, and but there are certain things like Flash, for example, it doesn't work with, and it's been working fine with Google Hangouts, but like apparently today I just started echoing. So I did a reboot, didn't work. Well, it worked for a little while, and then it started echoing again. So my last thing to do was go to Chrome and just have Chrome forget all my browsing history, all my cookies, all the HTML, because it has. I mean, it's Chrome that's doing it. Nothing else does it.
So, I mean, Chrome is just a browser as far as I know, so I wonder, I mean, is this echo cancellation, is it something that Chrome can actually affect, or is it a third-party kind of software?
Well, that's the thing. The ambient noise cancellation is actually built into the operating system. So I can go into the operating system preferences, and I have it turned on. But it's something that there's an API for. I mean, I don't know. So something has been knocking it off kilter.
Right. The way that I would kind of reduce it down to possibly the Google Chrome browser would be to try it with other browsers and see if the echo
Unfortunately,
comes up
Hangouts
there.
doesn't work in Safari. Well, my Safari is kind of locked down. I would have to, I guess I could turn off all the plugins and stuff and see if Hangouts would work in it. But
Yeah.
I tried it in my Safari. I try to keep browsing private. So it's not maintaining big long histories and stuff.
Yeah, I wish I could help out. You said this is on a Mac, and I'm not very savvy with Macs. I only have a basic knowledge of working with them. They kind of infuriate me even because everything is a little bit switched around.
Yeah, anything that's different. It's a big culture change. And it's like going from I went from Windows to Linux, and it took me about 6 months to transition. And the transition was basically I had a dual boot set up, and I finally had all my stuff working on Linux and was never booting up Windows anymore. So that's how that happened. And so I was happy with Linux for quite some time, but there are certainly media file formats that were not being supported that I wanted support for. So and I didn't want to go back to Windows. So I went to OS X because it's another Unix flavor. And that was fine, but there was also a cultural shift there because I was going from the KDE desktop to the OS X desktop. But once I got used to that and started looking into the APIs for development purposes, the OS X has some really awesome technologies in it. I mean, you can do a lot of stuff that would be more difficult to do under Linux, although I would say that Linux is still probably the best operating system to run for general development work because it's got everything, all the programming languages that are out there have Linux support pretty much.
I'm not really familiar with that, unfortunately. Geez, I think the last time I did computer programming was like BASIC on Apple IIe.
Okay, yeah,
Seriously.
that's a while back.
No, I am a computer operator. I am definitely not a developer or code writer or anything like that.
Yeah. There definitely is a big distinction between being a sysadmin or operator and being a programmer. Two different worlds.
Whoops, hold on a sec.
Hello?
Yeah, we're here. I think we're all just being quiet.
Okay.
What did you say your major was, Kite?
Oh, animation.
Animation. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
What are you using for that? Like Alias Wavefront or?
I'm mostly a 3D modeler, so I use Maya and ZBrush.
Maya and Zebra? Oh, okay. I haven't seen those. I've heard of them, though. I've been meaning to learn Blender, but somehow I keep not doing that.
I don't know, Blender doesn't interest me, but I probably should learn it.
Blender.
I already model so fast in Maya that I don't know.
Well, Blender has a very, very steep learning curve. Maya, I mean, you're best off sticking with Maya since you're productive in it anyway. And,
yeah.
And I've heard it's a pretty good package. I think Maya also offers the PavRay, so you can do like ray tracing and shit too with Maya.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I've also been kind of getting my hands in 3ds Max. So.
Oh, the big one.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you going for game development type animation or movie, multimedia? What?
I mean, not your video games was the original plan. I'm not so sure anymore. I might want to do something more relevant to practical design. 3D printing is the future, so I'm thinking maybe I might be an entrepreneur and like design stuff for people and 3D print it. I don't know. I'm not so I guess I'm worried about getting stuck with a 9-to-5 studio job and all my intellectual property actually being owned by a larger studio. I don't know. I guess I just don't want to fall into the trap that a lot of people in the culture industry fall into.
Yeah, that is a tricky line because it's like, I mean, if you do stuff on your own time, on your own machines, that should be yours.
Yeah,
Versus what you do for the company for, for pay.
Yeah, and I have a lot of ideas, and I'm just afraid I'm never going to be able to make those ideas happen if I'm constantly devoting my time to working on someone else's idea.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a friend who's in the tool and die making industry, and he uses SolidWorks and they do 3D printing.
Yeah.
That's, 3D printing isn't simply the future, it is already here.
Oh, well, yeah.
When you're talking the big machine, I mean, yeah, but he said, but he uses, either, he also says there, Autodesk's, now why would I forget Autodesk's product name suddenly? AutoCAD is also a big one, but SolidWorks seems to be either caught up with it or it's catching up with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's a PC only as far as I know. But for 3D printing, apparently CAD packages are better than free-range modelers like Blender, at least.
Well, 3D printing is already around because it's at the school where I work. They use it on a daily basis. It's really unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, we have 3D printers here in the industrial design department. They 3D print all their like parts for model cars and other products, and they use it to 3D print furniture. It's real cool. It just blows my mind, and I think as someone who knows how to 3D model and 3D sculpt on ZBrush, I feel like I can definitely integrate that technology and make some sort of neat business. I just have to figure out like what my passion is. And I was thinking, I have a friend who actually studied, she's graduating in June. She's studying robotics, and she's interested in like prosthetics and all of that.
Well,
I'm thinking
yeah, they use 3D printing too. Everyone, NASA has been doing 3D print. It's been testing 3D printed rocket engine parts, which really blows my mind because of the sheer stress that they have to survive. Of course, that's not 3D
and someone
printing.
has to model them.
Yeah, that's not
Someone's
plastic. That's 3D printing. They're printing on metal.
Yeah, but I mean, there's someone 3D modeling that part, and I guess maybe what I'm trying to say is that I kind of want to do that. I would totally be down to work for NASA.
Yeah, I'll tell you, if I knew what I knew when I was in high school, I would have done everything possible to get myself into Caltech so that I could work for JPL.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to have been that Mohawk guy.
Oh, the Mohawk guy, yeah.
Not that I would have a Mohawk, but I mean, being like, getting that 15 minutes of fame, while Mars Curiosity is landing and all that.
Yeah.
Let me put this out there. Do you guys think the 3D printer can possibly take the money out of manufacturing and make manufactured goods basically cost close to nothing in the future?
Not close to nothing, and probably not for at least 10 to 15 years before you can get the really cool stuff affordable for home use, because the hobby printers are still around $5,000.
Yeah.
And they just do flimsy plastic printing.
I think eventually we are going to have people who have 3D printers in their homes, and they're going to be able to make their own products if they want. I imagine that there will be freelance product designers. If let's say someone at a home like wants a cool looking coffee cup or something, and they'll go online and say, hey, someone want to design a coffee cup for me, and then someone will 3D model it, send the file, and then that person can print it out in their home 3D printer. That's kind of how I imagine things will be.
Yeah. I have another friend, a different one, who I know she uses ZBrush. I don't know what she used for her modeling program, but she used ZBrush for doing the coloring.
Texturing, yeah.
Yeah. She sent her files to a service to do the 3D printing for her.
Yeah.
The 3D printers that are any good are just still too damn expensive.
Oh, yeah, but they're eventually...
Oh, they're going to come down, but, that's...
I imagine they're going to be, like a home staple, like everyone's going to have a 3D printer eventually. At least for, like smaller items and all of that.
And it does also depend on the size of the thing you're printing.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if you're only worried about printing something that'll fit into a 6-inch cube, you can already, in principle, buy a 3D printer today, or at least lease one, depending on how strong you want it to be. You know, how versatile you want it to be, because there are some that can print parts that are not supported, and some that can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that was that she used, well, the service that was provided by the one she used was one of those ones that you can have unsupported parts, like a figurine, for example, holding a spear.
Mm-hmm.
That is something that you need a better printer for than, say, something that might print a spatula.
Yeah, yeah.
She wasn't quite happy, though, with the level of detail of the work. It still had too much faceting.
Yeah, I can imagine the zebra sculpts can get extremely detailed. You're not going to be able to get all the alphas and small creases and fine details on
Yeah, but you get very big files.
Yeah.
It's a technology I'm definitely interested in myself. But I really want to do metal parts, not plastics.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, my friend and I are thinking maybe we'll team up and I'll do the design part of prosthetics and like the 3D modeling, and she do like the engineering part of it. And then we get a 3D printer and we do that for people. I don't know.
Well, there's definitely a lot of possibilities out there, and definitely a lot of niches. So I'm sure you will have more ideas than you can deal with.
Yeah.
Yeah, I lost the link. I was looking for a 3D. There's a 3D printer. I think it's like Open 3D or something like that. Basically a do-it-yourself homemade 3D printer.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes it'll take the Collada files, and there's, I forget the file format that's really common. That's the really common interchange format, but it takes those things directly, and then you can print from that. But it's actually it's so far the cheapest way you can go, but it does require that you have some technical sophistication to build the printer.
Yeah.
What do you think? Kitty, 3D scanning will be involved by 3D printing, or more everything is done on computer expert set this brush tools or something?
I think if you want to create new things that aren't in existence, then I think modeling is still going to be necessary. I mean, we already have objects that are already modeled that all you have to do is like modify some vertices and you get something new. Like
Yeah.
I have a whole library of items that I made, and whenever I have to make new props, I just pull up. Okay, I have a cup here. I have a basic cup, and now I'm gonna like modify it real quick to make a new version of it. Like we already, I mean, 3D scanning, yeah, it's not as much of a big deal as 3D printing is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Logitech.
And also, you can't. Sorry, one more thing. You can't replace creativity with a scanner.
Yeah, but can
You
you
still have the
create?
creative aspect.
Yeah, yeah, I understand. I mean, but can you replace creative process of modeling? I mean, real life modeling with a computer.
No. Creativity is definitely a requirement.
Yeah, no, I don't net the creativity that they are both involved, but if you make like for movies or these small figures and so on, they are mostly, I guess, they are mostly modeled out in clay, and then you take a 3D scan. I don't know what is most common, or are they direct?
No, 3D modeling is way more efficient than building it with clay and then 3D scanning it.
Okay.
Way more efficient. Trust me, I do it every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it done both ways. Like you scan in a clay model and then you put it into the modeling program and
Yeah.
fix it up.
I mean, it really depends on person by person what what process they're most comfortable with. One isn't necessarily better than the other. I do think though that 3D modeling in virtual space is more efficient, but you know, it really comes down to how the individual person wants to approach it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not as big of a difference as you know, 3D scanning versus 3D modeling, right? And it's not as big of a difference as 3D printing versus you know, manufacturing it from scratch.
Yeah.
3D printing is going to have and is already having a much larger effect, much larger impact than any 3D scanning can do.
Plus 3D models still do go to CNC shops as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've seen that Weta Studios and ILM have used a combination for the modeling end, have used a combination of clay models and pure computer models and clay models that have been scanned in and then touched up.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, when it goes to film, it's all digital at this point because George Lucas was bold enough to just go ahead and be an early adopter, and now everyone is following. Everything's digital.
Yeah.
But I often thought about this from an art perspective. What is a little bit not scary, but a little bit strange is that there will be no originals around. You understand? So when you have a painting or a drawing or a model on a digital model, there are no originals left.
Like basically what you're saying is, you know, digital work takes away from the value of an original artwork. For example, if I made a painting, and then I have like prints of it made and sold, and there's an original, but when you have digital work, yeah, you might have an original file, but it's not as valued as an original painting.
Yeah, you can copy it as perhaps not infinite, but you can copy it all the time. So the files. So it loses perhaps a little bit of the human aspect about it. I don't know, but I think it's very interesting.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I'm actually taking a class called Media Literacy Theory right now, and we're actually studying like how media and how different mediums over time have affected artwork and culture and all that stuff. And we were literally just talking last week about replication, automation, et cetera, et cetera. Basically what you were talking about. I literally just wrote an essay about it.
Yeah. but you need capitalists for art. You need some real rich people, because if you want to paint and sell an original, it's many hours work. So that's also interesting. A painter will perhaps paint. It depends on what kind of painter. I guess there are also painters that make paintings in 10 minutes, but it can last like 3 weeks, 1 month, half a year. You have to have the money to buy that original.
Well, I don't think it's a real worry myself, because the percentage of the population that has real artistic talent is actually pretty small. So
I don't think so. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think no. I don't think. After watching this, American Idol you got in the U.S. and so on, you see that there are many people with normal people that are really mind-blowing good, but they...
Yeah, but you have to also recognize that there are 7 billion people on this earth. I would still argue that the percentage of people with artistic talent is still low. You have way more people in industries like science and technology and business, etc., than in artistic fields. It's only perceived that a lot of people have artistic talent because we're mostly exposed to culture and places that mediums that demonstrate people's artistic abilities.
I'm not so sure about it. It's a very risky path to take. I had artistic abilities. I mean, when I was a teenager, I was belonging to. I don't want to boast, but I was really good at drawing and so on. But it's too risky path to take, and so it's not so much, not only about do you have the talent, but do you have the will, and does it mean so much to you that you will just risk going that road, So I think I also met many people that are very good at drawing or at music, but you have to be a little bit crazy to take the final step to only do that,
I think that's kind of why I went into digital animation, is because it is okay. So my school, we have like our foundation studies, so we do have to take like art classes, like painting and drawing and all that. But I also have technical skills and a very extensive background in visual effects and rendering and lighting and modeling and all that. So I did choose an artistic field, but I have that technological background.
Yeah.
I
think in music and art, all art discipline, I think it's going more back, like in the old times before the Romantic, that the technical part of it is growing much stronger. Perhaps the creative or the creativity is going a little bit, because this is a modern, it's a modern idea that you as an artist must be so unique and make something unique and artistic. Rembrandt and these guys, they were mainly copying, and when you made a copy, it was a piece of art. You could copy a picture, and it was more craftsmanship. And I think last decade we have gone a little bit in that direction again, because I have the feeling at least that the musicians and many of the painters, technically they are very much stronger than the modern. Of course it was a result of modern art that all this technical skill just was dropped out, So it was actually preserved in places like Russia. I've been to China a lot, and they have amazing technical skills, and that's because they haven't had this influence like in Europe and US, the abstractions and this modern idea of being a painter. So they have conserved the more conservative craft part of it, craftsmanship part of it. I also know some, when I was in Berlin, I some Chinese friends of mine, and people, it's not easy to get into the art school there or anywhere, but they were just they was taken at once because they had just a technical skill that was totally from another planet in comparison, and that's all due to training. So I don't know.
Okay, well I'm actually getting a phone call, so I'm gonna head out. I'll talk to you guys later. It was nice chatting. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye. Yeah, a lot of these digital tools, they do require real skill to use them effectively. So, but
yeah.
I know when oils came out, I remember this from high school art class, when oils came out, they were also a disruptive technology because, you made a mistake with the oils, you could just go right back over it and erase it and continue. Whereas if you were doing a traditional fresco, if you screwed up, that was kind of difficult to undo.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's this undoing part. That's also.
Yeah, carving marble. That's fun. So, Mr. Michelangelo, how do you carve these beautiful figures? Well, I take the marble block and I chop away everything that's not part of the figure.
Yeah, but marble, that's,
that's easy. People also
Yeah, that's what
sculpture in
it's
granite.
Oh, doing granite, that would be tough.
Yeah. Now we have a big park in Oslo, a very famous model sculpture, beginning of the 20th century. It's a very big attraction, and everything is sculptured, and they are monumental, big in granite. So sometimes I guess.
Yeah, I would. It would really suck to make a major mistake near the end when you're making a granite sculpture.
Yeah.
Oh no, the arm fell off.
Yeah.
Glue it back on.
Yeah.
I know it's very, very, very noisy to cut granite tiles. My dad built his own house, and he got lucky with a deal on granite tile. It was apparently defective in some way that the original contractor buying it refused it. So my dad got it cheap. But anyway, he had a diamond blade saw with a water slurry type deal to cut it, and you needed plugs and muffs. That thing was loud.
Have you seen the sculptures made by chainsaws?
I can't say that I have now.
I think that is fascinating. How they produce, how they can, to use these kind of tools.
Yeah, granite is hard. Honestly, I have difficulty conceiving how they chisel that stuff to such fine detail.
Yeah, yes, the detail are also fine, but not like marmor, of course. By marmor, I think they also choose this because you have this skin. It really looks like skin marmor. Has this glow in it, and there's a little bit, yeah.
That's why I like wood. At least it's a little bit forgiving.
Yeah, but can you go back when you're carving wood? Can you?
Well, I've not done much in the way of carbon, but when I'm cutting a project, and like the one I'm cutting right now has about 24 cuts in the space of about, I don't know, 3 square inches, and they need to be right. So, yeah, it can be very, very agitating. See, like right here, oh, there it is, there it is. I've got about another 12 cuts to go in there.
What is that?
So if you mess one up, it's going to cut right through one of the other ones, and then you got to start over. They're so close.
That's a pretty cool piece.
Hi, Nate.
What's up?
Small talk.
I just woke up after literally myself, so I'm not sure where everyone was in the conversation.
Hey, Nadia.
They've all accepted Christianity except you. Come on.
That was not the conversation.
It was very nice to see that this drama was ended very, very quickly. Nate?
Yeah. I had floated the idea that everyone in the panel should be filming themselves, be on camera, sleeping while you're sleeping, and the hangout would be called Sleeping with Nadia.
There we go. Yeah, maybe that's what I should call the next one. Anyhow, there was a rare amount of fun last night with, well, I guess discussing global governments and the New World Order. Not as a conspiracy theory, but rather, well, mostly me advocating a global government, and people saying it was a bad idea for whatever reason.
NWO, NOW.
Yeah, I even said there's even a Christian band called Ministry that advocated a new world order in one of their songs. Okay, maybe not advocated, but
I think I've actually heard that. Someone played it at it was a Pentecostal megachurch performance or some such.
it was not Pentecostal megachurch.
Well, maybe it was a different megachurch, or maybe it was just a concert. I don't remember.
Yeah, you may not be familiar with Ministry.
Well, I don't know. The Pentecostal megachurches are getting pretty heavy metal. I mean, I'm like waiting for them to break out the chainsaws and circular saws and start cutting metal as part of their music, if you can call it that.
This is what I remember most of. Yeah, the New World Order song itself was pretty rough and tumble. Needless to say, I've not been keeping up with the times.
The times suck anyway.
Welcome, Brother John. I was just telling people what I remember of Ministry, rather than what appeared in their New World Order video, which I mentioned because we were discussing New World Order, global government last night. Actually, Brother John, weren't you there for part of it?
Hey, Nadia. Well, hey, I saw that link. I love that song, love that band back in the early 80s. I don't think they were a Christian band, though. I might have a little lag, sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sure they really were Christian. I think they liked Christian imagery. Yeah.
They have another good song called "I Wanted to Tell Her."
They sound techno to me.
Yeah, they were kind of a new wave when they started. It turned into something else entirely.
I had a chat a while ago along the lines of that subject about if you were like ruler of the world, what would you do? What would you do differently? And it was an interesting conversation. But it came down to the basic. It came down to reforming education and the health system. That's what it pretty much came back down to.
Yeah. My big proposal I float is, making the World Health Organization like the British National Health Service for the whole world.
Would people trust who?
I don't see why not. I think it's more a matter of like willingness to act or whatever.
Of course, as emperor of the planet, of course, it's not like the people would have any choice. I mean, you basically say this is how it is now, and it becomes so, or you bury them in shallow ditches.
That would be a rather benign empress. I wouldn't go banning any religions or anything like that.
I would only ban people who disagree with me.
Not sure what everybody else is afraid I would do. I wouldn't force the whole world to become LGBT either. And churches wouldn't even have to necessarily perform gay marriages. And there's the 1 hour mark.
So you would really, really redefine what circumcision means.
I've already been circumcised twice. And I'm thinking of going in for another cut.
Cut deeper?
Yeah, you could say that.
Speaking of cuts, what's Christian Hillbilly working on these days?
Oh, he held up his new piece just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, it was some rather
Yeah, I heard
cool
something.
wood cutout.
Yeah, I
I'm
didn't
working
get to
on
see it.
a mascot logo for the University of Louisville. It is going to be a cardinal with its wings extended, holding a basketball in its talons. What I'm cutting out right now is the basketball in the talons. That's why it takes so much, because, whew, a lot of little pieces right here.
Did you say it was like 3 inches square?
Yep. Well, no, not the whole thing, but the basketball and the talons is about 3 inches square. The entire piece is going to be about, I don't know, 10 by 10, 11 by 11, depending on what kind of plaque I put it on.
You painting it as well?
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
Okay, if I happen to cut my fingers off, you got to delete this, all right?
Oh, we'll have to, but we'll...
We're going to be saving that.
Might go
That's going to
viral.
go viral if you cut your fingers off.
Then, of course, we'll be expecting a miracle afterwards.
Well, we don't need to go that far. Main thing is, we'd help call from home. People call for help from me.
My echo problem came since my reboot, so I flushed every cookie and HTML. I flushed my entire Chrome history and everything. Maybe that'll keep it from coming back. Fingers crossed. Yeah, I deleted the cookies, the HTML5 database, all the histories. I mean, everything that Chrome stores to your disk. Deleted.
No, that shouldn't matter. I don't do that. No, just restarting helps.
Well, the problem was the restart only lasted about 10 minutes before the echo came back.
I know, it'll do that sometimes. No, it's more like the echo cancellation got disabled again. Yeah, I was trying to work in like crossover to I don't know, anti-natalist discussion, since I don't know, you might have interesting views on that, but Because it's an anti-natalist discussion every Saturday night, 9 p.m. Pacific. Yeah, it's midnight Eastern. And, well, people didn't go so much for whether vegetarianism and antinatalism were good ideas. It's global government, so.
There was actually an argument while you were sleeping. Guy said, I gotta take my kids to school or take his kid. He had to do something with his kids, and the other guy's like, you have children? How dare you? You have any idea how irresponsible and evil it is to bring children into this world? Blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, it went on for a good half hour.
Oh, that's surprising. Usually it's people don't get beaten up much after the fact.
Yeah, but your room's topic was like there for a half hour.
Well, true. That helps. I should get seltzer water soon. Getting dehydrated. I think vegetarianism came out for a while too. I think Simon was talking about it.
Yeah, before you went to sleep, yeah, there was a little bit. I was there.
Something like Seventh-day Adventists are vegetarians? Is that right? You're some kind of Christian denomination that endorses vegetarianism.
Like they actually go out of their way to endorse it?
I think so. What are they talking about?
That sounds weird. I don't know. Personally, I'm for people for eating tasty animals. And alien life forms. Oh crap! I can't come up with anything for the ALF off the cuff.
Seventh-day Adventist for sure. Here's some other ones. Bible Christian Church, Words of Wisdom,
I
Religious
have a
Society of Friends.
question. What does everyone feel about vegetarianism?
What?
What does everyone? How does everyone feel about vegetarianism?
I think most of my food is vegetarian. I mean, the cows are not carnivores. Chickens are not carnivores. Tuna is not a carnivore. Lamb is not a carnivore.
Hitler was a vegetarian, you know.
I don't think I've eaten any carnivores. I'm not sure.
Well, there's a Christian Vegetarian Association. 2006 Honoring God's Creation was released by them.
So how have you been, Nadia? Haven't seen you in a little while.
No, I'm groggy right now. I guess I'm getting by for a bit, but fingers crossed we'll find some way to muddle through.
So what are the 5 pillars of Nadiaism?
Well, I got this. So I get them in the right order. Routines popped up a bunch of hangout windows. Passing link to his line.
What?
Brett Keane popped up a bunch of Hangout windows passing his link along. Okay. So one is atheism.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Oh, no, nothing. Go ahead.
Okay. One is atheism. 2 is metaphysical naturalism. 3 is eliminative materialism. 4 is incompatibilist determinism. And 5 is neopragmatic utilitarianism.
Well, that's too much to process this early.
Number 3 still sounds like going to the bathroom.
Eliminative materialism? Oh dear.
Hey, Nadia, I have to run, but I wanted to mention, have you ever, or why don't you like monetize your videos? Because I noticed you run these things like 24 hours, and I did a hangout like every day. A couple weeks ago, I did one every day for 1 week, and the accumulation of views and time and everything, it was actually getting to be something. So I thought, well, for me, this is stupid because it's like pennies per hour. But I mean, if you do this stuff anyway, like 24 hours a day, that may actually be a way to get some cash. So I thought I'd mention it and see if you have or had problems with it or whatever.
I do monetize it.
Do you do it after the fact, or do you like monetize? Like, I guess what I'm saying is, as soon as you start a hangout, like as soon as you start it, go to the settings and edit it and monetize it right then. I haven't quite figured it out, but I think there may be perks to doing that. I think if you can somehow advertise on a live stream, that may be like more money, or I don't know how it works or even if it does, but it seems like there's something to that. Like if you monetize it as it's live. Anyway, I don't know, but I thought I'd just mention it and you can check into it because it seems like it could be a good thing. I don't know.
I have a question.
And the earnings have not been very high. Analytics are showing like negligible even from when I do monetize your videos while it's still live.
I have a question. I have some videos that I've monetized, and I notice every once in a while it won't let me monetize certain videos even though I own all the material in the video. And when I click on why, it just says, well, monetization not allowed for this video. But it's always the videos that I have the most views on, and they don't want to let me monetize them. What is that all about?
Does it give you any reason why?
No, I told you it does not give me. It just says, I click on it and it says monetization not allowed for this video.
I don't know. One time on a channel a couple years ago, I had kind of a problem. Like my problem was, it would let me monetize, but it wouldn't give me any credit. So it said it was monetizing, but it wouldn't like give me any money for it. So finally I got so mad I just like unmonetized everything and deleted that channel. But then I thought I'd give it a shot a few months ago, and it seems like it works now on this channel. So I really don't know. It's not my area. I mean, if there's any doubt, just listen to me trying to explain to Nadia what I did. Yeah, I really am not that familiar with like the fine tunings or inner workings of it. But as long as I can see the little green sign and see that I'm getting credit for it, then I'm happy. I mean, I think people are like, oh, you monetize, you can't dare talk about theology and monetize, otherwise you're greedy and you're just getting money and that's what you're doing it for. Well, in 3 years I've accumulated a total of like, I don't know, $9. So yeah, whenever I say monetizing, I'm really just saying it as a principle because no one I know is making any substantial money monetizing crap.
Yeah, monetization, I'm almost to a point where I don't even want to monetize my videos anymore because it seems like it's a total waste of money. I mean, or total waste of time. I know a lot of people who have made videos on YouTube, and then once they get a following, what they do is they go make their own website and put their material on their own website and just charge for it, like a monthly fee.
I used Google AdSense on a vanity website the not reasonable traffic, and it took 3 years before I reached the magic $100 amount for them to cut the check.
Yeah, at the rate I'm going, I'm thinking, maybe in like 5 or 6 years, I'll get a check. But anyways, I just wanted to, I guess, mention that, Nadia, and see if you were doing that. But hey, I'll catch you guys later. I got to run around and do some stuff. I may pop in and say hey to Brent for a little bit. But you guys have fun. Take care.
Cheers. Good seeing you on, Nate.
Have a good one, Nate.
Yeah. Bye.
Alright. Yeah, YouTube monetization is a joke. It's not, unless you have millions of views, it is not worth your time. Period.
Yeah, I let my AdSense account expire, so bye-bye.
But the best thing to do is just use social media to advertise your products that you're selling on your own site. Yeah, I think it's better like that. Just kind of use it as like a free commercial for whatever services you're trying to sell. That's what one of my YouTube friends did. He was a psychologist and like a psychologist and like a radio announcer, and he actually made his own website and where he's offering psychological services and that type of thing. And it's like $30 a month, for his website to be a paid subscriber, and he's actually making money off of it. So just use it as a way just to get your name out there. Monetization is just, like I said, I'm probably not going to be monetizing any of my videos from here on out.
Here's lifetime.
The key with the the key if you're going to use YouTube's YouTube videos to get in the search engines is definitely the title of your video and putting in keywords in the description, as well as your a link to your website, and that will help you out a lot.
What about the title? What about the keywords?
That's something that you think people will search for your product or service.
Yeah, these are my most money-making videos. So, present momentarily. Oh, I have to go to the bathroom. 44 cents top one. And most make nothing. I get almost no views after the fact. It's pretty much all views on it. So there's something strange.
Could be worse. My most viewed video is 40 seconds of me showing my microwave oven arcing because it was failing. And my second most viewed video is me nearly reading a deer on my motorcycle. So the microwave beats out the deer. That towel symbol animation is like blowing my mind.
Like if I was Christian Hillbilly and say this, I don't know, his wooden, his crafts there, you know, it's his business. Say, I put in my title. I don't know what the exact word, you know, for people who are interested in that, what they would use, but say for wood crafters in Virginia or a specific city and state, in the beginning of your title, and then right after that you might, right after that, oh God, incorporate. Okay, thank you. Right after that, whatever the project may be, and then put those same kind of keywords, put them in your title. After every word, a comma. You know, woodworker, you know, whatever, Seattle, Washington type of woodworking you do, and then your website, a linkable website, which is key in the description. So use words that you would think people would look for. I think there's a tool actually that you can use on Google as well, as far as common search words for that particular product or service. And then do videos, instructional videos. You know, set yourself up like an expert. You know, people trust people who are experts in their field. You might, if I was like Jim, do a video, you know, before and after kind of thing. The wood you're using, maybe a little video, just you actually working on it, and then show the finished product. And then other people want to do it, maybe you can give helpful hints and stuff like that. And again, so set yourself up as the go-to guy for your particular craft. Just some helpful hints.
I've noticed when uploading YouTube videos, when I put in the title of the video, it starts suggesting keywords straight away.
Well, see, like instead of going to YouTube searching video, like do the Google search, and sometimes it'll come up just on like when you search in web in general. You know, the algorithms are always constantly changing, but sometimes you'll see a video or two, even just in the web search, and people have a tendency to click on a video before they'll click on a website. And then you could just go search whatever is the video section too, and see how they're coming up.
Yeah, I got WordPress installed on my website. I haven't picked a theme for it yet, though it's currently pretty much all default settings right now. Of course, I also need something to say. But actually, I think things will come up as I start my next project.
Okay, sorry.
Is that right?
You mentioned hashtags and descriptions. How do I make those help?
I don't know too much about the hashtags, but it's the keywords. Whatever service you're offering, say, what do you think people would search in the title, and you put, if you want to like serve a certain area, say, because everybody's, you know, some people's service is local, more, you know, they can do it anywhere, but say if it's local, so you put something in the title, computer services in Seattle, Washington, and then maybe whatever the video's about, as far as maybe a particular, you know, a problem within, that is being addressed or whatever in the video. And then, like in the description, you put the word keywords, keyword space. I usually put like keyword space hyphen, and then put in keywords as far as what you think or what the most searchable terms are for that service in the description. After each word, after each word, a comma, and then different words, and then a linkable, a very important linkable link, HTTP, whatever it is, HTTP, in the description as well, so you connect it to your website. So this usually helps with bringing.
What I'm doing now, which may or may not be worthwhile, I try to come up with like a snappy title. Like this one was called "The 5 Pillars of Nadiaslam, number 5." And my description has things that have made hashtags. So like the things that made hashtags in this thing's description are atheism, naturalism, materialism, determinism, utilitarianism, and Christianity.
Yeah, I don't know how that will all work, with in the Hangouts and stuff. I'm like talking more basically like if you're selling a product or service and you want your video to come up on the search engine, like.
Yeah, that'd be a question of like whether YouTube and so on, I guess, monetization, ratings, whatever, are brought in by. And welcome, Mike.
Mr. Mike Holiday.
Hi, how are you guys?
How you doing, Mike?
Good. I was just studying the 3 types of evidences for God. There's the presuppositional, the evidentialist, and the classical. I'd like to talk
What's
about
the classical?
Yeah,
What's the classical?
I'll talk about it briefly, but I don't want to go into too. The classical says that reality, the world, the cosmos, has 4 possibilities, and it names the 4 possibilities and argues that one of them the last one must be true. The first possibility is that that it's a fantasy, it's unreal, it's an illusion. So that's one possibility. It doesn't seem very likely, but that's a possibility, and some people argue that. The second is that the universe created itself, and the third is that it's self-existent. It's always been there. It doesn't need to create itself because it's always been present. So then the last and fourth possibility is that the universe is created by something that is self-existent, and that's the last one is the evidence that classical apologetics would assert is the only reasonable conclusion.
Sounds like it's very skewed toward the cosmological argument.
It is the cosmological argument. It's supported by the cosmological argument.
Okay.
Well, it's logically true, so it don't contradict laws of non-contradiction and identity. So it's logically true, but what do that help anyone? Does it help anyone?
I think that it's helpful to people if they know the truth and actually, if there is a creator God, I think a lot of people would think that that would be helpful, especially if he loves us and cares for us. That would be helpful. They doubt that that's true, but if it is true, of course it would be helpful.
Yeah, but you cannot. Do you think you can start to believe in something because of these logical laws?
Oh, well, why would you begin to believe in something? You wouldn't believe in something just because it's makes you feel good, but you should believe in things that are rational.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's, I mean, in the cosmological argument, it is in fact, yeah, it's a very good argument, but I don't think anyone gets deconverted or something because of that.
Yeah, it's not very. It doesn't happen very often, does it? But it does happen some. I mean, people do cross the line, going both ways, don't they? They go from theism to atheism and the other way.
Yeah.
So it happens both ways. I think that fact that some do cross shows that it has that reason has some effect on people. They examine reason and then they make decisions based on that.
Yeah. But most atheists, they say it's a semantic. It's a play with semantic, but it's a play with laws of logic. So.
Well, I don't know if it's play. I mean, if it's
play, it's applying. Sorry, but I mean, it's attacked because it's only semantic and so on. But I have the feeling that most people who are opposed to it, they don't understand it. They don't want to get go into it. They just stop the premises.
Yeah, there's another question is, say reason causes some people to believe either one side or the other. The question still remains is, what should one side care? How should they relate to the other side? And I think people who are on both sides can develop to care for people on the other side, and not only just do it, but they develop. They become larger, more caring people on both sides of the issue. So I think this is something that can be accomplished without converting everybody to one side.
Yeah.
The best you're going to get with those arguments is a deistic or pantheistic view of God, which I would hold, and it's still, even from that, it's a big jump to Christianity.
Right. You'd have to go on to prove something like theism out of deism, but you have to start somewhere. I mean, a step that goes from having no creator of the cosmos to having a creator of the cosmos is quite a large step, and it's worth making. If people want to be reasonable, they have to conclude either that the universe created itself or that there's some self-existing thing that's before the universe that created the universe, and that seems to be more reasonable.
But I don't know how it is. No, I am going into semantic, but when you say it's reasonable, what is meant by the word reasonable? I mean, it's
reasonable.
It's for sure logical.
Reasonable is basically logic, but it has other elements to it, like but a major component of reason is logic. But it is logical that if you have something in front of you, what do you have in front of you? You have a coffee cup. The coffee cup didn't create itself. Some forces or something came together to create that coffee cup. That's reasonable. And if the coffee cup didn't exist at one time, it couldn't bring itself into existence. That's reasonable. And so if the universe didn't exist at one time, something that was pre-existing, self-existing, brought the universe into existence. That's much more reasonable than saying that the universe that didn't exist brought itself into existence.
Yeah.
Well, the universe always, like you were saying before, is self-existence, always existed, and in fact, the universe may be quote unquote God.
Yeah, that's the number two possibility within classical apologetics, which you ask about. Number two is that the universe is created itself. Number three is that it's self-existent. So if it's self-existent, that would mean the universe was always present. So it doesn't need to create itself. It doesn't have any beginning.
But it's contingent, so it's changing. Everything that is changing.
So, but we know from scientific evidence, as well as logical evidence, such as the logical evidence is infinite regression, tells you that two atoms spinning around each other, if they'd been doing that an infinite amount of time, you couldn't get from the infinite beginning to here, because that would be an infinite amount of time. You couldn't transgress. You couldn't go across an infinite amount of time. So that's called the argument of infinite regression, and that's a logical limit to a self-existing universe. But also science, the observation of the Big Bang and the background radiation, and all the physics tell us also that the physical universe, along with time and space, came into an existence at a specific point. And so both reason and experience and science all tell us that the universe is not self-existent.
Yeah, it cannot be self-existence. If it's change, if it's due to change, it cannot be self-existent. Everything that is changes, like you and me and the universe, the stars, cannot be self-existent. They are, but it's a very theoretical, logical argument. But so I don't think. Yeah.
Well, I wonder if it's theoretical. I think it's observational, isn't it?
It's logic. It's pure logic.
Well, pure logic would be infinite regression. But if you can observe, that's not theory. That's not logic. That is observational evidence. Observational evidence is available from the background radiation of the universe, plus the physics, plus the fact that we see the universe expanding, and so it's reasonable from observation to conclude that if you run the expansion backwards, it's a contraction, and it came from some specific point. So you have both reason and observational evidence supporting that the universe is not self-existent.
Yeah, that's true.
I'd like to talk about this sometime.
I don't believe.
But I don't really like to socialize while people are recording. I think it's a little bit awkward for some people. It is for me. So we'll talk about it sometime, maybe when we meet, when we're not recording.
What do you guys think about time travel? You think that's possible? What do you guys think about time travel? You think that's possible?
Maybe I can make a statement regarding the scientific ideas about the cosmology. I don't believe they support actually any particular philosophical take regarding the ultimate origins of the universe, be it a deity or otherwise. They pretty much are extrapolations backward in time. They don't get you to the beginning, and they don't necessarily demonstrate there is a beginning. There are alternative cosmologies or cosmological theories that hold at least an eternal, not eternal universe itself, but eternal system thereof. So, for instance, pocket universes.
But I sometimes have the feeling like you have got some very prominent scientists, cosmologists that are like telling us philosophy is stupid, it's no use, philosophy is dead. Sometimes I have the feeling, can that also be that first time in history the results of science? Well, if you go at them philosophical, you will end a place that they don't want to be. It wasn't that before. I mean, before you have had a infinite universe, or the same in biology, of course. Because I think it's strange when prominent scientists just brag about them not being interested in philosophy, or philosophy is dead. I think that is.
Balthazar, you have a terrible echo.
Oh, sorry. Is it better?
Yes.
No, I mean, sometimes I think about think that these, let's say, Hawkins or Cross, that they, because like the old guys like Einstein and so on, they had no problem with philosophy. They endorsed it, and sometimes I think, are they have this point of view because they don't like the philosophical implication of their findings? It's not. There's no. It's just intuition. Because of course, if you go by the current science, they are pretty pointing towards one direction in philosophy.
I think if someone felt they could prove the existence of God in physics, they would go about proving it and getting the Nobel Prize.
No, but it is. I mean, it's simply a fact. If we don't know if the universe had a beginning or not a beginning, but the current state is it had a beginning, and it's just I see a little bit the same with this DNA system. I know that most will not say it's an information system, it's not the language, and so on, but I'm not sure about that. I mean, and then I don't want to put an intelligent mind into it, but it wasn't there before, so it was much easier to deal with these things on a philosophical level if you are at least promoting some kind of atheism. So
they don't actually. But what there actually is an accidental promotion of, essentially because languages are human language overall is loaded with theories that are either in dispute or flat out incorrect. Is that things like teleology or teleological terminology are pretty difficult to avoid. You have to go through some awkward phrasing and so on to avoid it.
Yeah, but
city discourse, really.
Yeah, no, I meant philosophy in general. Not theology is also a kind of philosophy, of course, but I mean philosophy in general. And well, that's the new thing, that we cannot use our own language, or our own language is getting us on the wrong path all the time. But I don't know.
Stephen Pinker has a book on how language is loaded with
but
various theories. And in fact, it might not be pre-existing theories you necessarily agree with. So you should consider it a bit more carefully. Yeah, do you know what's sneaking in under the cover of language?
But I can only think. I cannot think without my language. I cannot think without it, and then it seems like no, it's something wrong with your language, so I cannot think anymore. So it's like a stopper. Don't think anymore because your language will kill you. And it's for me, it's not very.
It means it takes more care, and to properly express things and to avoid slipping in tacit assumptions that are embedded in most human language. And
I'm totally aware of that. I'm totally aware of that, of course.
Well, I don't think you are, though.
I am not aware of it. I have also had my physics. I mean, that was my, when I went to college, that was my main subject. That was physics, mathematics, and biology, and I'm very aware of this. It's nothing new for me. This is things that it's old, very old knowledge. But when you confront this, you have to come up with an argument somehow. So just to say, it's your language.
Yeah, so I think one of the main problems is that when you have a scientific background, is you get used to definitions being very exact. That's one of the hallmarks of science, is that they don't leave definitions open. Whereas when you come onto more rhetoric and esoteric ideas, naturally the language itself becomes ambiguous, which is the big problem with language. It's just that you shouldn't equivocate the two. The science thing, and therefore you have exact definitions, or if it's not the science thing, in which case you shouldn't use definitions exactly.
Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree.
And I think that's what you did earlier with one of the subjects.
Nadia.
Your general approach is to do that, is to say this word has
Simon.
a specific meaning to me, and this is the way.
I can tell you're talking, Simon, but I can't make out the words.
Yeah, I can't hear you, baby. You're coming in very distantly.
Okay, sorry. Thanks for that. I think I made the point anyway.
Yeah, can you give me an example?
Yeah, I hope so. Things like DNA code. Okay, the definition within biology of the use of that word is pretty specific, and it doesn't necessarily mean all codes. It's a specific type of code, in other words, which has very limited analogy with all other codes. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes, and that's why you first have to, before you talk about if it's a code or not, you have to define what is a code or what is a language, and then and that's what I do. I define it.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, and from that definition, because it's so when I say it's a language, and then no, it's not a language, and they are thinking about, and this is not all scientists or biologists, but they are like, oh, it's not a language, and I think about the human language. For me, it's more than obvious that it has nothing to do with the human language. How could it?
Okay, so then
you have to go.
A minute, guy. So to finish the example,
I can
finish the example. I just didn't finish the example. That's all.
Sorry.
So then to ascribe a creator or an intelligence behind this code, because there are other codes where that happens, is an equivocation. That's the mistake. That's the example I'm picking up. That's the example I'm picking up, because that's the one you specifically made, I feel.
No, I have never described a human intelligence or a conscious mind or something behind it. I'm just pointing out what is a you have to define a language, and I'm not defining a language as like a human language. It has nothing to do with that. So of course,
code. Sorry, code was the word that you used earlier.
Code. So then, code, code and language.
Right, you said because it's a code, and codes have an intelligent designer, then we could infer that there might be an intelligent designer behind the code of DNA. That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
Yeah, that is strange because Simon, I'm not telling something that I haven't said. I have never said there is an intelligent designer behind the code. When I define code or language, I define them by their by their functionality.
I see.
You understand? And that's why biologists have defined DNA as a code or a language. I've never taken that in my mouth. That is.
And this is part of where the language comes up again, being loaded with teleology, because this quote-unquote functionality, having teleology and so on, it's an artifact of language. It's not a real thing. It's not genuine teleology.
But
you could actually various things to avoid, falling into the trap of quote-unquote acknowledging teleology that's not there. For instance, you can say systemic interactions instead of functions within a system or something.
Yeah, the argument I hear against it, it's not a code, it's not a language, it's just chemistry. That's a very poor answer to me, because it's not just chemistry. I mean, and that I find stupefying. When you say, "Oh, it's just chemistry."
Right. I mean, I appreciate that that's a kind of a flippant term to use. It's the basic truth of it is that it is just chemistry, like humans are just a bag of atoms. That's the kind of level that people say that on, that Balthazar. They don't say it as a type of argument saying, well, it therefore does this. They're just saying, well, the reality underneath it is that it is just chemistry, and therefore we need to see why this particular form of chemistry has this particular influence in the universe.
Yeah. But then you are contradicting every law. Law of non-contradiction and identity. I mean, if you say it's just chemistry, how can you then differentiate between what is just chemistry?
Well, there isn't anything that isn't just chemistry. That's the point. In terms of life, it is just chemistry. It has a specific type of chemistry where entropy is reversed, but that's, essentially it's still just chemistry. But a specific type.
It has a function. You don't say the moon has a function or some, but you know that DNA has a function.
Well, you also don't say that a ball has a function to fall. I mean,
of course not. Of course not.
It's just to exist. So
yes, but a bowling ball
is irrelevant.
Yeah, a bowling ball rolling has a function.
Well, it itself doesn't have the purpose to roll. Because it's round and it's been given some momentum, it rolls. But the bowling ball itself didn't go, I think I'll roll now.
It has a purpose. It's made for a purpose.
That's because a human made it.
Yes, of course.
Okay,
but,
are there any rocks in nature? Are there any rocks in nature which exactly take the form of a bowling ball?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
How? Where? point to one.
Well, you have not exactly, but you have a perfect round stones in nature, of course.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to dispute that they're extremely precise, round, spherical objects, but they don't have 3 holes drilled in them for a human to put their hand in and bowl.
Now that's true.
So this is why the analogy breaks down for me. The purpose analogy doesn't work with nature, specifically in the same way that it works with humans. We can design things and make things to do other particular things. Nature
What about
doesn't
spider web?
Yeah, go on. What about a spider?
Does it have any function, or is it just chemistry?
At heart, all life is chemistry.
Yeah, I know that. How could it not be? I mean, how could it not be? We don't have any other matter around.
So why ask me if a spider is chemistry? What point are you making by that?
Because it's a product of evolution, and it clearly has a function, doesn't it? You said only humans. You took the bowling ball, and I don't want to go there. I mean, that is intelligent design logic, and I'm not an advocate of intelligent design.
Okay.
So look into James Shapiro.
I'm just trying to point out.
Well, no, I think is he English? No, he's Australian, but he's what do you say when the Queen gives him this honor? When he's gets his sir.
Traitor?
No, I don't know, but he's a very accomplished researcher.
Yeah, I mean, I don't bring other people into it. We were simply asking about whether nature has purpose or not.
Yeah, like I say, spiderweb has a purpose, and it's just not chemistry. So if you say it's just chemistry, then an apple is a spiderweb. Do you understand? Apple is a spiderweb. It's just chemistry. So there is some contradiction you're doing there. Logical.
You said it again. You've said it again, Baltazar.
What?
It's just not chemistry. It is just chemistry. We've already agreed.
Okay, so apple is a spiderweb. Have you heard about the law of identity?
Of course.
Yeah.
So you're saying that because a spider, all right, which is a living creature, makes something to use, okay, that the spider web itself it knows what its own function is. That's what I hear.
No, but
you're kind of
it
claiming
possesses
that this functionality works both ways. It doesn't work both ways. It only works one way. Okay, the spider gives the function to the spider web. The spider web does not give the function to the spider.
Yeah, but I know that the apple is chemistry. I know that human beings are chemistry.
Okay.
That's so self-evident, and so it's.
So we won't make that point. So let's not make that point again. Everything in terms of life is chemistry. Let's move on from that and say, okay, this idea of purpose in nature. Why do you think that nature necessarily gives things purpose, or that things have purpose to justify nature?
They have purpose or interest or functionality is expressed in life. I think that life itself, if I would define life, it is intentionality, and non-life is non-intentionality. That's how I define life.
Right.
I don't.
Okay. So intention. You're saying that in order for something to have intention, it must have a mind, correct?
No, I have never said that.
Okay, so your definition of intention, I would argue, then, is a very wide definition.
Yes, but how should you else define? What can you else say about it? I mean, it's clearly that